Yo, yo. What's up, friends? Damn, guys, there's tons of interviews. They do so many of them. I hope they're not too repetitive, else you might need to skip around a bit. There is enough content, but I don't want to be filtering through to get to the good stuff, you know? We did not raid last week, so no vault. Only sadness. Close this stuff. I hope the interviews even opened up and lined up. Yeah. Let's get directly into it, I would say. How was Legion Remix, by the way? Are people enjoying it? I've seen mixed feedback. First, everyone hated it because apparently there was server issues. Then people are now enjoying it. Let's see, if we are done with the interviews early, we can go play some Legion Remix. You didn't play still, Sud? Are you still on the era gameplay? Let's fucking go. Hello, Lauren. What's up, dude? Okay. One more second. Yeah, we can get started, friends. An anniversary. Yeah, I mean, anniversary is like is the same, right? Basically, I thought it was like era anniversary. I thought that's what it was called, but I guess not. Okay. I think I'm gonna start with the Bajheera. I'm actually interested in if they are doing anything PvP wise. My expectations are very low, but hope still exists, and I'm ready to get my hope crushed by them telling that they are not doing anything for PvP and just releasing this new zone. That's it. But let's see.
All right, well, welcome. This is going to be a very exciting video for me and hopefully for you guys as well. I have been given the exclusive opportunity, maybe not so super exclusive. These guys have been doing a lot of interviews and a lot of Q&As recently, but I do get a chance to talk to Maria Hamilton and Paul Cubitt about the new game they've been working on. You guys may have heard of it, World of Warcraft Midnight. I am beyond excited for this, and I'm sure you guys are too. I do have some questions for you guys, if you guys would be willing to chat a little bit about Prey, perhaps, a little bit about some of the new content we can be excited about in World of Warcraft Midnight, maybe just a little bit of PvP. My viewers do like that kind of stuff. And so sure. if you don't mind, I might actually start with that. What are some of the new pieces of PvP content we can look forward to in Midnight?
Sure. There's a couple things that are going in for PvP. The first is an on-ramp. It's a new feature called Training Grounds, which is intended to be PvP flavor without actually being direct PvP, meaning you're not actually fighting against real human opponents. So the way it works is we have a couple battlegrounds that are set up for training grounds where you will be able to compete alongside real players against game-controlled opponents or bots that will be smart and fight against you in clever ways. We've seen this in a brawl in the past. You know, this is not brand new. The Comp Stomp brawl has been super successful in the past. It's one of our most popular, probably is in fact our most popular brawl when it comes up in terms of the number of people who compete in it. And so we wanted to make that an always available mode.
I feel like this is something they just do because they can. Like they have the follower dungeon system implemented. Like they have some AI cook or something in the background. And they're like, what else could we do with this? The idea is not like, I don't think anyone thinks, wow, you know what would be cool is battlegrounds against AI NPCs. I don't think anyone thinks that. I think it's just they have the tech and they are doing it just because they can. I would be extremely sad if they were like really working hard on creating this AI battleground thing. And like wasting resources, but I don't think that's the case. But yeah, them trying to market it as a thing that's yeah, kind of whatever. I don't know. I think it's just unnecessary. Let's say because it's not really that important. I think it's like a side thing
where folks will be able to learn the ropes of PvP in an always available environment. And I think what I suspect is for a lot of people, that'll be where they set up. They're like, yeah, this is great. This is for me. Or if you want to step,
just go normal battlegrounds, guys. People gotta be less afraid of just doing things, bro. It's crazy. Everyone is like, oh, what if I, fail? Like, I don't think. First of all, I don't think there's that many people. But also, if you are like that, like, so what? It's not a big deal. You're playing a game, bro. You're not like. It's not like you're saving lives out there. It's fine if you mess up. It's fine if you fully into game. It's okay. You know. Too many toxic players in regular BGs. Really? Regular BGs? I don't think so. I mean, I haven't played like very recently, but in the past I played a lot of BGs, and I have not seen like anyone even DM me anything. I don't think there's even like communication in toxic play. Rated battlegrounds, maybe. I've heard a lot of bad stuff about that. I'm talking about normal BGs. Like, if you're queuing for PvP, let them fucking PvP. Like, I think this is like, I don't know. It's a bit, like, it's okay, the option is there, but if people are directed to use this, I'd be sad. 2 days ago, I got a whisper to kill myself and my family because I didn't cap a flag. Really? What the fuck? In a normal BG, so I mean, okay, if it was as if it like a rated BG, it would be fine. You know, I understand rated BG, but no, like, that's crazy. That is wild. Wow. Damn. Maybe normal BGs are more competitive than I thought. Back in the day. But that should be also like insta banned, right? Like, that's crazy. What the fuck? Did you report that? That should be like, I don't think it even like it should be a perma ban. I don't think it's even like a 30-day ban or anything. I think that's just an instantly gone. Your account is dead. That's an interesting thing. Look, I wish I could see like reports and the thing Blizzard did for that report. Like, I think we need like a database to see how they are even handling these situations. That's crazy that anyone is saying these things. Like, what? This is not League of Legends, you know? PvP is meant to be played with chat turned off. Don't know. I don't think it's that bad if there is like some flame going around even. I don't even mind some toxicity, like I don't know, telling each other that they suck or whatever. Like, okay, you know, I especially when your opponents, it's fine, whatever. But I mean, not preferable, but it's fine, you know. I wouldn't permaban, but killing yourself and your family, what the fuck? Or like anything, like I didn't even read past a sentence. I instead healed him. Like that, like you could literally, I don't know, like fully troll him. I don't know, mind control him off the edge or something, like grip him off the edge or something like that. No one should be getting that DM. What the fuck? That's crazy. RPG Storm. I didn't have these experiences. Maybe I ignored them. I don't know. I don't remember any such experiences in the past. Maybe it got worse. Also, I mean, if people like the people that are still doing random BGs are probably either full casuals or people that want PvP gear and they're like not that great still or something like that, maybe, or like they're really stressed or something. I don't know. But still, yeah, kind of crazy. Did Hang leave Echo or was he like, yo? I mean, let's say we parted ways, and but actually, he is still part of Echo though. He is working with us, but the scope is not defined yet fully. But I'm hoping that Hank will work with us in some shape or form. Right now, he's helping on the staff side more. He might be helping as a healer analyst. We'll see. Depends on what he wants to do as well. Waiting for him to decide a little bit. But yeah, Hank is a super nice guy. I hope. I wish there was only Hanks in the world. Then we wouldn't have these DMs.
Into actual, okay, I'm ready to swim with the sharks. Then start fighting against other players in true battlegrounds, and then probably that into arenas or what have you.
Awesome.
Yeah,
I gotta give myself a small pat on the back for that one. I think the NDA is over. That back in Legion, we had a summit, and I gotta give credit because there was a lot of things that we suggested, and a lot of those things ended up being in the game. And I myself actually suggested having a place where we could learn PvP against bots, because like StarCraft has that, Overwatch has that. All these games have an opportunity to play in a sort of PvP simulated environment, but do so in a way where you can learn, where you get your butt kicked. It's like, oh well, I died to a bot rather than like another player, and that might be a lot less like scary for some people. So I think a lot of what we see is opportunities for players who are new or returning to get into the game in general, and a lot of tools for that. And I think this is one of those ways people get into PvP, which I love. So that's super cool to hear about. There's also a new battleground.
Yeah,
Yes.
Slayer's Rise, right?
Yeah. Tell me about that one.
So Slayer's Rise is new 40 versus 40 battleground set in the.
Bro, I think anyone is getting like anxious about doing PvP in a normal, especially in normal like setting, because they think the players are going to be too toxic towards them. That's something that I think needs to be fixed on the moderation side, and not replacing the PvP with AI NPCs. I think that's ridiculous, honestly. Like if you know that your players are having problems getting into it because they're afraid of being judged in a toxic way, especially, like that is the big thing they should be addressing here. I don't know, like it's crazy that no one's saying anything about this right now. Like they should say also like we're taking a hard stance on toxicity as well, or something like that. Like what the fuck? That's crazy. Bring AI into WoW generally is a horrible idea. I mean, they're doing this like follower dungeons as well. I think some people enjoy it if they want to play the game fully solo. Maybe, I don't know. That's okay. But I don't think it should be like a training ground. I think it should be just like solo mode or whatever. And they should tackle the problem in a different way. Because like this is a different problem, different solution, you know? People want to play solo, providing them a solo experience, that's okay. If people want a PvP, then provide them the fucking PvP experience by fixing your shit and make sure that people are not gonna get toxically flamed or whatever. And there's like harsh punishments for this kind of stuff. I don't think this would fly in Final Fantasy. I don't think anyone can tell you to kill yourself or whatever. Like that's ridiculous. I think your account is gonna go prison in Final Fantasy if you do that.
Void Storm Zone, where you are going to, as a member of the Alliance, join under the banner of one Dominar, or a member of the Horde, join under the banner of a separate Dominar, and compete in this battleground, which is inspired by the likes of Alterac Valley. There is a central lane that you'll be pushing and pulling along with objectives along the way that you'll be able to capture, and a load-bearing boss at the end of that lane where you defeat them, and then you have defeated the battleground, as well as a number of side objectives as well. So if things get...
The issue with Alterac Valley, last time I played it, was that nowadays people are just going for the end boss, ignoring everything, and they don't even want to touch each other because that's time loss. Because fighting each other in the battleground is a waste of time, and you just want to finish the game. Both teams want to finish the game, and then you just want to delay the other team slightly, perhaps, or just make sure you rush as quick as possible. And I think that's just so sad. Like back in the days, Alterac Valley was more of a thing you go into and it was a real battle. Nowadays, it's just how can I dodge PvP as much as possible and make sure the game ends as quick as possible. Maybe they just need to reward like fighting more or something like that. In PvP, you can't chat in PvP, only preset macros like hello, fall back, and regroup. That's in Final Fantasy. Yeah, I mean, even like after that, maybe they can find the person's name or something and DM them or something. But either way, like you cannot speak to people like this. That's crazy, bro. I have no idea how this can happen.
It's stalled on the
What I don't understand. Like if they would go and ban a bunch of accounts, I don't know, 1,000 accounts banned due to toxicity, and there's like a headline. Do they think there's gonna be anyone mad about this? Anyone's gonna be like, oh, really? That sucks. Like everyone's gonna be welcoming this kind of behavior, like this kind of change. So I don't understand why they don't just do it. Or they ban people. Yeah, I mean that's okay. That's fine. I think, and I think it will be a lot more people will stop with that behavior. With that, it will be easy to report people. The recent allies tab now. Oh, yeah, I saw a post about recent allies. I don't know if it was about WoW. The stone thing, you'd get banned. Helps since these people most often has issues and just space out a naked man. I mean, yeah, it's okay, but it's also you need to think of it like this, right? Like this person gets banned, okay. It's not just to punish that person or to make more people stop doing this action. It's also to just prevent this person from interacting with more players. Because there might be more people, and there's most likely more people getting these sort of DMs from the same guy, Harley, and some of them might quit the game because of that guy. So when you're banning 1,000 players maybe, and you're losing them, but you're gaining players because of that as well. So I don't know. I think it can definitely be. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you report them that you got banned instantly. I don't know, but yeah. I've seen like League of Legends, for example, is still quite toxic. But then I look at Final Fantasy, and I haven't gotten anything that was toxic there. Never. So yeah, clearly like some things work and some doesn't. Full mute is better than toxic players. Yeah, I mean, full mute. You do that when there's no way forward. But yeah, I mean, it's a sad thing, right? Because communication should be fun. Like that's why we're playing together as well a bit. I saw toxic fantasy in random ladder. Yeah, I'm sure it's not perfect, but I think it's a lot better. I mean, WoW isn't like horrible from what I've seen, but it's not good. Yeah, not there yet.
main lane, then you can move over to the side and do some side objectives effectively to push the favor in your team's advantage. Hopefully.
Cool. Well, that's where I'll be, right in the middle, just fighting on the road as usual. I'll have.
Yes.
Yeah, Ashran has a special place in my heart. That's where my guy Captain Jackson Bajheera lives, doing battle eternally like Valhalla.
Ashran is also
still one of the coolest things ever.
As an inspiration for this as well. And that battleground is not only a instanced battleground space, but it is also part of the Voidstorm zone itself.
Right. Okay. So there's like I've heard that there is a sort of world PvP area. Is that what that is?
Yes, exactly.
Awesome.
Yeah. So
awesome.
It's a big, huge part of Voidstorm. Like effectively what we did in our hardworking, talented PvP team did is we looked at what we've done over the last couple expansions where we've made war mode focused areas in each specific zone. And we said, let's take all those and we'll put them all together into Voidstorm and focus all of our outdoor PvP, or a majority of it, let's say, our outdoor PvP energy here. This is where your war mode quests will send you. This is where there will be a whole bunch of additional war mode mechanics that turn on if you have war mode enabled. So there should be a lot more concentrated, fun outdoor PvP activity happening in the Voidstorm, which lends itself to all sorts of cool mechanics. There's some like reverse gravity areas where you can sort of fly up and really high, and there's some some fun stories of folks heroically being out
crazy.
of those or into those to take people out, and all sorts of interesting ways that interacts with our class mechanics.
Awesome. Yeah, I remember Ashran being like a big PvP playground, and it sounds like this is kind of what that is out in the world. And yeah, I feel like in Dragonflight and War Within, even more, having these sort of objectives to fight over in a world PvP environment that sort of just keep happening, those are always super fun. And now to have an area where those are going to be happening, it sounds like quite a bit. It seems like the battle will be raging constantly, which is super exciting. And that's one.
Back then, these kind of things were quite fun, but I don't know. Something happened after like maybe Wrath or something, where like people just stopped doing this so much. I remember in TBC we would still try to capture these like zone things to gain a buff for the Horde or Alliance or something like that. I don't know if it's also because of like the cross realm and realm sharding, or like the kind of removal of realms. But it's a bit dead. I wish we could get that feeling back again, but it's a bit rough, I think. Yeah, maybe if we were like back to realm size worlds with balanced factions, that could be interesting somehow. But the way it is right now, I think it's a bit rough. Like you change a group, your complete realm changes, completely different people and everything. Atlas saying, never in the history of the world has this worked. You can ban them all you want. They'll make other accounts and keep them playing. That's just not true, man. What do you mean? It's not true. Look at League of Legends. It definitely is working that they are applying this. Like, the guy just gets perma-muted or something like that. What do you mean it's not working? Of course it's working. I've seen so many people that got action taken against. I had friends who were toxic themselves, and then they get chat restricted, and they're like, well, I can't flame. They'll flame on TS maybe, with their friends or whatever about some person in their group, but they won't type. And then we're also not talking about just flaming, right? Like I already said, I think it's completely, like, not completely fine, but I think it's okay if there is like something like, oh, you suck at this, you fucked up this, or whatever that. That's a different level than telling someone to kill themselves. That's where this whole thing started. Kill themselves and their family, or whatever the fuck. What? Yeah, just let them be and mark them as toxic. That's ridiculous. It's like, isn't like WoW like 13 plus or something like that? Like, that's crazy. There are people that are not mentally stable also, not that are only toxic, but are also playing this game to relax. And then they don't want to hear to kill themselves. That's fucked up. Of course they should be taking action against. Like, what are you even talking about? It's ridiculous. To a degree, I think it's even like a legal question. It's not even just TOS. That's like harassment. I don't even know what the laws are against this kind of shit. Or we should just let them be because it just doesn't really work. Like, I don't give a fuck if it works. Fuck them. Yeah, I think depending on the country, it might even like go into legal action. I think even police should be informed in certain cases. Because why can't you even type these things in game? Well, yeah, I don't know how. Like, I think when you have the censorship thing on, it's fine, right? I don't think you can say those things, but yeah. See, this might be a good use of AI if it's like really good, like filtering chat and then certain. I think Twitch has that, right? This auto mod feature, for example. But yeah, sometimes it can just be. It's not, the tech isn't good enough, right? Sometimes you don't mean something bad, but it looks like it seems something bad. Easily type kill. No, I mean, AI is smarter than that, but depends on how restrictive you do it. I really don't care unless it's stalking. Just block and move forward. Nobody forces you to talk to toxic idiots. Yeah, I mean, that's my mentality as well, but not everyone is the same, Silsi, right? People come from different cultures. People don't necessarily have like they didn't necessarily grow up in the internet culture that we did. Like I played a lot of League back then. You can tell me all sorts of things. It's not really gonna affect me. I've heard everything I could hear potentially from a random dude that is like bad, like all the things that you could imagine that as against even TOS talking about probably on Twitch. But not everyone is like that. Some people this might be their first game or like first online game, and then they see these people, and then they're like, and maybe they're in a bad mental state already, right? Maybe they are struggling with something, and then they get hit up with DMs like this, or they get harassed over a longer time. I mean, of course they should ignore them, but at the same time, if these people don't get punishment, who should? Like, that's crazy. Look at the passive aggressive little bitch giving example. What do you mean? He's not being passive aggressive. Or what are we talking about, dude? I'm lost. I think people are ready to misunderstand each other here on this as well a bit too much. I don't think he meant it in a bad way, guys.
One of the things that my audience wanted me to ask you guys about is, what ways will we keep that world PvP area vibrant?
Yeah, my thing is like, I don't think the solution is to create AI battlegrounds. I think the solution is to monitor these things better
as the expansions progress. And it sounds like it's just you're taking a lot of the world PvP events that may have been spread out, and you're kind of like putting them in this one place where we can keep fighting over it. And I think that's a great answer to that question. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, as
Cool.
we move into patches later on in Midnight, there will likely be new areas that we explore and
Right.
move into. But with this Slayer's Rise outdoor area being such a large focus, I wouldn't be surprised if we take a look at, we typically, as you get better and better gear, the creatures and that those older areas tend to fall over much quicker, and so that's likely something we take a look at. That area is also the location of one of our dungeons. In fact, Voidscar Arena, the entrance to that dungeon, if you're going to go walk through the front door, it is located on Slayer's Rise. It is in that area.
Awesome.
And so there will be reasons for us to want to go back there on an ongoing basis, even if you're not a PvPer.
Yeah. It sounds like there's going to be a lot of fights right out in front of that place, is what I'm hearing.
There might be.
just ganking people as they.
So did they say if you have war mode off, is it still a PvP zone for you? I don't understand how this works.
Try to go into the dungeon. Beautiful stuff. So other players, not the only thing that we're going to be fighting though, maybe hunted by perhaps. This prey system sounds super cool to me. I'm always like a big fan of having like, I don't know, like you have an objective to go hunt down a target. I like that a lot. I was actually kind of hoping there would be some sort of PvP involvement with that, but I'm not gonna push into that. But I want to hear more about this prey system. If you guys wouldn't mind giving us like an overview, if anybody hadn't heard of it yet, and then we can ask a little bit more.
Yeah, the simple overview version is the player who wants to participate can opt into that by basically taking on a contract. They're saying, hey, I'm going to hunt somebody down, and they can choose the difficulty once they've unlocked those higher difficulties. So they'll choose their difficulty, how tough should this be, and then they will be told essentially where that individual was last seen. And then they will go there and they will start engaging in content in the world, trying to find that prey target. And the prey target may jump them, or you may find them, and you may have to encounter them a few times before you wear them down enough that you can kind of have your final battle against them. And so, for normal mode, when you're in the world, just adventuring, you will see this happening around you as people discover their prey or get jumped by their prey, and you can jump in and help. Once we get to the higher modes, the more difficult modes, we will actually make it such that you are in an instanced area to do that final fight, so that if you chose to go Nightmare, well, you have that challenge. Nobody's taking that challenge away from you by jumping in and interrupting.
We've already had some like really fun player stories from internal tests of this. I remember we did one in Zul'Aman not that long ago, where I think my prey target was that if you got to watch the deep dive video, that Blood Elf Magister who uses like pyromancy, fire magic, and was fighting some cultists in one of the Twilight's Blade areas there, and he got the jump on me. As he jumped in, started fighting, like, okay, well, I'll deal with this cultist and then deal with you. I knocked him down to maybe 50%, and he's like, yeah, I'll be back, and jumps in the shadows. I'm like, okay, that was good. And then the very next cultist I fight, he jumps back in again. Like, Jesus, dude, like leave me alone.
So no, so, that's the you'll get yours. Maybe not today. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe the next day.
Maybe in 11 seconds.
This feels like some mechanic that would be good for Classic Plus or something like that. But I can't really imagine it on retail, because on retail right now, at least, you don't really do world content in that form. Like you would typically, the way you do world content is either you need to click things to collect them or whatever the fuck, or you pull like 10 mobs, pop CDs, AoE them down, and then go next area. I can't imagine like it doesn't really fit into how I play retail. And then you get this guy on you, and like when you have CDs, it's super easy. When you don't have CDs, it's a pain in the ass and just wait. I don't know. I don't know how this is gonna feel at all. Can we already? I guess we need to be max level to interact with this system. Unlike early leveling, otherwise I don't see much engagement with it. Yeah, and then if it's early in leveling, it would be cool if it gave you big XP, I guess. Yeah, that could work. But if it's just giving you loot, because that's what it's supposed to do late game, I mean, leveling gear is kind of whatever, right? But yeah, for leveling, I agree. For leveling, it would be nice. But yeah, end game, I mean, you're doing some world quests still, and probably some world content to get some like good gear. Then your prey will attack you. I mean, I guess it could be okay. But yeah, it just feels like retail feels too fast paced for a proc like this, like a random dude appearing. Half the time you have no idea what you're fighting anyways. Just pull tons of shit and just kill everything. But maybe, I mean, when I was playing Alpha as well, I mean, I was probably quite under-geared, but the mobs were taking quite long to kill, so maybe it would fit. I just think it fits a bit more of like a slower gameplay.
Now, that kind of thing. That's so funny.
But it caught me off guard, and that's the intent is to sort of catch you off guard, and then sometimes you will catch them off guard too. You will see them in the zone, skinning a monster or something like that, and then you get to chase them around a bit.
You know what's funny is that this kind of makes me think of like we have the PvP bots for BGs. This is almost like sort of getting a non-PvP experience of world PvP. Like if you wanted to see that, like if there's
true actually
out there skinning, you're like, okay, I've practiced on my prey. Now I get to try this on a player. That's kind of a funny idea. It also reminds me a little bit about the butcher from D4 where you're in a dungeon, he just ganks you. It is so much fun having that. Like, oh my gosh, this is not a good time for me to be getting attacked right now. And I can
absolutely an inspiration here. Yes, we want that feeling.
I can envision that in like world PvP, like somebody's bugging you, and then the blood elf guy comes.
When this would be good is like in an M0 dungeon. I think it would be nice, or in a group setting. I think that would be really cool if randomly a rare boss could appear and could give you additional loot if you manage to defeat it, but it's actually hard. It happens in like any sort of difficulty dungeon, not M+, I guess. I mean, I would do it even in M+, but I guess it doesn't really work that good. With the goal of M+ being like a timed run and everything. But something like that could be really nice. Mark counts as tossing and BGs and queue them only against each other and watch the chaos. That could work as well.
And starts throwing fireballs at you too. You're like, come on, man. I think
I'm planning on getting back into PvP a bit. That's why I'm also watching this interview more. I don't know, man. I think especially with the pruning, I think PvP might be quite interesting. Like if PvE is too easy for you now with everything getting pruned, I think PvP might be the perfect thing for you. Because PvP was always more complex and also more talents and everything. So you'll have automatically more complexity with PvP talents being a thing. And yeah, like for me, it was too complex in the recent expansions, let's say. So I think now might be perfect. Kind of looking forward to PvPing in the next expansion.
Lead to some hilarious clips and stuff on Twitch, whatnot.
I think also with like your damage, I think will be a bit more controlled rather than just perma spamming tack. Like you'll need to do certain things right, and then it's good. And then this lets you focus on the CCing and what else is going on more properly instead of it being just an RNG fest. Which I think it is for most people. I think PvP right now is RNG if you pop cities in the right timing or if your opponent messes up their defensives or something like this, because like it's too hard to play it too good, you know. But later on it will be a bit more controlled, so I think it'll be fun. Do you like when more frustrated have to PvP to get some OP trinkets? I personally always enjoyed it, but I also enjoy PvP. Like for me, I think we should do everything in the game that's competitive to be good at the game. I think that's how an MMO should be. But I mean, yeah. Oh shit! Okay. What minute were we on, dude?
All right.
Hardworking, talented PvP.
Fuck! I just pressed it. But oh, by the way, we have the replayable Twitch player now, right? Can I do it on my own stream? Yeah, look at that. I can just go back and I can just check. Never mind, it's covered by the camera. I've been outplayed. God damn it. It's fine, we're gonna find it. I'm not gonna view, at least I can be annoying. That's right, dude. And that's a skill too, right? Like that was a thing I would always tell myself when you like get completely destroyed in a battleground. You're like, well, I had 3 people chasing me for like a whole minute, you know? That must be worth. So every death I had, I was always thinking of how to make this worth in my head. Always an excuse ready, guys.
PvP team did is we looked at what we've done over the last couple.
I need to find now where we were.
It sounds like quite a bit. What I mean to ask you guys about is, what ways will we keep that world of PvP?
It is
in content in the world, trying, you know, if you chose to go Nightmare
right now, you know, that kind of thing. That's
we'll catch them off guard too. You will
love world of PvP.
I mean,
Having that, like, oh my gosh, this is not a good time for me to be getting attacked right now. And I can definitely envision that. And then the blood elf guy comes in and starts throwing fireballs at you. So you're like, come on, man. I think that's going to lead to some hilarious clips and stuff on Twitch and whatnot.
To your earlier question too, on like, is there any PvP involvement here? Well, not directly, but this all does take place in the outdoor world, and that is where war mode happens and where PvP can and does happen. So if there are people on Prey contracts who have their war mode enabled, then
they should absolutely do these Prey contracts in dungeons to get like a random proccing boss appear. And it gives you good loot. It can happen even like in a normal dungeon or something, or maybe heroic onwards or something like that.
They may be
more... I think early expansion, that is one of the things why I think early expansion is always fun, is you need to do so many different activities to get the gear instead of just grinding one thing. You will do M0, you will even do heroic dungeons, you'll do M0s, you'll do what's it called, like the random world events, even fucking crafting at certain times can be fun, even though I don't like the new system. Yeah, I like this. I mean, delves, of course, are a new thing now as well. I like the different sources of gear. I think is a big thing for an MMO, and all of them being competitive. I like it a lot.
Or targetable targets for someone who's looking for a target, or it may also make you a little bit more on your toes, and you don't have to just watch out for your prey target, but other players as well.
Yeah, that's gonna be so funny, because you know, people are always complaining like, oh man, I pulled a mob and then this guy decided to fight me because I was in a fight with a mob already. It's gonna happen with the prey targets too. It's gonna be beautiful. So what kind of rewards can we look forward to with the prey stuff?
So plenty. You will be able to get power rewards from Prey. While the details are still in flight, I would expect it to be similar to the level of rewards you were getting from delves. So
yeah, I was even thinking that maybe like they would end up being in the vault, like hunt a certain amount of prey, and that could like help you fill out that world content vault slot, maybe.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and there can be ways where prey talks with delves, where completing a prey gives you a better key or gives you a map, or vice versa, where completing a delve gives you a yeah. Oh, they're not going to show up in the delve.
I know. I actually asked that question to you guys yesterday. I was like, what all content can they attack you? And maybe
actually thinking about it, this is probably really cool for people who want to play solo and also casually. I mean, this is something that I would probably do a lot because I don't have the time to enter dungeons often. But yeah, finding some prey on my own time. If I need to log off, I'll just log off whenever, unless I'm under attack for a minute or something. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool actually, thinking about it.
You can even like speak to that after you're finished with that answer, but yeah.
Yes, yeah, but they will, so you will be able to get power rewards in the form of the Great Vault, as well as just directly from like quests which might show up every week, every other week or so.
It's a journey track as well, isn't there, Paul?
There's also, in fact, yes, a journey track. So for those unfamiliar with the term journeys, you may know if you've played Delves in The War Within, there's a feature called the Delver's Journey, which is just a progression bar. As you do more delves, you move along that bar, and you get cool stuff as you move along that bar. It's kind of like a renown.
Cool. Yeah, you rank up with the little weird blood elf guy who wants to hunt down like life force for him. It's like I'm not so sure you're a good guy, but prey sounds fun enough to give it a try. No,
I'm sure it's all on the up and up. Don't worry.
Oh yeah,
definitely a good guy.
Usually is fine in those situations, right?
Yeah. But so there will be a prey journey as well, where you're going to advance that sort of bar and get some cool rewards from that, and that can include ergonomic benefits. It may include things that make it easier for you to hunt your prey. It also may include cool things like cosmetics. You'll get some cool mounts, titles, stuff like that.
Yeah, so maybe like some tools to navigate the lands.
I had no idea what the Delver's Journey thing gave you up until I saw some short videos about some random dude telling you about the rewards. There's actually some good rewards there, like that lets you teleport around and things like that. But yeah, I don't think I ever interacted with it.
Like a grappling hook or something like that. I know that's not like specific, but that would be kind of cool. Ways to get around the world, and maybe even some like cool items that you can use.
Bro, I wish transmog would be removed from this game. I think it's such a waste of time, bro. I hate transmog. Every time I see transmog, I'm like, fuck, this is another thing I need to click away. It's actually crazy to me. Like back in the days, I would see these games. Like there was these games on like these flash games, and you would have, I don't know, this Barbie you can dress up, or it was like something else that you would dress up. And I was always wondering, like, who the fuck likes this shit? It was crazy to me that this, like, somebody sat down and coded this, and there's like people playing this. Like they think this is a game. But here we are, man. I'm playing WoW, and it's one of the most interactive systems, and everyone does it. It's crazy to me. Something must be wrong with me. I thought there is no way anyone would do anything with this. But here we are. Like everyone respects and likes transmog. I guess. I don't know. It is super weird for me. But here we are. I don't think I'll ever understand the joy people have. I understand pet battling more than transmog, like to put it into, and they are removing pet battling. Fashion police. Worse than overtime police. Well, I don't know, man. I don't understand it. I think it's way cooler to get new gear that shows on your character that you got new gear. And when you start like a new expansion, you will have like crappy gear, and then eventually it's gonna become cool looking gear. I think that's way better than transmog. But I guess I don't understand it.
Against people in World PvP would be kind of fun to have rewards for that. And we touched.
You don't wear a nice outfit to a job interview if you're going somewhere nice. Yeah, you have to kind of, right? It's like the... Are those things related? I'm trying to understand. guess I don't see myself as going to like a place where I need to present myself nicely to other people. In my mind, these things have nothing to do with each other, but I can see the argument, maybe? I don't know. Transmog Aggressive is another way to express yourself, which is kind of huge in social games like MMO. Yeah, I guess so, dude. It's just like, I can see it in like an RP situation. But I don't understand it when it comes to like someone that is a War First Raider. Like they're doing all this shit already, right? Like they're having 14 characters and all of that. And then they go ahead and transmog all those characters. Like they think it is like worth their time. That's what I'm surprised about. It is similar for me with achievement collecting. I also don't understand. Like collecting pointless achievements. I don't think I will understand this ever either. Like catch 1,000 fish of a type or something like this. This is crazy to me that people do this. But yeah, I mean, I guess for you, it's like these things are not related. For me, it is like both are completely pointless in my head. Transmog nowadays is mainly, look, I made these pieces look good together. It's no longer about character strength or unrecognizable gear. Yeah, that's the weird thing about it for me, yeah. I think you should have the... I think it's cooler, I guess, if it is about character strength and recognizable gear. I love challenge mode, Mog, as I practically showed you were a competent player. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I think I feel that a bit more, but at the same time, maybe this is like an elitism take that good gear should be worn by people that did defeat like a hard thing in the game, or strong looking gear. You know, you could get a fisherman's hat by fishing 100 fish. I don't care about that. But if you're getting like a tier set or something, you should be doing some hard stuff. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know, man. I know a lot of people disagree with me, so this is definitely an unpopular opinion. I'm not willing. It's fine if I don't need to fight this. It'd be cool if Transmog only was available if you killed the boss in current gear, so everyone wouldn't be able to look like a mythic raider. Yeah, but I think a lot of people think that is like a bad thing. I agree with that take. I think you should look good if you did good things. Transmog is completely removing that part of the game nowadays. But because there's so much good gear from old tier sets and stuff like that you can just go and get instantly. That would absolutely murder the solo Andes. Yeah. Yeah, maybe there should be like a no transmog mode. It's like a personal choice. And I select it and I can see everyone what they're actually wearing. I think I'll be okay with that. If people want to use transmog and show and see other people's transmogs, they can do that. Maybe that's the way I would like to play it. Because I don't think that takes anything away from other people and still puts into the game the way I want to play it, you know? Also surprised that nobody's min-maxing transmog. Actually, now with add-ons gone, this might be a thing that we have like all mages wear like blue color armor, and then all warlocks need to wear the like similar purple color armor or something like that, so that you can recognize things easier. I don't know if you're gonna have friendly nameplates still. There could be like some min-maxing done like that, which I think it's actually a competitive advantage to look a certain way. Colorblind, so mage equals well. Yeah, okay. Maybe some other way then. But yeah, having unique armor sets to people, it makes them more recognizable in the game. Like in a raid setting, right? When you're fighting a boss and you want to know, let's say, the guy next to me, what class is he? Is he going to blink away or is he going to walk away? Or if he's a healer, probably not going to move, and you need to adjust. Something like that. It's actually pretty important, and I'm surprised no one is really min-maxing that so far. I've tried it a couple times, like bringing this up, but everyone's like, "There's no way I will change my transmog like this and look ugly or whatever the fuck." So we've never done it, and that is crazy to me. That is wild to me. I know we talked about racials. Yeah, I saw. Let's finish this interview maybe, and then fuck it. Actually, yeah, I saw THD's tweet about racials. Oh, what the fuck? THD. Wow. Wait, no, THD Twitter. One sec. Let me check my Twitter DMs are closed. Okay. Yeah, remove racials from WoW. Let people actually choose the race they want to play. I've said this so many times as well, and I think a lot of people agree. And I don't understand. Like, is it really the race changes that are paying too good to do this, or I'm not sure if Blizzard thinks this is like a core part of the game. What did people reply to me actually? Let it be a barbershop thing, can change for a few gold. I said for no reason, just give it to everyone. Yeah, okay, I don't think this guy understood what I'm talking about, but yeah. Changing race free in game options, same as changing gender. That's also, yeah, that could also work. But I would prefer if they were completely removed in any competitive setting. Look for the boss to die, so transmog does matter. Look cool. Exactly. Yeah, I don't know why they have racials in the game. It's, I think, very stupid. I think this is one of the things that, yeah, we're talking about transmog existing, and that is like a way to express yourselves. I think playing a certain race is also a way to express yourself. You know, if you want to be a big, strong guy, you might want to go Tauren. If you want to be a more sneaky, emo guy, we're gonna go undead. And you can't really do that right now if you're playing competitively, or even if you're not playing competitive, like you want to be good at the game, you're typically not gonna do it because, yeah, you want to do whatever is the best. Where they never bothered to balance them. I think they're mostly balanced for a lot of people. I mean, it's not like crazy gain, right? But also, if it's not a crazy game, like why does it even exist? Like THD says, anyone want to be undead? Oh yeah, I definitely would be undead, bro. I would be insta rerolling. The only reason I went to troll was because it was stronger back in the days. It was the strongest by far. Undead didn't even have a DPS ability, yeah. Like you only had Will of the Forsaken, and even then I went undead with a bunch of my characters because I was also PvPing back then. Do you think they'll ever add race size customization, height, and stuff like that? Again, something I don't care about. I don't think they should. I think like all trolls should look a certain way. I don't know. I feel like that's nicer. But yeah, I can see the argument that the people would enjoy it. Yeah, I prefer it this way. That thing's a bit looking more uniform. When it comes to size, especially. Like whenever I had these games where you can slide and it makes like your body bigger or smaller, I always thought that kind of looked awkward. Okay.
Just on it just briefly, but what types of content can we expect the prey to be found or find us?
Pretty much anything you're doing in that zone, they will you could find them, or they could jump you, and you're really going to have to keep watching for a sudden interruption. So as long as you have not completed your contract yet, they will pester you.
That is so cool.
There's going to be certain things you want to do if you're hunting for them. You know, this is not. Well, it's sort of like a quest. Go find your prey. It's not built like a quest in WoW, where quests might say like go collect 10 lion tails or something like that. This is not the case. It's not look in 10 locations and then you'll find your target. That's not how hide and seek works. You need to look for them until you find them. And so it's a little bit more obfuscated. As you do things, you'll get feedback from the game that says you've gotten closer to finding your target. Maybe you're getting warmer, but you never really know when you're going to find them.
Cool. So with the difficulty scaling, you have like normal mode all the way up to nightmare mode. How does that content compare in difficulty to like other content? Like I'm trying to sort of place that, like, is normal Ray difficulty, then nightmare is gonna be like a mythic something difficulty, or is it sort of scaled differently? What's the deal with that?
I think the best, but there's not a great like direct one-to-one comparison for what exists in WoW, just because of the way this is implemented. But I think the closest we can get is with delves. And we look at Nightmare being on par to high tier delves. So maybe 11, maybe somewhere, maybe it's a little lower, maybe it's a little higher. Still, we tend to do
11
alphas as true alphas, where we are testing and iterating alongside players. And so those are the types of things that we're like feeling out right now and seeing how players respond, what success rates are or death rates are fighting against Nightmare level prey targets, and then but that's sort of what we can expect from Nightmare. And then hard will be somewhere in the mid. Maybe that's closer to an 8. Again, none of this is gospel, but sort of take this as directionally where we see that difficulty living.
Yeah, we'll be tuning, and we look at a lot of the death maps, the heat maps for deaths and what caused that death and so forth. So that'll give us some good data. So please, play and do some prey stuff, and let us look at your data and see where you died horribly or didn't die enough.
Is skill issue, most deaths, I imagine. User error.
I mean, those heat maps are interesting. Sometimes we'll look, what's right there? What's in the southeast corner of the map? To dig into it, like, oh, that's what's happening. Okay.
Some sort of hole in the map, like players just fall through. Oh, we need to fix that. It's like, okay, good to know. That is awesome. So it sounds like we are going to be having some pretty cool challenges to take on in Midnight. We are going to have some new tools at our disposal in the form of Apex talents. Can I hear a little bit more about those, perhaps?
Yeah, so Apex talents are one of the most exciting parts of the power set that you will gain as you level from 81 to.
I thought these would be way, way cooler, by the way, these Apex talents. Like way more impactful, but it's actually things that you can almost skip.
90, and 90 will be the new level cap in Midnight. Yeah. So you get 10 new talent points. Those are split up among your 3 talent trees, your class tree, your hero tree, or hero talent tree, and your spec tree. The class tree, you just get 3 additional points to put wherever you want. Okay. In your hero talent tree, every hero talent tree, all 40 of them now, will have an additional column of points that go in there, and those will just make your character stronger.
Okay, but those are not the Apex talents.
But those are not Apex talents. No, Apex talents in fact live at the bottom of
how
your
many
additional column of points that go in there, and those will just make your character stronger.
Okay, but those are not the Apex talents.
But those are not Apex talents. No, Apex talents in fact live at the bottom of your specialization tree, and these are presented as a single large node that takes 4 points.
Oh, wait. So the things on the left, that little column, is not Apex talents.
And you will earn those 4 points at levels 81, 84, 87, and 90. That the first point that goes in that is sort of the definition of what this thing is about. It's the thesis of the Apex talent. It is often something which is just a large power increase in an interesting way. In some cases, it might be a ability replacement. I don't think that any of them are actually new abilities. We're being cautious about adding too many new keybinds to folks, but there may be some ability replacements. The second 2 points are going to take that thesis, that original idea of what this is about, and make it stronger in some way or another, or at least something which is correlated with that. It should feel like a cohesive package. And then that final point is the exclamation point, which brings it all home and takes the entirety of those points and makes it greater than the sum of its parts. Some really cool examples of Apex talents in there. One of my favorites is the
It's very weirdly, but the individual talents in the lower left corner of the spec class are Apex talents. Are you sure? I'm lost now. I mean, it should be, right?
Frost Mage, Hand of Frost, which sort of chases after your target.
Okay, yeah, it is those guys. It is those. Yeah. I know Hand of Frost is already.
Some really cool, Frost visuals. There's
he definitely worded that weirdly.
Monk one.
He was like, everyone's gonna get a column of new talents, but that's not the Apex ones. The Apex ones are at the very bottom, and it's a new node that activates or something. What is he talking about, bro?
And has like really cool like visuals going all over the place, and so like there's a bunch of them that are good.
The Frost ones are not that cool, by the way. It's literally just like some Frost swirly going to the mob when you do Ray of Frost and some other mechanics.
To be play testable as we progress through alpha, you'll be able to eventually get to level 90 and put all those points in and really make your character cool. It's also worth noting that these are not required points to spend. So while I suspect most people will want to put their final 4 points that they earn in their spec tree into the Apex talent tree, you don't have to. You could put them all into existing nodes. You could put one in if you just want that first node, but want to put the other 3 elsewhere. And so we're interested in seeing how players respond to that. And once again, Apex talents will be powerful, but not required.
Okay, cool.
I don't understand what the difference is still with Apex talents and normal talents. It's the same thing. You just don't need a path to unlock them. That's the only difference. Bro, they didn't even bother with a different like looking UI for them. I don't know. It sounds very weird to me. They just toss them at the bottom. Yeah, like I don't know. I feel like this is half cooked. Maybe they also change it by the release time. I could see them adding like an, I don't know, like a golden border to them. You know, we have how you have the elite dragon or something, like something, you know. I think we had talent points back then in some place like that. I don't know. I think it was the Azerite power talents. I don't know. You guys is 100% placeholder? Yeah, I think so too. The layer could be different. Okay. Yeah. This seems definitely half cooked.
So we have, I don't get to see my warrior ones yet, but we can wait. But that's interesting. So just to reiterate, so the points that you would spend on your Apex are going to come from your specific spec tree. So like for me, it would be Fury. I would either be able to spend 4 points throughout my tree, or I would sort of have my spec that I've got going on, and I would spec further.
By the way, one thing, guys, they did so much to simplify the game now with pruning and removing add-ons. I think they need to treat talents in the same way. It's getting kind of ridiculous. You have your class tree, you have your hero talents, you have your normal tree, but then also Apex talents. I don't know. Is this really necessary? And you have the specs, obviously, as well. And a lot of those talents is also just spells you get over time. It's just... Oh, bro, it's confusing to me. Like, and I played this game since a long time, and you know, I can't imagine being a new player, like talent points here, talent points there. Why? It's like, it's not adding anything. It's not adding anything to the game. Like, this doesn't feel cool or anything like that. I don't know, bro. Why are you doing this, Blizzard? I don't understand it. Is this like they wanted to feel like Path of Exile, or like really fanboying over Path of Exile or something? I don't know. Useless talents are made less and more powerful ones. Yeah. 5% know what to do with talent points, another 80% is copy paste, with the 5% doesn't, the rest is just do something. Exactly. I mean, the choices I saw were a bit simpler, at least for the classes, at least for Fire Mage, but also Fire Mage is, I think, one of the simpler specs. But yeah, I mean, it's unnecessary, this complexity. Especially, I see them pruning other things that do provide value to some people, like making rotations simpler and stuff that people enjoy. Okay, if you're so, you know, heavy on reducing complexity, then why the fuck are they not looking at talent points? And in fact, they're adding more points and they're adding more trees, and what the hell? I don't know. I think they're gonna be way too good or meh. They're definitely not gonna be shit to my prediction, but are gonna change the play style or just add numbers. The Apex talents, I mean, they are just like normal talents, honestly, from what I've seen. Like, it's nothing crazy. I don't know. It's just more talent points, and the weird thing to me is like you get them in a different way because there's no path connected to them, so you can select them randomly, and it just doesn't feel intuitive. I mean, there maybe changing the UI will help, but I'm just wondering, like, what is this complexity for? Like, are we making a game for guide writers, or what is this? Like, are we trying to make Wowhead money or Max Roll or whatever? You know, what is the point of this complexity? Is anyone actually making these smart decisions of like, I should take a talent point here and put it here on this fight, you know, or create a different build or something like that? Or are they just copy pasting whatever the top people are doing anyways? Yeah, I think it's the second thing, you know, to press orb, I don't know, cast 3 orbs or 5, not to be 5% damage. They do have a talent that casts 3 orbs, to be fair. I don't know if you know about it. That's weird now that you're wording it like that. But we copy paste and have no idea something is a certain way. Yeah. I think back then it wasn't like this, man. You actually would, when I say back then, I'm thinking of like Shadowlands and before. I was already disappointed when I saw this talent system and everyone was hyping it up just because it looks like classic. But the game isn't like classic. It just, I don't know. I don't think it fits. Wasn't that too simple? I don't think so. I think Shadowlands was completely fine. Yeah. When it comes to the talent choices. I mean, it could be maybe a couple more. At 5 rows with each 3 options. Yeah, it's just you add like the legendaries helping you customize your class as well. So yeah, I mean, you know, it was a bit different, but you know, those talent points also mattered quite a bit. And even then, they were making talent points. The problem wasn't the tree. The problem wasn't the tree in Shadowlands. The problem was that certain talents got never used because they were too bad. And instead of saying we're gonna make good talents that are balanced and gonna be good for certain situations, they just said we're gonna introduce 20 more, and you're gonna pick 15 of them all the time, and you're gonna have more customizability that you're never going to use really, because we're gonna again make certain talents more powerful than the other ones. So I think it just started looking more complex, and that's it. I don't think. And maybe the leveling feels more fun this way. I don't know. Instead of getting spells randomly in your spellbook or going to a class trainer, I could see the leveling being good, but yeah, that's it. Like the new talent tree, the only thing I like about it is like leveling is probably more interesting, but that goes on so quick nowadays, or people just get the free boost anyways when they buy the expansion. No one is really experiencing that much, I would think. But yeah, I'm not a fan of talent points. I'm not a fan of these Apex points. Not a fan of more points. Not a fan of hero talents. Fuck all of that, honestly. Definitely not a fan of class talent trees as well, especially with like decurse and spell steal being part of those things. I think that's horrible. Yeah. I wish they did the same simplification that they are doing on classes. I mean, they are actually doing it a little bit, by the way. The talent tree, I think it lost some points. Like it lost some complexity when they added these epic things, but it just needs a way more, I think. I think they should reduce the talent tree size by half, at least. There you go. Cut the tree to half. Yeah. Cut it to half. And then I can give new feedback. I don't know how it will be.
Down into the apex, is that right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, and the entire thing would unlock at 81. So even if you get down to the bottom of the tree, once you get to 81 is when you start being capable of putting points into your Apex talent.
Will you need to path all the way to the apex, or could you like sort of spec in the top of your tree for some reason, not take any of the final little points, and then spec into the apex anyway? Or
no, it is literally just. Although I would say this is subject to change, the combat team will take a look at this.
Always, everything that we're talking about is subject to change.
Yeah,
so.
It is just the level 81 requirement to be able to get there. So you don't have to have any of those capstone, the bottom row talent.
You did need to have, I think, like 20 points spent or something like that, right? There was something like that. I was working on one class and not on the other. There's some weird shit. I'll admit I was one of those people that liked the new talent trees. Then I realized I was just copying a guide each time or going to work with logs to get the export, at least all ones I could understand and make decisions on my own. That's goddamn right, bro. Thank you for admitting it. I mean, yeah. It's also like a lot of people just hyped it up. Like people who don't play WoW, people who were playing Classic. And, a lot of people I like as well, but they just see this talent tree. And I remember the tweet from Tips. He's a brother of mine. Like, I like him a lot, but he sees this and then he's like, WoW is back. I mean, no, bro. This is not bringing WoW back. It's not Classic. It's, yeah. Clear comms, yeah. Definitely clear comms. My God. But a lot of people just hyped it up, and that was exactly Blizzard's goal as well, I think, because it looks shiny, it looks good, but like the buzzword was borrowed power, if you remember. But yeah, I think big fail in my eyes. And look at where all that borrowed power went. Like they were saying they're cooking these trees instead and are going to make the core class more complex. And now they took it all away. So it was borrowed power after all, right? The previous talent trees or specs that were so complicated that now got pruned. This is also borrowed power. This is the problem with such a game. You can't have not borrowed power if you keep on changing and adding things. Otherwise, the game is going to become too complex. And then you have to take it away, which is literally definition of borrowed power, right? You got spells and then now we're getting rid of them so that there's room for new things to come in. I'm sure there's going to be, new things appearing in your rotation and stuff. And if they didn't do this pruning, they couldn't implement those things. It would be too complex. And it was getting too complex because they stopped adding interesting borrowed power things. Instead, they just slammed everything that was good into the class and kept it. Like SKB or Pyromaniac or, I don't know, Pyroclasm in general. Yeah. I don't know, Kindling, Meteor. Just a bunch of things that just got added, or Phoenix Flames. These were all borrowed power in the past. Or, how you're getting Fire Blast back from Lucid or getting Phoenix Flames back from random damage. Like your CDR from that. Yeah. So I don't think borrowed power ever was the problem. The problem was just the options you had to customize your spec were not real options. They were not balanced. And the funny thing also is by adding a bunch of these things, they're making their own balance harder as well. That is telling me like they are not going to be balanced because they're too complex now to balance. With all the hero talents and all the specs in your, like talents that are possible to play. Yeah, it's sad, honestly. I don't know. Like, oh, man. I don't know if they don't know. Look, I also get it to a degree. If this is a decision for the business, like this looks good, we're going to make good numbers. We need to do this to sell many copies of WoW or monthly subscriptions. That's when I'm like, okay, I mean, we deal with it. Like, I don't mind it if I know this is not the best for the game, but it's not going to make money, and money is necessary to make the game good in a way. So we have to treat it as like a, respect the buzzwording and all of that. But I'm wondering, are they aware or not? Because if they are not aware and are doing this not for the money, but because they think this is a good way to do the game, that's just sad. Because I can tell it's not. You know? That's my problem. I look at external sources to know which does or know, but I still enjoy understanding why that is the case. Exactly. Definitely. You always are going to look at external sources, and you're always going to look at what the pro or the person in your guild or like this good mage, you know, this good rogue player, you know, what he's cooking up. You always want to check, but you also want to be able to understand it, bro. Last few tiers I was playing, I would just copy paste the talents. I wouldn't even look at them. Like just look at the rotation that I was somewhat going to be used. Probably not do the do like the full min max, but 90% of it, and I'm good to go. And yeah, this was not the case in the past. You would actually understand things. It is good to just change things just for the fact of changing and keep IP fresh and interesting. They said that. That's good. That's good. Yeah. Change is really good. But adding things is not always good because it makes the game too complex. Change is completely fine because it doesn't increase complexity and it keeps people on their toes. You want to go in and check what changed, you know? But the last reworks to classes were always more complexity addition. If you think about the Fire Mage reworks, if you think about Shadow Priest reworks, you know, I mean, these are classes that I played. A lot of other classes got reworked. I don't know how it affected them, but they always just got more complex. Yeah.
If you don't want it, most people will probably because those tend to be strong. But you know, we're not drawing a bunch of lines in some of those cases where you have a bunch of capstones all down as prerequisites to this single node.
Okay, cool. So to loop back into PvP just a little bit, I've seen a few things changing. I think one of the big questions is always like,
I wish Bajheera would go a little bit ham on the PvP, bro. Bajheera is a big PvPer. I would love to hear about his feedback and like how to fix PvP and make it more interesting to more people. It's like a bit untapped, the potential of WoW PvP, right? And maybe with this add-on some pruning it will be better, but still, what else? Like, why are people not doing PvP that much? You know, let's fix it. It's a great part of the game. Arenas are boring as fuck. RPGs are so much fun. Really? That's crazy. I didn't do RPGs, so I don't know. I did like very few RPGs back then. But arenas I always thought were more fun. Too hard to enter. Could be true, yeah, with the PvP gear you need to get and stuff like that, perhaps. I don't know. And there are a lot of cons with the new talent trees, and they're too complex, but they also give the option to go down paths and make you customize a character for certain fights. High burst fights or 2, 3, 4, 5 cleave fights. I guess there's also complexity, but it's also not fun to play a champ that only can do single target. I don't know how to word this right. Yeah, no, you should definitely have these options, and you did so in Shadowlands as well. You did so in I don't know what was before Shadowlands, BFA. You had you had this pretty much like since I was playing the game, like since MOP, you always had some customization, but oftentimes it was just one thing was still too good to give up on. So it wasn't really worth it oftentimes. Yeah. Definitely want to keep some of that customization, but realistically, I mean, how much do you customize your talents nowadays for the fights? Like for mage, I think I have like 2 builds, maybe 3 that I would change depending on the boss. And when I say like 2, 3 builds, I'm not talking about like a complete change. I'm talking about like 2, 3 talent points that change. So if I only had those 2, 3 talent points options, I would be fine. Like with 1 row of talents, I would be fine probably. Use 3, 4 talents as a healer per boss. 9% of people have not read their talents. Yeah, even just reading them is too long. I didn't read all of my talents. I don't know like all memorized talents in my head. I mean, also I don't play that much, but still, you know, you'd think someone with a competitive mindset would read all their talents and like memorize them. I don't know how it is for healers, Futua. Healers different breed, bro. But I know for mage it's not that much changing.
Will there be any new rewards coming from PvP, or like any new types of content that will be rewarding for PvP stuff? Because we have housing now, which is, whoa, first of all, looks amazing. But now we have all these other ways to reward for content from like housing and stuff. So are there any new PvP rewards we can look forward to?
Yes, for sure. So while the details on rewards are also something that we continue to iterate on pretty late into the process, we do know that that we've talked about in the decor side of things, we want to be able to add trophies, which are things that are rewards either for really high performance or really high engagement. And if you run a lot of PvP or do really well in PvP, you might get a trophy. And PvP is in fact one of those areas where we do want to have some trophies available at midnight launch. So if you're interested in having some cool PvP, this is not necessarily like a literal trophy with a pillar with a guy holding a sword standing on top of it. Maybe it is,
maybe.
but it could be. But I'm using the term trophy more figuratively as a reward for doing something awesome. That would be something we can expect. And then of course there will also be cool gladiator mounts and things like that we can look forward to alongside PvP progression. There also could be some really interesting rewards that come out from Slayer's Rise as we end that outdoor area, as that is sort of a unique outdoor area to itself. It's a cool opportunity for us to present some new rewards, whether those be power based or cosmetic.
Yeah, that's awesome. Specifically going into like solo shuffle and BG Blitz, are you aware of, or can you speak on any plans to provide some of those like big rewards, like a mount or something like that from the solo brackets as well?
I'm afraid I don't have any new news on those specific.
Bro, is the mount nowadays a big reward, guys? I don't know, bro. There needs to be better rewards in this game, I think. I don't know. Big reward. That's what you say. Cool gladiator mounts after this expansion. Dog shit mounts. I feel also there's so many mounts nowadays that none of them can feel special. Same with gear for me. There's so much gear that looks good. Like, it needs to be something bigger. Like, something like Warlock Green Fire. You get access to, I don't know, fire mages get access to like blue fire or something like that if they manage to get rank 1 PvP. New animations, yeah, like something, I don't know, bro. Something more unique than just pets and mounts and transmog. Not sure what it could be, but it's just these words don't excite me. Mounts were cool back in like TBC for me. The first few flying mounts came. I remember the PvP gladiator mount was like a nether drake or something like that. That looked good. I was like, damn. I wanted to have it. But nowadays, I see a mount, I couldn't give a fuck about it. It's shocking to me that people farm like hundreds of mounts. It's crazy, bro. And then they have like 1,000 in the bag and they're like, wow, this one looks sick. I need to get it. Bro, you have 1,000. What do you mean this looks sick? You probably have a similar one you forgot about. But yeah, the CE mounts definitely good. You should definitely keep purchasing boosts for them. I take it back. Mounts are actually really cool. Yeah. The coolest things, in fact, are the mythic rain mounts. Seem to really care about bear transform, the bug fix, Legion Remix 4. If they do reset, want to accumulate again. I think they just need to find. Well, first of all, I think that they did a massive mistake of introducing a shit ton of mounts that you just randomly get. I think that was just ridiculous. I never farmed mounts And up until Mortals of Draenor, I had 7 mounts. I remember this. I had like 7 mounts because people were making fun of me for having so little mounts. But I was like, I just got the ones that I did from like raiding, or I got passively, or there was like a rare drop or something like that when I was doing some quest. I remember there was one in like the Wrath of Lich King helmet enchant farm place, the frosty place, and you got the bear mount there. I had like 7 of them, and now I have like 100, and I didn't do anything for these. Like I didn't do a single action to get a mount, but I got 100. 100, bro. Without doing, I didn't lift a finger for it. Like, if it was easier to delete the mount than right click it, I would delete it, because it's too much pain in the ass for me. Sometimes like you get a mount and it's already known and it tilts me to delete it. Verdisha from Paragon back in the days said the GOAT quote, mounts don't increase my DPS. That's right. Verdisha actually raided with us as well in the past. He had an interesting thing that only I noticed, guys. Okay, this is a Paragon play. It was Warlock. He was playing all right. But every time I thought I was going crazy. Every time he would speak, he would do the following. So he would say something. And then whisper afterwards. And like, I was so confused. Like, is nobody hearing this? Like, why is no one commenting on it? It would happen on TS, like really quietly. And one day he brought it up in like to officers, like, guys, like, am I the only one that thinks like what is happening here? You know, like it's just some sort of sound bug or something like this. And then everyone started noticing it. But yeah, it was a really chill guy. It was the first time I've seen something like this. This might be like some sort of they call it tick or something. But yeah, you would have some good ASMR sessions with him. That's my most interesting memory with Verdisha. Shout out to him. I don't know if he's still doing it, dude. I don't know if he knows about it. I think we had talked to him and he wasn't aware that he was doing it, I think. So weird. But yeah, my goat.
Specifically at this point.
Yeah, the housing sounds amazing, by the way. I feel like it's taken a little while for World of Warcraft to bring housing into the mix, but the way that it's being done seems like it's like super like well thought out, and it has like a lot of work put into it.
Leo described with artists from his race. I mean, it's not like anything bad, but it was just sometimes distracting. You know, you speak and then like he would say something and then he would say something again. And like if it happens in combat and stuff, it was weird. Like I need an external. It was the funniest like different thing we ever had. It wasn't anything bad or anything, you know. It was just super funny. It's kind of a feedback thing. I thought it was like his headset, like we we're hearing him repeatedly, but it was him actually doing it. Because it was like slightly different each time, you know, because you don't exactly repeat the same tone and stuff. Like the time limit rewards can be available again. This is not just WoW, right? And TFT is doing it too. Time limit rewards can be available again. Yeah, a lot of people have different opinions on it. Because I don't care about transmogger mounts, I don't. Yeah, like it's like this weird topic that people are discussing that I have nothing to do with. You know, I don't know. What could it be? Yeah, like some gym bros fighting over how to gain the most muscle mass, you know, or something like this. Like it's just I have no idea, you know. Or actually, when you're in a room with developers, things also get out of hand sometimes. And they're like talking about random shit you have no idea about, and then I don't care, and they're like very excited about it, you know. Same thing with the mounts thing. I do not give a shit if you get these rewards. For me, I think you should only get rewards for completing difficult things in the game or meaningful things in the game. It doesn't have to be like rating difficult. Maybe you solve a puzzle and you get something, or you, I don't know. I think even like, and people disagree with this. Like if you're there, if you're logged in on the birthday of WoW or something like that, I think you getting something unique to that is completely fine with me. Like so just anything meaningful that actually has a memory attached to it. You know, that's why I think even logging in on a certain date can give you something, and you have that for that, it's fine. But if you get it after that anyways, and you can buy it for traders currency or whatever this shit is called, or there's a remix and you can get it, I don't understand. Like then you're kind of removing the value of that memory. So for me, the mounts are not a thing. Like they're not important, or transmog is not important because they are cool looking. They're important because they symbolize something you've done in the game that was hard to do, or that was meaningful to do. Whether it is, being there. There's this thing that only one person in the server was getting, or something like that in classic in Silithus. I don't even know what it is. Like these kind of things, I think shouldn't be like, it's fine if you can't get it, even another person having it thanks to you is, I think, a memory that is like to be preserved. But I think people see it completely differently. They're like, you have access to this cool mount that other people can't get access to, and they should get access to because it's a cool mount and everyone should be able to enjoy it. But then while doing that, you're removing and you're kind of shitting all over that memory and the importance of it. That's my opinion. But at the same time, I don't really care that much because the way I would do mounts and transform and stuff is completely different anyways. So I'm completely like against the whole system. So it being back in remix or whatever, I couldn't give a shit because it's all fucked up and rotten anyways in my eyes. So yeah. I have people writing out on their mythic CE mounts from remix that I freaking earned getting CE. They did some quests. Yeah, it's just for me, like there's so many such mounts that you can get, like because you can also get a lot of the mounts. Like I mean, next what do you call it? Next expansion, you still can get that same mount just by farming more with like a 1% drop chance or something, right? So that already is for me devaluing that mount completely if it's if you can get it just by pure RNG as well with 0 player skill. So whether it's guaranteed through remix with low effort or with high effort through RNG but 0 skill requirement, I don't think it matters. So yeah, like I would do a full FOMO gameplay. You either get it during the time or you're never gonna get it again. That's how I would do things. But also I'm a bit crazy, I guess, and maybe that's not the best thing for the overall revenue of the game that they make. I don't know. Just everything, like being able to eventually access everything is kind of sad, I think. I don't know. That's illegal in EU? What, that you can't access mounts? FOMO? I mean, okay. What does that even... I don't even understand. FOMO is illegal. Is that like a meme, Shalfu, or is it an actual thing? Like this would be illegal to do, actually? That's crazy if that's the case. It's also like a meme. I hope it's a meme. Because that doesn't work. Like everything is FOMO then. Like War First is FOMO. If you didn't get it now, you're never gonna be in the Hall of Fame, guys. No, that can't be true. So yeah, companies can't offer limited things to buy. No, I don't know. Shalfu just came in and confused everyone, and now she's gone again. I don't know. This can't be real. Because there are things in the game that you can't purchase anymore eventually, right? I'm pretty sure there must be something. Try to find the article. There's no way, bro. You try to regulate. I don't. Surely this wouldn't apply. It had nothing to do with gacha. The only thing illegal is if they sold you a mount and then made it inaccessible. The thin red line is with being banned, I think. Yeah, if they're selling them, I mean, they already did that though. Wait, they already did that with the mailbox auction house mount thing. So they don't give a fuck about that. That's clear. Echo selling limited time t-shirts during the race. Hold up. How are we getting a stray bullet here now? Limited edition mousepad was kind of lit though, guys. Yeah, only 200 of them. Unfortunate. It's worth going to prison for, dude. What's this? Police findings of additional fairness in this trade which evaluates protection laws are fit for purpose to ensure a high level of protection in the digital environment. Okay. Dark patterns in online interfaces that can unfairly influence their decision, for example, by putting unnecessary pressure on consumers through false urgency claims. Through false urgency claims. But if it's not false, that's fine, no? That sounds like fake FOMO is not legal. But actual FOMO is fine. Yeah, no, there's no way that this is actually legal. It cannot be true because it's being done all the time. Yeah, it's like fake discounts, exactly. Or that you say like limited time and then we keep selling it after. Or like reprinting it. It's honestly common sense. Like, just don't lie. And then you're fine. But yeah, if you do lie, you gotta make sure it fits the law.
Will the houses that we have be specific to our characters, or is it going to be like a warband thing where like, welcome to my home and this is where all my characters live? And because some characters may want to have like a different design potentially. How does that work?
Marie, is this one you want to jump on? You want me to handle it?
You go for it.
Okay, yeah, yeah. So yes, houses are attached to your warband, actually attached to your BNet account. So cool. Your home is shared among all your characters there, and that goes across faction lines as well. So even if you are a diehard orc who buys his orc home in Razorwind Shores, and it's very orc themed, we also have a dyed-in-the-wool blue Alliance character on that account. That character also has access to that house, can get in there, can decorate, can be part of that. So these houses are shared across faction lines and across your entire BNet account. And we do give folks the ability to have one in a Horde neighborhood and in Alliance neighborhood at launch. We're actually in housing early access, which starts in early December in patch 11.27.
Darna's the most WoW players, I think, is probably Germany. That's my guess, because the majority of our viewers are from Germany. I think it's like US first, I'm pretty sure, into Germany, and then it kind of spreads out from there. It's like UK has quite a few, France has some. They're probably like per capita, Netherlands probably has some, but it's not that many people living there. Sweden, yeah, Sweden is there as well. But Germany is definitely more. I mean, I think Sweden is just less people, right? Like, what's the population of Sweden versus Germany? Sweden population, about like 25 million. Oh, 10 million. Holy fuck, that's nothing, yeah. Yeah, I mean, per capita, Sweden might... Sweden is definitely more per person. Yeah, you're right. Like, per capita, right? But the most people is from Germany, I'm pretty sure. Netherlands is 80 million. Yeah, Norway is also decent. Finland, yeah. If we're talking about per capita again. What's France population also? 68, okay. But that's true. I never considered it that way, actually. Like, whenever someone tells me, like, where are you getting most watch? I'm like, yeah, US and Germany. and US are mostly hate watchers, so it's like mostly Germany. But I never considered like speaking to a Swedish brand, because in Sweden this gets watched a lot actually in comparison. So interesting point. Thank you. I'll consider that going forward. Huh. Very cool.
Yeah, that's pretty exciting. So we have a few questions.
IKEA sponsorship. True. That's something I can go to IKEA with.
My audience about.
Actually, chances are high that somebody at IKEA is playing WoW. Right? That's what per capita, that's how it works. I need to look into this. Selling out over a desk would be funny. I am, though. The Secret Lab desks. IKEA is secondary to that for sure. Secret Lab desks are pretty cool. If you get the height adjustable ones. But you need to get the accessories as well, so everything is nice. And your PC is like lifting up with the desk and everything. Are you type of guy that puts the desk on the sorry, not the desk, your PC on the desk, or do you put it on the ground like a normal human, guys? I feel like people who got like super high-end PCs, they typically put it on the desk because they really want to show it off. And they also have, because they have so much money, they probably also have a bigger desk and a bigger room and everything. Whereas people who, you know, who didn't get the best PC, they're like using their brother's PC that they left over when they left the home or something like this. Those guys have it on the ground typically. It just doesn't get as dusty. That's something that Roger said as well. Yeah, I was talking to Roger about it. Hanging under my height adjustable desk. That's the only correct answer, dude. Desk feels unsafe. And I think it is unsafe, yeah. You put it on the ground and then you can put your leg on top of your PC as well and use it as like a leg stand. That's how you do it, by the way. That's the correct answer. And then you also gain desk space. The only time I had my PC on my desk was when I got my Starforge PC. Like I had to show it on for marketing purposes, right? As a sponsorship thing. But after that was over, I put it on the ground and I'm chilling now. His question, he said you will have better insight in terms of business. Does it matter who wins the race as long as viewership is high and growing over the races? Yes, it matters. We literally have contracts paying us more if you win. And people want to be associated with winners. But it matters a lot more that you do good content and you are like a likable brand than winning. That matters a lot more, but winning definitely matters. Yeah. NPC from the wall is the ultimate flex. Crazy. I have my PC on a wheeled cabinet standing near my desk. You're a madman, sir. Looks at my 7K PC on the ground. 7K? Bro, what sort of monster is that? Holy shit, that's not a PC, brother. That's something else, a spaceship. How many monitor? See, I have 3, but I wish I had more. I just can't really hang a monitor nicely. I would need to get something like to put it above. What I don't like when monitors are above is when you go like up with your mouse. Sometimes you want to reach the end of your PC, or like you want to do this. You want to just throw it up the top, and then it will maximize, right? When you have a monitor above and you put this, like it will stop for a split second, and like you can do it like this, like you just reach it there, and then you like, even though I'm not at the complete top, you see I can move it on. It will still maximize, but if you go a bit more, it will go to the next screen, and it's such a tilter, and also like it's harder to spot your mouse. Like let's say I came to my PC, I want to just throw it at the top, and then I know I'm here, you know. which I can't do when I have monitors at the top. So Windows key up. That's a crazy keybind I'm never going to press. Bad for your neck? Oh, dude, I really like actually looking at the top monitor at the race. I didn't think that was bad for me. I looked at the monitor, like I sometimes rate it from there, just chilling. I really like it.
Transmog. So transmog is becoming a one-time fee. Are there any other transmog changes on the way?
Bro, you have no idea how happy I would be if they would say we're removing transmog. No, going forward, gear is gonna matter. So yeah, get fucked. I would love that. You guys would go all crazy. Like transmog is only gonna be accessible in the housing system, something like that. I'm like, get fucked, dude. Let's fucking go. Do you understand what outrage? Yeah, it would be like the Joker in the Batman movie. Like everything would be in flames, and I'll be just dancing around. You know, it's having fun.
I can clarify a little bit about one-time fee.
Yeah, please do.
In certain cases, it will only be a one-time fee. But others, if you want to do experimentation, then there might be others. So the way that transmog is changing is instead of transmogging a particular item to look a particular way, you're transmogging a particular slot to look a particular way. So if I get a cool hat, but I really want my hat to look like the Murloc onesie hat, then in the old world, in our current the War Within world, I would transmog that hat to look like Murloc onesie. But then if I get an upgrade, I'll have to reapply that appearance.
By the way, also, it is ridiculous that this system was like this in the past as well. Like, crazy to me that you guys all like transmog, and every time you got a new item, you put the same transmog that you always had onto this new item. That's fucking wild, bro.
Not so in Midnight. If you transmog your hat to look how you want, and then you get an upgrade, you put on that new hat, and it still looks the way you want it to. So that's where that one-time fee applies, where you say, I want to look this way, and then it doesn't matter what I change underneath based on gear or set bonuses or any other reason I want.
Wait, it even costs gold? That's crazy. The only time I transmogged was, fun fact, I think they changed this now, I'm not sure, but then you have a wand. When you right click like a wand as a weapon, and when you like right click the mob, it would automatically attack it from far away. Or let's say you missed a global because you were moving and you stood still, like you're just having a half a second thinking pause, you suddenly throw the wand at the mob, and it was like super weird. Sometimes would cause issues like ninja pulling and stuff, right? And you can mog your wand to become like a sword or dagger or something, so this doesn't happen. Actually, I was breaking CC with it on PvP, I think. That's what tilted me and made me change. And I had to figure out transmogging just for that purpose. That's the only time I transmogged.
When I change my gear, I'm going to look the way that I want to look. And this should really help for some of those moments when you're leveling through the game and we have a really cool cutscene where your character plays a role, but
Yeah, transmog disables wands, exactly. I mean, it did in Shadowlands at least. That's when I did it. I don't know if wands even exist nowadays in the game. I only saw like swords and two-handers and stuff.
You just got like half of your gear upgraded, or maybe just a very visible shoulder change or something, and you're like, oh man, I look so cool, but I forgot to update my transmog. Gone should be those days. You should always look cool if you've set yourself up to look cool.
Yeah, my chat's always making fun of me because I don't transmog my PvE gear until I have a completely distinct set of PvP and PvE gear. So I'm usually sort of in all kinds of weird looking gear for the cutscenes and stuff. So maybe that will help me. No promises, but we'll see.
You should be able to look cooler. Yeah.
You also have situational outfits as well, which is cool. So if you wanna be silly, you want to have your silly outfit, your less silly outfit, or your outfit that you wear when you're in your house. That's something that you can look at as well. So
yeah, and you're not gonna have to pull out the mammoth mount and like, hold on, guys, let me just get dressed for my silly gear real quick. You can kind of just like pop into it.
Yep,
yeah,
exactly.
We've delayed raids because the main tank needed to transmog his gear because he just got a new drop and he just couldn't continue without doing that. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm the one who doesn't change their gear, and everybody just is in shame to just be in my proximity. Like, bro, you got to fix that belt, man. Like, I just can't be around you like this. It's like too bad, dude.
That's me as well.
Too bad. So maybe this I kind of was asking about this a little bit earlier, but we introduced, or you guys introduced, a lot of like we our game. There was introduced a lot of new sort of like mobility stuff over the past couple expansions with respect to just how we get around the world, right? We had the introduction of dragon riding, which is like completely changed the way we navigate the open world, and then we even had like the drift system, which in Undermine, which is like super cool. Are there any things like
What's
that
the
we
drift
can
system?
anticipate or be excited about in Midnight? Maybe any ways like getting around the world differently? Because I feel like with the Haranir, I can definitely see them like, you know, Tarzan swinging through the.
Oh, the cars. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah, I think that was good. I think they could do more of that. We actually thought there will be a boss in Liberation of Undermine where we will use the drifting. I think I'm surprised he didn't do that. Like I feel like it's a wasted opportunity there. But yeah, I mean we had the sticks ball, but yeah, it's not as cool, right? Like I don't know what it could be, but you have that whole area in the Liberation of Undermine, right? Like at the first 5 bosses. Maybe there could be like a race aspect or something. You just send the guy out with the car and goes and gets some, I don't know, oil, bring it to the boss. I need to do it in a certain time frame, and then you throw the oil and light it up or something. You know, I don't know, just something where some drifting happens. I think it would be cool. Or you chase a boss and, you know, fly like right after him. I don't know what Guild Wars 2 mount they're gonna borrow next. True, yeah, Guild Wars 2 has a bunch of these like mount things. Yeah. Vehicle boss, they suck. I like Tindral flying quite a lot. Although, I mean, I liked watching it. I didn't play Tindral too much. I did play it on farm a few times, but I was like, just always playing it safe, you know? That I don't get hit, 'cause it was not war first, so. And that was fine. But I was always like slower than the Zoomers that were already practicing during race. Do you have or plan to make a YouTube video on how you change WoW and why? Yeah, dude, I was thinking about that, looking at all these interviews. Dude, even like every now and then I'm thinking of like, damn, I would really love to work on a game as like a game designer type of person. But first of all, I don't have the time. And secondly, I don't even know how to get started, you know? But like maybe, I don't know, 10 years from now, Echo is worth $1 billion. I'm retired and I'm working on making a new game or something like that. I could definitely see that as like a fun project. Yeah. That'd be pretty cool. Just go to Ian route, be a nerd about the game, and get hired. Is that how he did it? I mean, yeah, the thing is, like, I don't have the time to apply for a job or something. I have more than enough things to do in my life. 10 billion for Echo. Yeah, I mean, dream big, right? And if you get 1 billion, I mean, it's okay, I guess. You know what? Fuck it. I'll take it. You could work on the AOC Vita. Astral Creation, yeah. Yeah, an existing project could be a thing as well. This is right now, I don't really have the time to do any of this, so. Yeah, and I think unless you put like full time, I don't think people are going to respect your opinion really in these big games. Still in beta in 10 years probably. Yeah, what's happening with Astral Creation, bro? I feel like I grew up with this game at this point and it's still not released. Like we're gonna be in retirement home and somebody's gonna be like, Astral Creation finally releasing. And then, oh no, there's a 2-year delay, and then a couple of us will die. We just keep going like that. Sad.
Through the vines in certain zones, things like that. I don't know. The grappling hook for something would be really cool too, but I don't know anything like that.
There is so one of the most successful new ways of moving around in the game that we've introduced in the last couple expansions has been skywriting. originally known as dragon riding, but
Sky
now
riding,
more generally sky riding because it's not all dragons anymore.
True.
You can do so.
Jenny was just today telling me how funny it was to get the new headless horseman mount from the trading post, and it doesn't have any wings, and she's still spinning rocket blasting through the sky on her horse, and it's like this is awesome.
It's super cool, right? It's great to have that level of flexibility. But skywriting in Midnight is getting streamlined, where the functionality would be a lot more simple. So currently we have a vigor bar, which has 6 pips of energy that you spend. You spend 1 to use your 2 basic abilities, or 3 pips to use your whirling surge, and that was a good functional system in a world where dragon riding was sort of an end game feature. It was unlocked at the end game expansion at the time of Dragonflight. Now we have skywriting available as early as you get out of Exile's reach, basically, and that is no longer. It's a little bit complex for people who are still learning how to move around, use their abilities, and so on.
My dragon, he is always getting so tired. I got the big red plated gladiator dragon from Dragonflight. He is so tired all the time from all that armor and all those rank 1 titles holding him down. It's tough for the poor guy. So if he's gonna have a little bit more energy now, it's good.
Yes, I believe it. Yes, appreciate the humble brag there as well. Well done.
It's just the way it is, poor guy.
Yes. But nevertheless, those changes have led us to make it so that your skywriting is now charge based. So you don't see that bar anymore. You just see on the abilities that would used to use 1 pip of energy. You just have 6 charges. When you use 1, it goes down to 5. It's much easier, and as well, we get more functionality. That whirling surge is just on a 30-second cooldown. It doesn't use any charges, doesn't use anything at all. So you're going to be able to move around faster. It's just as fun. There's still opportunities for skill expression by trying to move fast to regenerate your vigor or your charges more quickly, as opposed to vigor. But for what we've already heard from people saying, like, who've played WoW and then left and come back, they said, "What did you change about skywriting? Because I didn't used to be able to get it before, and now I get it." And so we're really happy to see that those changes are.
I think the reason also, it just when I was flying around, it just felt a lot easier. I wasn't seeing my stacks, and I thought it was like endless because you never really ran out of them. That's why people probably think it's easier as well. Strammer, you asked about workload difference now that you have a CCO. I mean, Dan is doing a lot of things that I think I wouldn't say. I would say sometimes he's creating more work for me because he's finding more opportunities. So it's more something like long term. I don't think it definitely did not decrease my workload. I would say it increased because there's more interesting opportunities, that ideas he comes up with, how to monetize, like quite random things, and so one of which we might even actually announce soon. But yeah, that didn't really change much. And the weird thing is, the more you work, the more you notice what else you lack, and then you think you should be working on that as well. So yeah. My work is not reducing anytime soon, I don't think. But I want to keep this balance of streaming the weekends, at least when it's not like super busy, because I think it's good to be connected with you guys, and also it's more fun to not fully lose the connection. Yeah. Also, Riot MMORPG. Yeah, the Riot one got cancelled once, I think. Oh, dude, recently they also canceled the Pixel Studio thing. Where the Age of Empires guy was working on as well. What's his name? That was in WoW and everything. Actually playing recently Age of Empires, that's why I'm remembering him from there as well. What's his name, guys? Who worked on WoW, Age of Empires, StarCraft, and also the Riot MMO for a while, and then went to this fantastic Pixel Studio or whatever. Ghostcrawler, exactly. Yeah, he announced recently that they are pretty much shutting down. It's in deep trouble, most likely shutting down. That's what I see. I mean, honestly, it always seemed like that game wasn't gonna release. It felt like a lot of things were done to just get money, get investors interested, but not much done to actually make sure it's a good game. I don't know. That's a feeling I had. I might be wrong. He's the one that brought Transmog to WoW. Oh, really? Damn, my arch nemesis. Now, I mean, he clearly has some skills, right? If he's worked on all these games before, but when they get rid of him in Panda, WoW became better. I have no idea, man. But I mean, there's a lot of things that change as well. But yeah, it's sad to hear, obviously. But my hopes were quite low. Similarly with Ashes of Creations, my hope pretty much non-existent. The Riot MMO had a lot of things, and then it got cancelled, and now they are rehiring recently. Actually, there was a post. They have like tons of positions open for the Riot MMO, and it's interesting. I hope we get to see something cool there. It's hard to judge from the outside how successful MMOs are as well. It's never coming out. I mean, they're definitely putting in work into it. Also was a very public person, but the direction of the game wasn't as good. He garners a lot of hate. Yeah. I didn't like the direction it was going either. Could be fun. They actually had the size to create something. Primal was never cancelled. I don't know why people keep reading that. They did at some point say that. I don't know. Was it when Ghostcrawler left or something like that? It definitely took a big hit at some point. They only changed their philosophy. Riot MMO cancelled. Let's see. Good news, it's not cancelled. Bad news, it will be cancelled in 2 years when they're still nowhere near. A significant shift in development. Direction reset. Wasn't ambitious enough to stand out in the MMO market. Pushed project further back in pipeline while development continues. Fans shouldn't expect any updates for several years. Okay, yeah, I mean, I guess not cancelled, yeah. It felt like there was like a pause or something, though. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Laughing so hard to Riot MMO people were saying it will destroy WoW. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. Good competition is good though. We want to keep Blizzard on their toes. So people can keep hyping it up. That's fine. We will have GTA 7 before Riot. That's probably true. I think it used to be a part-time software developer. What makes you quit and completely focus on building Echo? Yeah. I think it's when I started making I think, was it when I started streaming and I noticed, well, I can just do streaming as well? Like back then, I don't know what it was. I mean, I was already making more money from gaming. And like I was gaming most of the time as well. I was just, I mean, you want to do what you're good at as well. And I would say I was pretty good at it. And then I, just want to keep spending more time into it. And I started streaming, and that was getting some viewership as well. And it kind of slowly developed. I wouldn't say there was a single point where I was like, yeah, fuck coding. Because I was initially working in Germany, then I moved here, was working part-time, and then it slowly was less and less coding work and more WoW work. And I was getting more and more WoW, like pay to be good at WoW. So yeah, that's kind of how it developed. What kind of third-party software do you use during the race, like Figma and stuff for tickets? Is there still stuff you're missing or needs improvements? Yeah, definitely stuff missing, and we're improving on. We have the review tool. We have Figma. We have, well, actually, I don't want to talk about it, about the things that people are not known. Yeah, we do use stuff. Yeah. Echo tools. Yeah, there's different things we use. Yeah. And definitely, especially now with removal of add-ons, they're going to be more important. Nothing that breaks TOS, by the way. We didn't break TOS last raid. I wouldn't lie to you. I would just hide the fact. But I mean, at least as far as I know, we didn't break it. Wait, let me think now. The one we caught later. I don't think we did. Did we? No, we did not. Surely not. No, we didn't. Of course not. No. No, we actually didn't, though. Now it sounds like I'm lying. No. Yeah. It's you don't need to break TOS to get some good value out of third-party apps. Don't all add-ons technically break TOS? I don't think so, does it? Wasn't aware of that. No, it's just sometimes the TOS can be stupid and you might be like, something that is widely accepted might be TOS breaking, but I don't think there is anything like that. I mean, I guess exploiting, like, define how it depends on how you define exploiting. Like, we did have like I remember some like sound file that was like longer, and then you can bake in a sound file into a private aura so that it can do a countdown for you and stuff like that. I don't know if I think we did that. I'm not sure, but like, do you consider that exploiting? I don't know, because you can add sounds to private auras. Like, let's say an air horn, when you get a private like spell, like a specific spell, that's already a feature of the game. But then you can add a custom file, and you can make that custom file, let's say 5 seconds of nothing, or less an air horn, and then 5 seconds later it's a 3, 2, 1, and it's a 8-second sound file. Now, that's not intended clearly, but I think we use that. Would you consider that an exploit? I don't know. I think it is, but also it's completely within the realm of what's allowed. So, do I care? No. You know, I don't think really it's game breaking either. So, I mean, I guess it's pretty nice. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I wouldn't say it's really that bad. No liquid try, just interested in a software engineer. Yeah, but whatever I say can get clipped and sent, so I'm not gonna say anything. Like, that's private info. They're taking a lot of responsibility on themselves, the removal of add-ons, and a lot of work being made on their game free they now have to pay for. So the Sneak.lua? No, Sneak.lua is different. That was using the tooltip of a transparent icon of a private aura to read that you got a spell and assign based off that. Our developers figured it out that this is possible, as again not breaking any. Okay, you could say again it's an exploit, but it's not it's not any sort of hack. It's like any other weak aura, completely doable. And yeah, that was Sneak.lua. But yeah, I mean, are macros for private auras an exploit? Like, I think so. You know, but you also do that. Is the battleground map from as a radar on Echoes of Nathalrion an exploit? I think so, but you also do that. You know, like, there's Race of Warfare has always been about how much you can exploit without getting banned, really. So yeah, for it to be like not done, it needs to be like more clearly communicated, I would say, by Blizzard. Otherwise, everyone's always going to try to exploit. I mean, you saw even like Liquid was doing the Mage Splinter thing on Nexus Princess on the same tier they were flaming us about Sneak.lua about, right? Like, it's all a joke, bro. But yeah, in general, we just shifted our thing. The way we handle these kind of exploits is if we think something is actually like potentially bannable, we will tell Blizzard, and then we will start using it unless they tell us no. That's our philosophy. Because we tell them sometimes they don't say anything, and we're like, what the fuck, you know? And then we had this once in Iron Maiden on Tomb of Sargeras, quite far back, but still, it's a good example. You could solo tank Iron Maiden, and it was making things a lot easier. Sorry, not solo tank. Solo tank a cone that is supposed to be like split with the raid. Think of Nexus King, Circle, right? That we're always soaking together. Mechanic like that for Iron Maiden, you can solo soak as a tank, or with like externals, or you need to soak it with the raid. And we told Blizzard we can. Maiden of Vigilance, not Iron Maiden. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, Maiden of Vigilance. It's some sort of maiden, bro. Too many maidens. But we told them you can currently solo tank it, and it makes the fight kind of trivial and kind of stupid for non-tank players. Are we allowed to do this? And they said if we do it, they will just hotfix it. So we didn't do it, right? Because we don't want to invest into a tactic and then they hotfix it and then we waste time. And then we killed it without using any sort of exploit set of tactics. And then Exorcist killed it afterwards with solo tanking. And we're like, what the fuck? Like, hold up, you know? Well, you told us that you're going to hotfix this if you do it, but then they did it and they killed it. So it's comes with Blizzard regarding these like exploit type things is really complex. And that's why also probably Liquid goes annoyed, because I think they had a clear instruction that they are not allowed to circumvent private auras. Although, I don't know, I've heard that only, but we didn't have that same talk with them. And, you know, we found a way. We used it just like any other, way around mechanics. I'll fix it only if you do it. Yeah. It seems like there's very little consistency or guidelines. Yeah, I mean, nowadays, I think, at least we are more careful nowadays, because we don't want the drama, unless it's like smaller things. There was something that I was like, lol, a little bit of drama would be funny actually, but I don't know. It was like a small thing. I don't know what it was. We didn't do it, I think, or it was not possible in the end or something like that. But yeah, like I think that topic is gonna go even crazier now with the add-ons gone. Actually, if any team starts to attempt to use a third-party tool to do some sort of image recognition, because you can do these things, right? You can still see an icon on your screen and give you a sound alert that you're not allowed to do, but you can do it using a third-party app. So what is Blizzard going to do about it, right? You can make it so that it is not noticeable as well by anyone. Why I don't want drama isn't it good for... Not really good, no. It's good for viewership, but I would say it's not worth... I mean, it depends on the drama. It depends on the drama, but I would rather avoid drama, even if it's more viewership, typically. Unless it's like something stupid. I don't know. Like if I'm gonna say I think they should remove transmog and the whole community hates me for it. Okay, if the whole community hates me for it, it's probably not good. But if there's like some drama about it, it's fine. No one cares. But if it's something like people start talking about, oh, you're like this unfair team, then it's not that good. Yeah, some healthy drama is good. Can also make a toxic chat. Yeah, we generally want good vibes. Not afraid of drama, but also prefer good vibes. Let's say like that. There's no way machine is a bypass to knowing combat information is okay. It's clearly against the spirit of hiding combat information. Oh yeah, definitely. I don't know. It's definitely an exploit, and I think like that's what I'm saying. There is a lot of room for exploiting that would be worth it in the next tier. So it's going to be interesting how the teams deal with that and if anyone will attempt anything shaky. The problem is because it's such a big game and you have such a big roster, it's hard to hide these things. Like whatever you do, it will probably come out unless only you're doing it in like a just for yourself, you know? Like if one of our players decides to use an exploit and we don't know even about it, he could probably hide that forever. But as Echo, if you're like providing this tool to everyone, it will get out. The word will 100% get out and we will get banned for it. So what's the point? But still, there's going to be a lot of people dancing on the edge of that TOS for sure. You guys are worried about the no add-ons for next race? Not really worried, no. But it will be interesting because of the things I mentioned. But yeah, we are just thinking of like areas that we could improve on without breaking the TOS, and there's honestly so much that we're busy enough, kind of. Yeah, that's like the new mentality since Firak, I would say, as CBA. Even though I disagree with with a lot of the things that are being said, because people don't understand the nature of the race to war first and how it's been. Like the same way people didn't get flamed for account sharing back in the days, like that was just the meta thing to do. Like it would be ridiculous if somebody would go and say in the top end, like, you're not allowed to account share. This is cheating. Your war first is nullified because of this. Like, come on, shut the fuck up, dude. Like, I don't know. So it's yeah, but we changed mentality. Just I don't know. We prefer it this way so far. I'd never account share. I must have been on your account before, Kana. Oh wait, Kana, I thought it was Chris for a sec. You have the same Twitch caller for me. Was I on your account? I don't think so, actually. I don't think so. Because I wouldn't know how to play Shaman. But if I did know, that would be a different discussion, perhaps. Let's see, was Kana in the team back when the contract was happening? Yes, I'm pretty sure he was. When was the last time we did any sort of account sharing? I think it was in Star Augur, maybe? You were there. Yeah, of course you were. Yeah, I remember you topping on Helia, and we did account sharing on Star Augur, so... But I think it was a lot less after... Tome of Sargeras was... Was that after Star Augur? Oh yeah, it is, right? Yeah, true. Yeah, Tomb of Sargeras was the last time. And then there was like big bans happening. And then people stopped doing it. Yeah. Just don't kill another boss with someone else's account. Not how other top 10 teams will get to Echo, Meth, and Liquid. Not that I don't want Echo to win, but an underdog would give hope to other guilds. Let's say Instant Dollar will win Race War first. Just watch how many other guilds are going to step up and try to get it. I think what needs to happen is for the Race to War first scene to develop. Right now, the problem isn't that there aren't enough teams or anything. The problem is that the scene is so underdeveloped. There's not enough money in it. It's not regulated, no prize money. There are fairness problems. The bench size is way too much. Like, they're just preventing it from developing as well because you need to pay more people and all of that. The work that you need to put in to participate in the race is just too much. Like, what the fuck are we doing with playing 10 characters of the same class? Guys, it's ridiculous, yeah? The fact that people are playing the same class multiple times is just stupid as fuck. Like, if I was working at Blizzard and I would see the split runs going on, I would be embarrassed, bro, that this is happening and I am not doing anything to fix this. Like, hundreds of thousands of people watching, like, per hour, people logging from the same class to another class, another class, another class, and then this is just during the race, and for months and months and months, these people are logging into these characters and farming the same shit. Like, what the fuck? What are you doing? Like, I don't know. Anyways, these things are like turnoffs for people to get into the race. And then and also for the scene to grow, because it would be much cheaper also to maintain this if the players wouldn't need to spend their whole farm playing all the time and gearing all these classes, right? So you could pay much less for it. They could get part-time jobs, for example. I mean, ideally, there would be instead also other activities to do that are interesting and more often content releases and stuff, so that they don't need to get other jobs. But I'm just saying, like, the most simplest solutions would be to just reduce the time requirement to play. And then once those things happen and the scene grows, more teams would become interested in getting into WoW, like other esports teams. I don't know, Fnatic, SK was, for example, interested at some point, but then they gave up. There are like teams that are sponsored by like random singular people. I know there's, I mean, I don't know if this information is public, so I'm not going to talk about it, but there's teams that are giving good salaries to their officers to lead their team and progress, just, fully personal sponsored stuff. And they would come in, and once that happens, people would be able to go more hardcore, full daytime rating in those skills as well. Like Fat Shark, yes, or Instant Dollars, things like that, yeah. And then we have competition. I think that's the steps the game needs to take for that to happen. I think it will be cool, yeah. Yeah. But right now, we're just not there yet. Game is all over the place, and the race is... I don't know. They're trying to not touch it in some way. It's weird. They're trying to have the least amount of contact with the race possible, I think, to maybe not change a winning formula, or I don't know why, honestly. And we couldn't even get global release going, bro. It's crazy. I would understand if, we were both US teams or we were both EU teams. Like back then, I would get it. EU was winning all the time. So what's the point of putting global release? But nowadays, when the competition is all over the place, people don't want to get in. They don't even understand it. Like if most other esports teams, they probably don't even get what we are doing in WoW. It's too complex. What would happen if Blizzard allowed selling gold for real money? Would that help to finance race prep for guilds? Not really, because you need all that gold for the race. Like all the gold we're farming, we're kind of using for the race anyway, so we don't really have any leftover gold to sell. I mean, I guess we could boost a lot more and then sell. Yeah, I guess maybe it could work. Like you could turn it into like a full-time job, create 25 characters instead, and just keep boosting all the time and just work like a normal human. But that sounds very sad, not gonna lie. Like the money shouldn't come from the fact that you're boosting. It should come from the fact that you're good at the game and you're creating this competition. And you're playing good and you're winning and stuff. What about warband lock rates? Could that help? Warband lock rates. So you're like, you would just create more accounts, but I mean, then you could say, okay, you can not allow a person to have more than one account, but then you just increase the roster size. So you would end up having like tons more players, and it would be more RNG based. Oh, we're talking about Mythic Farm, maybe. On Mythic Farm, if you had warband locked rates, that would be probably having more people just do heroic or something. I don't know. I think it's less about restricting the farm, but more about making the farm not required on this many characters. Like if it's worth to have this many people play, we will find a way to have this many people play, Need global release and fix loot drops. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, my solution is basically competition mode, like in Destiny 2 or something like that, where you just have a period where gear eye level is restricted or something, and then probably remove heroic lockouts So you have heroic loot restriction and remove heroic lockouts completely, so you can farm and get your heroic loot, and then that's it. Something like that would already be very, very big. So now it's just a form to sign in, and race will first be regular with rules. It just takes corporate involvement into the race by Blizzard. A form to sign in. I mean, I think they still need to do global release. But yeah, on top of global release, they could definitely have people sign certain contracts to stick to the rules more. Like this third-party stuff. No, Guild and Liquid can compete with you because your 3 are sponsored and have basically unemployed playtime for like 2-3 full weeks. Makes the whole race offers kind of obsolete in my opinion. Well, it is between those 3 teams, yeah. I mean, that's the point. I do agree that the others don't really have a chance to win. So the race offers sign up ahead of time would be one way to handle global release. Well, then you have a problem with split runs. So I think they really like split runs. They like the fact that you guys are coming and helping us with loot and everything, so that there is more engagement with the fans. And I mean, I don't mind it at this point, honestly. It's just the way, I think the big bad thing is farm and creating all those characters and maintaining them. That's hurting us the most. So split runs actually are not hurting us directly. I think they're helping our viewership in a funny way. I mean, they hurt us in terms of money, I guess. We need to pay the people that are doing the split runs, but it's not a lot in the grand scheme of things. We probably make that money back by the existence of split runs. We get personal loot back. I don't think master loot is, or like the current loot system is for the racer or first guilds. This is not how we would want loot system to be done. I don't know why this loot system is the case, why it exists. I have no idea. It doesn't help us. I didn't vote for this. Splits are actually so fun during the race. Cats are doing such a good job keeping the show fun. This makes it unfair for underdogs since they can't keep up. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, split runs are making it unfair. That's why it's benefiting us in a way as well. Yeah. Lower end guilds don't have a chance against us. It's weird though, because they don't mind it. That's why I don't understand. It's like I had arguments with like Fat Shark Yes players or Instant Dollars players saying that they prefer splits in a way. I don't know. Like I wanted to get rid of splits, and they were like, no. I don't know why. Maybe I don't know if that opinion changed, but at some point, like I was trying to get them on my side, so we can battle this, and they were like, no, fuck you. We don't want all these changes that could happen just for the race for first skills. And I was like, bro, you're the one getting hurt by this. But I don't know. It's weird. I don't know if people don't understand or if they have a different way to enjoy the game. Do you remember why they changed the loot system? Not sure if I was wrong back then. I don't know. I think they want this like guild feeling and stuff like that. That you don't get with personal loot. But I don't know. We can roll on tank, heal stuff, and DPS spec by just changing their spec before a boss is just bonkers. Oh. Yeah, I don't know how that works. Those aren't a thing. You need a bigger bench. Splits aren't a thing. You need a bigger bench. It depends. Depends on like how it is not a thing. If it's RNG, if it's personal loot, and you only have one character, then yeah, you need a bigger bench. Yeah. It's one of the points I said as well. Reducing the bench would help massively these skills. It would help massively. Like you have 1/3 of your players are not playing. It's insane, and you're paying all of them throughout the year. Actually, it depends on the guild as well. I guess like Method, for example, pays their top tier players a lot more than their lesser experienced players. So they probably, the bench probably doesn't hurt them that much. That's an interesting thing. But Liquid and us, I think we pay them mostly the same. I mean, Liquid also has higher pay for top players. I guess we get hurt most out of it. Fuck. Just realize. I don't want to push you did. I know it's the case, bro. There's a lot of people on your side that are on the method side, I guess, that are getting paid very little, if anything at all. It's still the case. The top players, you do pay more than us, though. I know that as well. I mean, there's a reason why we lost players to method, right, guys? And that money is a factor for sure, even though it's not the only thing. Who do you think is the best mage in the game right now? Considering the best mages ever, Kuznam and Flex both have quit. You're forgetting a name there, but best mage in the game. Oh, I can't. I can't pick my favorite child in front of everyone. It's too toxic. But there's actually quite a few good mages that I've never even played with. I've only saw them like from logs and stuff. So I was, I'm kind of hoping to like one day recruit them, but there's no room. So if any of our mages wants to reroll, I'm down to reach out to some of them. But yeah, Kuznam was really good. I think Kuznam was a really good mage. I've never played with him, but raid leading and doing really good damage, he was very good at. I wish I actually always wanted to play with him in some way, but just never worked out. Right, we were always competitors, and then he quit, unfortunately. And he also swapped to healing. Sad, honestly. Lexi was DPS padding a lot, bro. I don't think he would be able to compete with our current mages. Is it in before? Hell yeah. I don't remember it, but I know he's generally was a pattern. I don't know if you should call him a he. I don't know if he's like a day or I don't know. He had like some stuff going on with that. Don't wanna disrespect the lad. Do you see a near future where Race for First will be launched differently? Launch differently, like global release type of thing in near future? I don't think so, no. Maybe after the last Titan, I could see it. But from our talks with these people, like, there is not a shred of hope left, bro. Yeah. It's pretty bad. Yeah, it's really bad. And we looked at the US option as well. It's basically, I mean, we can't even get everyone to the same venue in EU. Doing that in the US will cost a lot. So unless we get like some big investment or something like that, it's unlikely, very unlikely. I mean, going to a new venue in itself is a whole adventure. Going to a new venue in the US and also flying, let's say, 20 plus of your players. That's really rough. And we checked playing in the US from the EU servers, and you have like around 100 ping, depending on the person. You can use some VPNs and stuff to reduce it to 100 or maybe 90, depending on the person. But it's hard to tell if it would be worth to play on 100 ping, you know? Like, we know what we get from the current thing. Yeah. 100 ping is not nice. I played with low ping in the past, and you can definitely feel it. Yeah. I don't know. But currently not leaning towards any of the options. Also require everyone to move characters to NA servers. If we would just make new characters, yeah, buy a new account. That's actually the easiest part. I think if I told everyone, guys, we're gonna play, on 20 ms or whatever is the standard, and but we just need to go and level new characters and buy new accounts. We would do it the next day. Like, it would take a day to get this started. That's no problem at all. Just re-gear everything up. People would be completely down for that. I mean, some people will, not like that they can't play with their EU friends and stuff like that, but like, they won't be happy about it. Don't get me wrong, but people would do it. Yeah. Oh yeah, true. That was also a thing. Going to the US can be an issue as well with like visas and stuff like that. I mean, that's I heard that's one of the reasons why they didn't send the EU players from Liquid even over. Some of them went to the Team Liquid facility in Netherlands, I think, instead. Yeah, just a bunch of issues, man. I wish they would just do the simplest fix and send us the global release, bro. But yeah, it's okay. That was because of their league team. I don't know who I heard this from. I definitely heard also that the guys also didn't know what would happen if they land in the US and there's maybe a problem or something like that. Because if that happens mid-race, you're losing a lot of time and stuff like that. I heard the league team thing as well, but I also heard this. Use guild kicking people after helping Echo. Yeah, I don't think that's also, I think, solvable. I think helper issue we would also solve. Just pay more gold. Worst case, it's fine. Even if Liquid competes with us and pays the same amount of gold, we will still have enough helpers helping, I think, if we get gold enough. I don't think the gold would be an issue. It would be a lot more expensive. I mean, it all boils down to money, honestly. You can make all these problems go away with money. Just pay enough and then you're completely fine. You have no latency and a global release. Everything is good. You have all the split helpers. Yeah, sucks. But it is the reality of life, guys. Do you see someone like Gingy or other players getting a leader role in Echo? I don't see Gingy getting it. I don't think Gingy is even interested in it. He's too busy. He has his own business. Other players getting a... Yeah, I could see. I think if we needed more officers, I would definitely have a name or two in my mind that we could approach to be an officer in Echo. Oh, just don't really need more officers. And I'm a great officer. I've got you. Yeah, I mean, exactly. That would be my first pick would be Kana, actually. But after that, I could pick some other people as well from Echo, Okay, yeah. How did we get to this, dude? Wait, what led... Let me go 10 seconds back. How did we get into this discussion even?
After they come back, they said, what did you change about skywriting? Because I didn't used to be able to get it before.
It was fucking skywriting, bro.
And now I get it, and so we're really happy to see that those changes are. Yeah,
I call it paper airplane flying versus helicopter flying. But paper airplane flying sounds like it's got a nice upgrade.
Yes, indeed.
And it sounds like this whole expansion is going to be a fantastic new journey for all of us. Thank you guys so much for taking the time and answering these questions. Again, big fan of your game. It's looking fantastic. The interview, hopefully people enjoy the video, and thank you guys so much for your time.
Thank you. That was a PvP thing. I was hoping for some more in-depth PvP questions / suggestions, but I guess in an interview you don't really do your feedback. But I would love to see a take from Bajheera, like how I think you need to fix PvP in WoW. In general, like I don't see many people talking about how to improve PvP that much. Like you can hear me talking every fucking stream about global release. I don't hear anything from the PvP people, and PvP is in shambles, bro. That's weird. But yeah, okay. Next interview, guys, is the PoddyC one with the developer Scarizard. Design philosophy, shared
Are you
experience.
tired?
It's very loud.
Tired of depleting keys? Tired of waiting and the wiping in the raid? Frank, what have you done here? Tired of wiping in the
Some
raid?
sort of ad?
Tired of having no swag? Well, these are issues of the past. Introducing the first ever PoddyC merch collection. Hoodie, done. T-shirt, done. Socks, also done for some reason.
Bro, if you get these socks, guys, that's crazy. I'm sorry, man. That is wild. The thingy looks good though. Why do I get this suggestion all the time? Where was the the two swords I like. This one I like the most. Again, not my preference, but okay, can I remove that suggestion shit every time I remove? It's so loud.
Socks? Also done for some reason. Purchase now at PoddyC.com. This will have no impact on your performance as a WoW player.
This will have no impact on your performance as a WoW player. Probably technically not proven. It could have a positive impact.
Hey, welcome to a very special episode of the PoddyC. This week we have two exciting things, two equally as exciting things, or for you to decide which is more exciting. We have a special guest, something we do less often than we probably should on this particular podcast, but we've been saving. We've been building all of our street cred up to buy one exceptional guest instead of having 10 mediocre guests over the past 10 episodes. So please, everybody, give a warm welcome to none other than Skarzard.
Hello. Don't let Dranos fool you. It was super easy to get me on this. It was just DM me and I'll hang out.
Okay, good to know.
So it's that easy, huh?
Well, Frank is PayPaling me, but the rest of you, it's very easy to do. Yeah, that's under the table.
Yeah, Frank does have this, anytime he wants to interact with me, there's a fee involved as well. I think he's probably got that arrangement set up with most of his friends.
I'm worried he's taking a cut, actually. Now that
We're
we're talking about it, I think in the episode, I'm worried. But that's for y'all to figure out. What's the other announcement, Dratnos?
Do I go with...
know all of these people. And then very recently, right before 11/2...
I'm actually curious who this guy is. Wait, hold up.
I think we should start, just in case people don't know who you are, Skarzard.
I don't know.
Quick introduction of who you are, what you do / have done in the past.
Yeah, what I do now is very different, which is to say nothing. I'm mostly chilling. No, my name is Patrick Scarborough. People might have known my career up till now as Skarzard. I worked for 5 years on League of Legends as a game designer, doing balance for the games. I worked with some champions, I worked with some reworks. I wrote patch notes. I hosted videos on their YouTube. I did voiceover.
You can't see Dorky. Honestly, I can't see him either, bro. You're not missing out, so fuck it. I'm actually part of the PoddyC now. Excited to be here, guys.
I did like everything. I did a little bit of everything over there. Then I streamed full time for a few years, and then I most recently worked as a systems designer on the rewards team for Blizzard on World of Warcraft, which is how I came to know all of these people. And then very recently, right before 11/2, dipped and I'm enjoying a nice long vacation before I inevitably have to get another job.
Yeah, I respect that. How much? So
he quit.
We talked a little bit about this before we started recording, of course, but I think it'd be good to establish for the listeners as well. Like, what are some sorts of things that you maybe don't want to talk about, and also if that falls into this category or not, what ended up making you decide to leave? Was it just like you've been there enough? You've been want to jump to something new, or?
Yeah, I mean, and I guess this is something because I certainly don't want to scare any of you off or anyone from criticizing Blizzard or the WoW team or like we can't talk about it or something, right? I think I don't really have any beef with anybody that works on WoW. I loved my team. I was thinking about it, and this is funny that I'm going to say this, but I was like, I maybe had like beef with 3 people ever in my time at Blizzard, which if any of you listening have jobs, think about that and be like, how many people at your job do you like? And for me, it was like 99%. It was like everybody was awesome. If you meet somebody for the first time and you walk over to their desk, you Slack them, it was always great. So the WoW team is incredible. right? It was really, really good. I think my issues were a little bit me and a little bit them, right? One of them is I was just going through a lot of, I guess, mental health issues that stemmed from a lot of, how should I put this? I think that the trajectory that the current WoW team is taking has a lot of consequences. And I think that I am one of those consequences, if that makes sense. I think you know, the speed at which content is being made and the direction in which the design is being pushed are things that made me feel overburdened and kind of left behind, combined with the fact that, like, you know, I don't like living in Irvine. I don't like living in an expensive apartment. Sorry that I'm probably going to soapbox about like unionization and workers' rights and things like that. But I think it's one of those where the day-to-day of working on World of Warcraft is a dream and incredible, right? And I think the circumstances surrounding it that dictate what it is that you get to do, the timelines that you have to do them on, is the kind of thing that is really squeezing everybody. And I started to hit the point where all of those things building up, you know, as much as I want to be like, yeah, it's bad, you know, like Blizzard has to change these things, right? It was really affecting me and my work and my ability to get things done. And I was like, hey, I could see a few months in here, like really souring my relationships with people that I love and that I really care about, right? Like not even just like someone I respect, but like people that I was like, yeah, I would work with you again in the future, right? Again and again. And you know, arguably had already reached that.
Sounds rough, dude.
I felt it was going to get worse. So I was like, okay, I need to refocus on my health and like chill and take advantage of the privilege that I have, you know, with a bit of savings built up, and also preserve the future of my joy working on games, but also working with a lot of these people, right? So that's the I have no idea how long that was. I have no idea how comprehensive that was, but hopefully that answers your question somewhere in there.
Yeah, I think so.
That's a really long way of answering. Like, basically, he got burned out, right? That's what I got. I don't know if I misunderstood something, but damn, that was a long way to word it, indeed.
So I think, I don't know. It's always, you know, okay. Well, I guess one thing that I've always found when talking to you is you are the person that I know the most who you'll like aggressively credit one of your people that was on your team with everything that you talk about whenever we're talking like off camera or whatever. You're always like, oh, this was this person's baby. Like they're so great. They did this, and this, and I'm so happy for them, and they're turning into such a great, you know, designer or whatever.
Yeah, so it's incredible. I think you know, I'll stop soapboxing here because I want this to be an actual conversation. But I think, you know, game design, and I want to focus on design specifically, but this is true for everybody that touches game development, right? Is game design is a discipline where when you are doing it right, people are not noticing it, right? You have, I think, a lot of y'all who can say like, oh, this particular like boss or like dungeon encounter or something is like really well made, right? But a lot of people, they might feel that elation in the combination of the music and the visuals and everything. They might think that's awesome, like they saw a movie, but they don't think about all of the hours that went into making it or all the people that made it happen, right? And so it is kind of a thankless job in that if you do it poorly, everyone is on your ass all the time. If you do it really well, none of it comes to you. And I think a lot of people are trained, and I think it's a good instinct, but I think it kind of gets run away from people, which is a lot of people are trained to say, well, I shouldn't want to take credit for anything that I've worked on, right? Because it'll make me look like I'm a bad teammate. And so the only solution then is you have to loudly hype up your teammates, because if they're not going to do it and players are not going to do it, then you're going to be ended up.
Well, people don't even know how would we do it, right? I think it's pretty often said that so the devs did a great work here or the art team does a good job, but you don't know who specifically made something. So that's why we can't. And the reason also Blizzard doesn't make this public is they don't want certain people targeted and flamed about certain things. I'm pretty sure that's why they keep it hidden. So I don't know. Doesn't sound. Yeah, it sounds a bit weird, I guess.
Cycle where, you know, one or two.
Also, you don't want to be like, when something is going good, you're like, yep, this guy did it, good job. And then when something's going bad, you don't say anything who did it. That's probably also another reason they want to be consistent with giving credit for things and, you know, mentioning who's responsible for what.
or 3 bad patches or bad features in a row beat someone down to the point that they're like, well, I don't know that I can do this anymore. And, games in general, and a lot of creative disciplines, but also games very specifically, is a discipline where when you lose someone, they often don't come back, right? It is not a secret that people in the games industry don't get paid as much as many other private software firms. So if someone really burns out, you could lose the generational mind that was supposed to make the next big thing, or made something that was incredible, and they're just gone now. Right. So that's why I'm all very, very passionate about that. And hopefully all of you should be passionate about it too. Be nice to your game developers. You don't have to like everything they do, but it should be a little nice.
Yeah, I want to touch on that point that you mentioned about how people don't notice good game design. And I actually find that to be so true because there have
Zerg, I don't think so, bro. I think I'm just going to look at alpha things.
been many of my favorite games in the past where I'm just like, man, I don't know why this game was so amazing, but it was such a good game, man. Yeah, it's like a lot of people try to capture that exact formula and they're trying to figure out what exactly made this game so great. But
yeah,
it's like you mentioned, like people just don't realize when a game is made extremely well. And oftentimes when it's the opposite, they will be very vocal about it and it becomes a problem.
Right. And then it's like witch hunts, or you want to target someone. Sorry, Max, you're going to say something?
Well, I was just gonna say it's like reviews on an apartment complex.
Okay.
Like no one rents from somewhere and it goes just fine, and then they leave a review saying, "Oh, well, this place was fine or great.
The plumbing worked."
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's just gonna be you missed your. They were not like really gracious when you missed your rent or something, and you had a bad interaction, and or maybe they were just genuinely bad. But you're only going to see bad things on there because of the way it works, right?
Yes.
I think game dev probably feels a lot of the same way, where you make a great game, people are like, dude, this game owns. You have a bad patch, and it's like, but you don't feel that. You have a bad patch, or something about it doesn't work, and it's the end of the world for people. There's definitely a lot of very specific situations I can remember with bosses where a boss is nerfed at a bad time or something, which the person who made the boss had literally nothing to do with the timing of it, and it was just everyone wants this person dead.
Yeah, everyone wants says that this boss was shit. Actually, that's true. Yeah, that can happen, but I think I don't know. I think it's mostly fine, but I do see the point that, let's say you're in a dev team and one guy is doing shit work, that guy would drag everyone's morale down because everyone's getting flamed because of this one guy, clear distinction of tasks might happen internally, but externally we don't really see that. So when something is shit, there's a lot of other devs that might get side flamed because of this. That's I could see that.
It's like, right. how do you want to keep continuing doing your job when you make good content, but just some random shit happens,
Yeah, and I mean that stuff's tough too because sometimes those are mistakes that can be chalked up to one individual, and it's like there should both be one, an ability to almost shield or obfuscate people from being witch hunted, but two, there should be safety for people to fuck up and make mistakes that will teach them a lesson that they will carry forever, right? I think anytime I get to talk with people who had been at Blizzard forever or people who've moved on,
I do think we're making a lot of mistakes that they can carry forever. It's not like nothing is happening. It's just about the big fuck ups that people are mad about, I would say. And I mean, big fuck ups you're allowed to do in smaller games, but not when the game is so big, right? I don't know. Feels like we were talking about an indie game or something here.
Right. Something that I feel very strongly, and I kind of wanted to ask all of you about is with the faster content cadence, right? I understand from a business perspective why it has to happen, right? And I understand even as secondary businesses, you want to think of yourselves as content creators, right? And how if stuff is happening in WoW, you have stuff to talk about, people have stuff to watch, you have stuff to do, right? So it's good inherently for that stuff to be coming out faster and faster, but when you do that, you create a situation where it's harder to take risks or it's harder to mitigate when those risks go poorly, right? And so I think you end up having those situations where people are just really scared to do anything wrong, or when they do something wrong, it's like, well, we have to move to the next thing so quickly, right?
I actually think it allows you to make more mistakes because people are like, yeah, they fucked up, but we have the next year coming in 5 months, so it's fine. And we don't have it. Like, imagine if Galivix happened and then we had a year-long break. That would be ridiculous, right? But with knowing that the next content is already happening soon, it gives you some like, yeah, okay, this one sucked, but the next one is on the way. It's fine. For me, at least, I mind it less if they fuck up. But yeah, it depends on the type of fuck up. When it's a fuck up and they need to recover from that mistake by doing extra work, that's different if they can't recover it on the next time. I'm not sure what he's referring to here.
And so it's something that I get really worried about, legitimately. Sorry, that was a bit of maybe a missed segue there. But
it's a good point, because so you brought up when the first question I lobbed at you, at one point in the answer, before it got to where you ended the answer,
sure, yeah,
you brought up part of the thing that caused you to leave, or that was involved in your leaving, was the cadence of content, right? And bringing back to that, I think I know among the WoW community, in particular, in the past 6 months, there has been a lot of sort of grumbling about like, is this too much, too fast? Or
yeah,
and it's weird because the things that it's not like a lot of the things that have come out. So if we look at the past 6 months, right, it's like we had Liberation of Undermine came out, I guess, a little bit more than 6 months ago. And then it's like Turbo Boost, Delve Belt, Horrific Visions, new patch again, Mob Classic comes out. And then there's we've got the new Turbo Boost immediately in the future again. And then that Turbo Boost has like a weird time gate associated with it, where the Turbo Boost itself coming out and then the dinars and the crest uncapping portion of it are now separated.
Happened later, yeah.
Yeah, and it's weird because like those aren't, I think those are things that would be a lot of work for, in particular, somebody on the rewards team doing a lot of work around those things.
Yeah.
But
hey,
it's not like a whole set of like a patch level effort or something like that, right? Like it's like it's a lot of work for.
I mean, the turbo shit must be like, I don't know. That must be the easiest thing to release, no? They already have the formula. It doesn't need any design. Like, the only thing is like maybe you do a small change every now and then, but aside from that, it's the exact same thing. You just repeat what you got. I wouldn't even call this work. Like, I don't know. I think like one guy could do that on the weekend. If not, then make it so that it is doable like that. I don't know. Must be prep from the get-go? I don't know what you mean. Prep from the get-go? Because what exactly are they designing? We're not talking about raid boss design here. We're talking about reward structure. Yeah, and the reward structure, but I mean, like, the idea of the turbo boost to generate that and checking that, how people will get things and all of that. Like, yeah, the first time, I understand. It's a thing you need to sit and discuss and design. But once you have it, applying it to the next tier, like this latest turbo boost that came out, it should be no work.
A few people rather than the whole WoW team on those. But is that the, like, on your end, was that what was causing you to feel that, or was it like the expansions and the patches even on a faster cadence?
So, I mean, it's certainly part of the soup, right? Because there's two things you didn't even mention in that, right? One was Nightfall, which I don't. Yeah, I still haven't even engaged with it. Maybe one day I will.
Oh, and Dastardly Duos. How could I forget Dastardly Duos?
That was the other one, and I know how you could forget it, and that's because I hit the point because I'm human like anyone else. Later in a patch, I stopped playing. But for me, it was usually because now I have to truly lock in on whatever the next thing is. I have to really beat my head against it to make sure that it comes out. And so I was excited. That was, of the whole list of everything, that was the one I wanted to do. And by the time I came back, it was gone. And I was like, what do you mean? Like that's so weird to me to have that content almost vanish, right? When I'm like, but somebody put a lot of effort into making those bosses or making little fights or more ways that I can engage with other people, and it just kind of evaporated. So I'll say it definitely feels like they are experimenting, and I appreciate that, with this. But I do think, I think it's a little endemic of the problem of like, well, we have to there is a business incentive for World of Warcraft, if we want all the stuff that everybody agrees is good, to stay good, to keep as many people playing as possible, right? So even things like the new Turbo Boost, right? When I saw it, it makes, you know, I didn't know about those plans necessarily, like exactly how they are presented now, but it doesn't surprise me at all, right? Because if you have to imagine, so many people probably logged in when Turbo Boost happened. It probably brought them back for like a week. They made their guys huge, and then they dipped again immediately, right? And this is another way to try and be like, well, can we get you to stay a little bit more? Because in the end, when your wall of like apathy or too much other shit going on is too big, like you're gone, right? You're gone until the next content drops. But you know, you can't blame them for trying. But it does mean that they have to try a lot of different things in a lot of ways that inevitably is not as satisfying as what many of players of your caliber would call new content, like a new raid or a new dungeon or something like that, right? So yes, I think more for me, it's that I think this speed
looks like he wants to bring out more polished out stuff and not like if they are doing an experiment, he wants to do it internally and see if it works. I mean, I you know, understand, and it's you know, it's nice he thinks that way, you know, respecting the players' time and everything, just bringing out the best of the best stuff. But at the same time, yeah, I mean, gotta be realistic, right? Blizzard does it for a reason. If it's just not feasible to bring that high quality content with the money they have every time, then it is what it is. I don't know. It doesn't sound that like Audacity Duos. It wasn't that bad to me that you'd say it's completely wasted resources. They probably learned quite a bunch from that and can maybe apply it to make something else better in the future.
Makes individuals take less risk and makes the individual content have a lower chance of success, of being memorable, right? And that's tough because you don't want to say like, hey, you know, what if Overcharged Delves was someone's baby, and be like, is anybody going to remember that in 1 year, right? We might have remembered that if you compared it to an older WoW era where there were fewer things happening in a patch. You might remember, oh, that probably happened when that was going on. But imagine this content cadence 3 years in the future. Will you remember anything that happened in a patch that wasn't the raid, right? Or the new season coming out, right? So it makes sense why they have.
Did you actually do also start a tournament? No, bro. I didn't do any of it. I didn't think it was fleshed out enough. But to me, it also seemed like they wanted to try out a game mode and see what people think about it. To me, it didn't seem like they're bringing out something that is like here to stay and all of that, you know? Doubt it has any much on player engagement either. A slightly better design system probably doesn't cause people to play more than a couple of weeks. Yeah, I think like this in-between patches stuff, they have to give up on that and need to make just the patches themselves good. I think that's the play to get as many people as possible playing. Keep up with special achievements as a casual player and not being able to get them all. The thing is, if I was a casual player, Shelfu, I think I would play Dastardly Duos. Try it out. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how it is when you play by yourself. I don't even remember the format exactly when you play by yourself. You just try to get the best time, I guess, right? Or like best scoring points. The problem was like the pointing system was weird as well. And the leaderboard they promised, I thought we were gonna get like a proper leaderboard, but what we got was you had to go up on those on that podium or whatever, and then it would show what score you have. There was no like online website I could check my score and compare it to people or something like that. There's just a lot of things lacking. But yeah, I didn't feel like because we got Dastardly Duos, we got something else less. I didn't have that feeling, so that's why I didn't mind it. Iterating on successful things, we keep churning out tiny things no one cares about 3 times in a patch now, instead of improving on successful things in bigger fashion. Like Second Planetstorm had what, 2 new spells. I didn't play the Second Planetstorm, yeah. PlanetStorm was good, but I think it needed to be a lot better. I think I had also looked at that, like what did they actually bring? But PlanetStorm could have been like a full new PvP mode, right? In the game, like with rating and everything. I think that would be cool, and with like proper rewards in it and stuff as well. That would be what I would want PlanetStorm to be, like an actual game mode now. That is like an alternative to Arena or Rated Battlegrounds or something like that. I think it had the potential to have that. Kind of like a RuneScape minigame type of thing. But didn't look like that's what they gave it. I guess challenge mode is something you can look back on and remember. Yeah, I don't think things need to be something that you look back on and remember as well. I don't know, like that's not the argument for me to make good content. Just if you enjoy it in the moment, that's good enough for me. I don't know.
To do it, but I fear for the consequences down the line and what it means for people who get a real kick out of saying like stake in the ground, like I worked on the mega dungeon or I helped make this thing that is like a moment in time that people will remember that I can feel really proud of and get to put a lot of hours into, you know.
When you said earlier that like we're trying to push that this much out in this much time, is that kind of everything, or is that more like, oh, we're trying to do the expansions? Like if Alpha's coming out soon, and that means the expansion's coming out like pretty early next year. Clearly, like that's on an earlier timeline. Mm-hmm. Obviously, you're not going to announce anything like that, but like, what does that look like in terms of is it more like, okay, there's a lot more content in 0.5 and 0.7s? Like what really made you realize there was just like too much going on?
So I don't want to do like and I talked about this earlier. I don't want to necessarily like air out Blizzard's dirty laundry or anything like that. But I'll say I think this is one thing in particular that makes the job of a rewards designer very difficult, right? And puts a lot of undue stress upon our team in a way that is really tough, right? Because it's not to say that everybody's gonna have these problems, but I'll say this, right? So when 11.2 is being made, you have people who are working on that raid, right? If we want to talk about the Encounters team, right? Who I love a lot. Shout outs to all my Encounters designers. They're all great. Especially Matt Villers for Incredible Dimensias. What a way to wrap up the raid.
Oh, it was Matt Villers
we can talk about the raid. We can talk about all that stuff later, but I just had to say
I had interviewed him once.
I was messaging him while y'all were pulling the day that it got killed, and I was like, dude, this is so sick. And he was like, I have not moved for hours. I am like glued, anxious, excited, watching. Incredible, right? That's got to be an amazing. So let's say you have encounter designers, right? And 11.2 is coming up. So you've got a bunch of people who are working on the raid. You probably have some people supporting that raid. You have people, there's delves going on, right? So let's say you have all those people. But Midnight is also coming out, right? And Midnight previews and Midnight Alpha and all that stuff is not going to be happening far behind. So you have people who can say, cool, let's tackle this patch. And some people who are like, neat, I'm going to start thinking of and making all of the dungeons so that when we get announcements and Gamescom and everything, you can actually see like, oh, those are people doing it, right? Sometimes they're playtestable, sometimes they're not, but like you see that, right? So you have teams who are able to say, cool, let's do this. And then you move there and you move there, right? Rewards is one of the few teams that has to kind of stop at every patch, right? There's not, at least right now, not really a feasible way for us to say, and even when, I don't want to make it sound like, we're fucking cave people that can't figure out like basic production schedules, right? But even when you have someone who's like, that guy's going to work on this patch and that guy's going to work on this patch in the future, right? Every single patch, there are on the ground issues with, think about War Within. Think about how many times we made big changes to crests or situations based on player feedback, right? Or things like the turbo boost, right? Which has now happened, soon to have happened twice. Right? These are still big undertakings that take on, if not one individual's time, also a lot of the team's time in terms of like, let's all talk and let's all make sure we get this right. So you have a team that is like, neat, every single thing that's coming down the pipe, you have to be considerate of it, right? The whole, God, I could go on forever about the Dinar situation in a lot of different ways, right? But you'll all recall it was on the Raid Renown because that's originally how that's what it was meant to be. But while you're working on this, here comes Turbo Boost as a thing, and they're like, well, we need a thing for this, right? It's like, okay, well, how do we? You have to design your thing first, and then you have to support it as new information comes out. and then as new information comes out, and then as new things are happening. And so by the time your stuff arrives, you already have plans for the next few months that might reflect poorly or make it harder or weirder. So something has to get nerfed or changed or pulled before launch so that it makes sense in the world a few months after, right? And that process is iterative, and I don't think you can particularly change it, but it does mean that unlike a quest designer who might say, I'm going to make my quest for this campaign, and it...
I don't know. What sort of rewards do we have that's so complex, bro? Am I lost in the sauce? What is he talking about? We got turbo boost and dinars. Do we have any other rewards? I mean, are we talking about like transmog or something? I don't know. I don't think so, right? He's talking about like power stuff. That's because transmog doesn't really get affected by anything. Legion remakes. I think he's talking about like. It's as confusing as his living room. Everything mounts, gears. Yeah, I understand that he would be monitoring all of that. What I'm saying is, if you get transmog for doing something, like the next thing that comes out wouldn't influence it. But he makes it sound like everything is influencing each other somehow. I don't understand why. Yeah, there's a team in Blizzard that thinks every eye level you get is relevant. I mean, it is relevant, but because you don't want to do dolls and it only gives hero track. Yeah, dolls should give you better tracks. Designs a belt ring to be released at the end of a patch, and then someone says buried just a turn, and that somehow affects the ring and belt. Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't see these things as complex as he makes it sound. But maybe I'm confused. Like we don't have that many unique things, yeah. And also, am I like fully cooked in the head? Bro, this belt was existing in Liberation of Undermine. We go into the next tier. Every belt is like not worth picking up because we have this belt. To me, maybe they think it's like really bad if they need to apply now a nerf to that belt. Maybe that they think that like that is unacceptable. They're not allowed to nerf it, and it's like a big discussion. And when they nerf it, to them, it's like, how could you make this mistake of making this too OP? Now you're admitting that you made a mistake and you're nerfing it. Maybe they think something like that. I don't know. Because the nerf came quite late. It's not as relevant as they want to make it sound. If they spend 2 minutes playing the game at a non-casual level, they will realize half the stuff they do, it's irrelevant. Yeah, I don't really understand the stress on all of this. Oh, maybe they're like respecting their work a lot more than I thought, and they're like really struggling with certain things. Like putting a hotfix to an item is to them like, you know, it's like showing your dirty room. You know, like I made this mistake. I'm sorry. We need to nerf the belt. And maybe they're like this. Maybe they're like, yes, send the hotfix. We will do it. Okay, like make an announcement. I'm quitting my job. And then they like, you know, the Japanese, they're like too embarrassed and like super high culture, like respectable culture in the office. And I was like, I will quit my job, you know. This belt needs, fix the belt, and here's my resignation, you know. It's in his resignation letter. I don't know, what is the big deal? An item got made, it's too OP, now we need to nerf it because some turbo boost is coming. Turbo boost is coming, but we're also nerfing this item because it doesn't make sense anymore. Like, what's the fucking big deal? I don't get it. It's like this. It's not like they're nerfing like some crazy cooked item that it took people months to get, and it's like horrible that they nerf it now or something. I don't get it. They are doing it every time. We farmed the previous tier for 5 months, and then they nerf all that gear by releasing new content out anyways. We're throwing all our gear into the trash bin 2 weeks into the tier. I don't get it.
Shipped and it's gone, right? The game's systems and the game's rewards and how all of you play it exists in perpetuity, week after week, in your grade faults and everything, right? And doing keys and doing grades, right? So I would say my team was greatly affected by every time.
I think try to relate it back to how you plan your race for first events. If Blizzard would delay the patch, how that has a chain reaction and everything, you have to replan. It is not the same though. That sounds very not the correct response. I mean, we need to book flight tickets and hotels and pay. This guy is delaying the patch. Like people, maybe we need to play 2 weeks longer with no new content or something. I don't understand. I guess like what sort of similar level stress could be caused on this guy because they changed the date of the release, or like they add a new item or something like that. I guess like maybe like he makes a really sick cloak and then they're like, nah, we want an artifact cloak. I could see something like that. But I mean, even that, it doesn't sound that bad, bro. I don't know. Just put it on another item then. Yeah, it's a bit hard. Like, it's a bit weird to mention all of these things without giving proper examples. Like, he needs to say, like, look, for example, this belt, I made it, but then, or like, the belt was supposed to be actually a cloak. There was no cloaks in or like the artifact was supposed to be a belt or whatever, I don't know. And there was no belts in the raid, so we need to suddenly design belts. We had to create the transmog of it. We had to do this and that. I don't know. Consider unpause. Okay. Also, very surprising he's allowed to talk about this stuff.
You get a
isn't this under NDA
or an email that's like, okay, this team is doing overcharged elves and there's going to be a belt, and now you're like, okay, well, how are we going to make the belt work with the cloak that we know is happening and with the ring that people still had? That kind of conversation, right? And that happens, and you get into those pinches all the time, on top of the already slow, fast pace where you have not that much time to work on any individual thing. I really don't mean to be, crying over here and being like, everybody has to be so sad about this, but more to say that I think that's one of those pileups that can occur that I don't think people really think about. But I think more and more people are also starting to feel the results of these, right? The effects of these, right? How long, the belt is still not nerfed on live. And that's a little crazy to me, right? They were like, we're going to nerf it in 8 weeks. And it's like, but wait, why though, right? Like, it's a problem now. And again, I can't speak to why they made that decision, but between like other sorts of
that's the weird thing. If they know it's a problem and if they decided to nerf it, why don't they nerf it? But I don't understand. Like, I don't understand the stressful part in this. Maybe they're not allowed to do hotfixes or something. I don't understand it, I guess. Maybe this is a thing. Like, when you do a hotfix, it's not allowed or something. Like, you don't have the rights to do hotfixes. You're allowed to only push change. But it doesn't make any sense. I don't know. Why even nerf it when the other belts get stronger with higher eye level anyway? Yeah, exactly. Like, it should be nerfed now or not in 8 weeks, really, because then it doesn't really matter.
Or like, people, a lot of people have been.
Yeah, it sounds like he's trying to not mention things, but while mentioning things is weird.
Complaining, rightly so, that like more bugs are happening. I think it's easy to see. I don't know if WoW can handle this speed, is what I'm saying. And if it can't, I'm worried that all of you can't handle this speed. But can they go slower? Will people like that? Right? That's kind of the inevitable. It might be easy for all of us to say in our little podcast that we would like that, but I don't know if people would or could stomach it being 10 weeks instead of 8 weeks, or 12 weeks again, or even just going back to a more standard patch cadence. Right? I don't know that the genie might be out of the bottle on that one.
Sorry to interrupt, but I'm actually really glad you brought that up because we actually had this exact conversation a couple of times in the past. We mentioned about how, why are these patches coming out buggier than ever before? And we speculated that, maybe it's because the content cadence is much quicker than usual. That's like something I brought up, and we were just completely speculating, right? Like, we don't know any better. We're just gamers on a podcast. And so for you to bring that up, that actually does make a whole lot more sense, because that was actually one of the things I wanted to ask you. This patch in particular has felt a lot buggier, especially with class bugs. And I mean, so it's kind of funny story. I was just browsing around in the FrostyK Discord, and I saw you chatting in there.
Yeah.
You were asking for FrostyK advice in raid or something. You were playing Rider FrostyK, I believe. Yeah. And they were telling you
I'm a Rider
how...
die. I'm a horse guy. What can I say?
Yeah, I mean, Rider's amazing, but yeah. So you brought it up how you were playing Rider, and they were telling you how Rider is actually not very good right now, and it's because the tier set is quite literally bugged, where the 20% increase obliterate damage just doesn't even work, and that is kind of mind-boggling how these can exist for such a long period of time. And in fact, some bugs
I'm boggled,
exist for
man. Trust
years.
me, I'm boggled. I would be.
Yeah, so
that was one of those things I would, if I would get on Slack and I would be like, "Hey, what's up? What are we doing?"
What's up with that?
Yeah, no. Brief aside, I want to say people in class discords, Frost and Death Knights are usually nice enough to me. If somebody comes in asking how to play their thing, don't just say do the other hero talent. You're psychopaths. What's wrong with you? Right? What do you? I didn't. So true. No. This was the context for this was for.
I agree, fully. The problem is that they make it look like there's all these big behind the scenes for so much stuff, but it's the belt, cloak, ring. The other items are AI generated. Half the trinkets are shit. 80% of the crafting list is AI garbage. So yes, instead of fixing the game, they're spending time for 8 weeks discussing if the belt needs a nerf or not. Yeah, I definitely agree that there's definitely some AI cooking going on the special effects of items, and you can feel it since Dragonflight. I would say even on some trinkets in the past, perhaps, but I think Dragonflight was the biggest thing. Maybe Shadowlands trinkets were also the same thing. And I mean, this doesn't sound that complex. I don't understand it. What the big deal is. There must be something more going on that we're not understanding. Don't know how inefficient big companies are. That could be true, yeah. I also know that certain people, it can get really hard to work with because they are not seeing the use case of their product, but they are more invested in the product itself. So an example is you want something let's say you want a design to a Twitch panel or something like that, right? The artist is so interested in creating cool art that they will forget what this is even used for. They will make something that looks really nice, but for example, Diablo 4 is for me this case as well. It looks really nice, but when you're playing it, it doesn't play good. Let's say you want a Twitch panel. The panel looks nice, but it's supposed to have you guys look on it, see the product that's being advertised, and incentivize you to go and click and check it out. If it just looks nice, it doesn't do jack shit. So sometimes people in these fields can get so invested in the work they are doing. They want to do a really high quality job, but they're making it just harder than necessary and also not fulfilling the task that they are supposed to fulfill, and instead are interested in the areas that they are interested in. I could see something like that as well. I feel like he takes quite high pride in his work, perhaps, and maybe is struggling to change things because of that. Although he was criticizing like, why are we not changing the belt now? So I don't know. Maybe it's not him that has like issues with these things, but other people, I don't know. But all of this, like, a lot of the work should be quite easy, bro. I don't know. A new game looks nice, plays shit. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think not forgetting the goal of what you're doing is very important, especially when it comes to like these more these projects that are like more art related. This happens quite often, I've noticed. They make things that look good, but are not there for what they're intended for. Like, they're not fulfilling their goal. This I noticed quite a lot working with many artists in the past. But it can be also, for example, let's say a production company, and then they are like so invested in having the crispiest quality camera on you, the perfect lighting, and then they don't consider like the flow of the show and if the viewer is actually going to enjoy the show. You know, like it's a weird thing. Like, people have these obsessions over small things. So maybe this is the case of that. I don't know. That's the biggest thing I've noticed that makes work harder typically.
Obvious reasons, when this patch came out, I was super checked out. I was not really playing at all. I think it was like a week and a half into the patch that my team was like, we're going to throw you into a 9 in Ecodome. I was like, sure, fuck it. And that's what I learned, that like the extent to which Frost had been reworked. And I was like, okay, I'm going to vibe it out. And then I hit a point where I was like, I should maybe make sure that what I'm doing in my brain makes sense. So I just went to be like, can anybody log review this? And they said that. And that's when I learned that it was like, hey, not only do you have sickos being like, just play Deathbringer, it was like, well, yeah, this line on this tier set just doesn't happen. I was like, oh, that's insane, right? And you know, I could only speculate, and I don't want to get too into the weeds on that either, right? But when I think about that, it's like, well, do I, Patrick, know the individuals responsible for fixing that bug? Yeah, I do. On the other hand, I'm like, do I know the kind of stuff that team must be under to make, you know, I'll put it this way. Apex talents probably were in a conversation before I left. I had never heard the words Apex talent. I didn't know they were going to do Hero Talents Plus or anything like that. So I have to imagine that those people are absolutely face grinding to get a lot of stuff for Midnight out. Do I think that excuses it? No. But to me, it seems like it would be a probable way. You know, it's like the same thing as this belt. It's like, well, why wouldn't you?
That's the shit also. Like, they are definitely can't see the forest because of the trees. That's definitely a thing, I think. But also, like, they are complicating the game themselves. It's something that they need to consider as well, that this is going to be too hard to maintain. If you're creating different hero talents, different tiers for those hero talents, tons of million interactions with different talents with different spells that scale differently, like, it's gonna require a lot of time balancing. I mean, this should get easier with the simplification of the specs, but that's what we were saying, right? Like 2 hours ago regarding making talent trees simpler. It would also help with just less things to maintain. Like, I don't think this is a problem of content cadence. I think this is a problem of the things you need to consider when doing a change. Who needs so many talents anyways? Exactly.
You take away focus a little bit to just nerf the belt. You know, we had done it for the circlet. You know, we'd done it for the amulet. We'd done it over and over again, right? Which, again, I don't think that stuff is good. But God, I hate the here's a patch and here's a thing, and then it's overpowered, and we tell you don't need it, but you are going to need it. I hate that shit, man. I think it sucks. That one's for free, gamers. I'll give you that one. I dislike it. But yeah, it's like,
I still don't understand. Anyway. Are we getting the belt nerf late because they're busy right now? That doesn't make any sense. They already put the patch note out. Is it the... What are we even talking about? Like, even the changes figured out what needs to be done. I thought it's just... the reason it's delayed is because, like, they don't think it's important enough to push. They said we'll nerf the Belvedere Woods, but they did not nerf it. Oh, they like forgot to push the code. Sounds just like an oversight or something. That sounds so weird. I mean, it sounds like you just notice the feedback, like, oh, it's not nerfed, and then they're like 2 days later, hotfix has been applied. The belt is now nerfed. Or they say, yeah, we decided not to change it since Turbo Boost is actually fixing this problem. I don't understand the difficulty here.
The only thing that I do know is that everybody...
But one thing is true, class bugs. There is way more class bugs than in the past. I think. Like, back when I was playing, like, we weren't, like nowadays, every tier, I'm hearing, like, my class is fully bugged anyways. Like, I'll get DMs like, this talent is bugged. Should I pick it? Is it counted as an exploit or not? I'm not sure. I don't know, bro. I'll tell Blizzard and then we just pick it and see if they are mad about it. I don't fucking know. There's so many class bugs. That's true. But I think that's because there's so much shit they are putting in. Not new things, just there's too many things to maintain, I think. But yeah, the reward structure should be... The rewards are free, bro. They have innovated nothing. We were talking about it as well when we were talking about mounts. Like, what rewards do you get? Eye level, AI trinkets, the belt and the cloak. Okay. Like, these are just items. Yeah, mount, transmog. Tier sets are, like, you could say... I feel like tier sets should be more class design than reward system. But I mean, it should be. I fucking hope it is. If the tier sets are designed by some random guy instead of the person who's designed in the class, that's ridiculous. So that can't be true. But also, like, there's no... It's just basically not a talent, right? Like, the tier set is just like you're adding 2 new talents, basically, that you get. It's not like you're developing a new system. I don't know. What the fuck is the difficulty, bro?
Working really hard and really fast. And so to me, it's like, well, that can be the only reason then, right? Or certainly one of the compelling reasons in a cocktail of reasons that make it, why that is. I will say, and this is, and maybe I shouldn't put my tinfoil out there, because Frost is doing well, right? Like, Frost is doing fine. Yeah. This is some shit that happened on League of Legends a lot, where there was a character that was bugged, but their win rate was crazy. And it was like, well, what do you do? It was like, are you going to fix it and then, like, give Rumble like a 10% win rate buff? Now, granted, the answer is fix it and then nerf them at the, like restore them to a relative, like, functioning state. But yeah. Anyways, I did get a little bit of that tinfoil. I was like, do they just not want to, like, have to figure out, are people going to, like, lose their shit if they see, hey, Obliterate does 20% more damage now in a patch note, right? But anyways.
Dude,
I mean, that is something that I've always wondered about.
Why would anyone lose their shit? Why would anyone lose their shit if it is the same thing? Like, what you do is you check your class Discord. Also, there's like a developer's note. We adjusted for the tier set bug by nerfing Obliterate, but now it will do more damage with the tier set, so it should equal out and nothing should change. Or it will be like, yeah, but we also added like a 1% nerf because we were thinking DK is too strong. Why would anyone be mad? Who's going to be mad? I don't understand it. None of this makes sense. This whole interview doesn't make sense so far. I don't get it.
One of those situations where I'm like, man, is it just like they don't know and we need to, like, find a way to, like, reach out for them to know? Or is, like, maybe it's something that's lower on the priority because there are just more important things to work on? Or maybe they just, like, aren't sure exactly how to fix that exact problem?
Yeah.
Like, that's something I've always wondered about. And I say this in particular to Vengeance Demon Hunter, because Vengeance Demon Hunter did have some egregious aggro bugs for many years, and which actually got resolved, I believe, last patch. And it's been, like, such a blessing. But for that to exist for such a long time has been, like, really rough. And it's just like you can't help but wonder, like, man, like maybe they just don't know. Maybe there's got to be like a better way to let Blizzard know about like these issues.
Yeah, and I think, I guess wrapping up this particular point, it's mostly that none of us can know, right? Nobody can know. But what we do know is that everything is going really fast, and that people feel like they are being heard a little less.
Why does he not know? Didn't he work there? Bro, what is happening here? Why is none of us can know? Is he like NDAing? I need to relax? Dude, I'm just confused. There's this way saying he can't talk about it. I see. Is that, yeah. Yeah, is he like trying to avoid saying I can't talk about that topic maybe? Maybe. I don't know. This whole thing is weird to me. I think he should be not talking about any of this if he's not going to talk about it. Like either he should be like talking about it or just not make a podcast about it. I think it's mostly just bad dev pipeline. Large companies rarely hear what's going on elsewhere. This interview was a banger? I mean, maybe in the future. So far, it's not been banger.
Right? Maybe broader strokes, maybe people feel like their feedback is being heard, but it's one of those things that doesn't inspire confidence, right? And that sucks because that's kind of what you need, right? Especially moving into midnight, right? If you want to say, like, do I think this next expansion is going to be worth playing? Do I think the one after that? Do I think they're going to bring it home on the World Soul Saga? Right? With less individual features being the standout reason, you know, for lack of a better term, the like borrowed power stuff.
Did she say what happens behind the scenes of Blizzard? No, he just said he doesn't. None of us know why this is happening. Like why a Vengeance DH thing doesn't get fixed or a DK tier set doesn't get fixed. He also didn't know why the belt is not getting fixed for so long, even though they know it needs to. He's actually saying almost nothing. Maybe that is what happens behind the scenes. Whiskey, if you got like good info from this interview, I'm lost, bro. Doesn't know these specific. Yeah, but he can give a theory, right? Like back when I was there, these are the problems, and that's why it didn't happen. Like we know oftentimes we need to make a change, but we're busy. That I can understand. He said that, that's good. But when he says, okay, we know the belt will get a nerf, but we can't push it until a certain time. I mean, there needs to be some sort of reason. I don't know. Or you can just say, just things get lost in the sauce too much, but doesn't explain if they know they are going to do a nerf, that they are not nerfing it in time. Also, I don't understand if he can't talk about it, he knows, or he doesn't know for whatever reason. Like he doesn't know those teams or something. That's what I don't understand. It's definitely hard to grasp, or people can't be in know, but daily you hear something new come out through the grapevine, and not even the official company comes about changes, strategy, and whatnot. Yeah. Doesn't know the teams, in my opinion. Yeah, that sounds like it. I mean, otherwise he would just ask his DK developer regarding how to play DK. He was posting on forums, he said. He's saying he knows the issues exist, but the higher-ups don't give them the time to address these things because their timetable is allowed for other things. That's why he's saying he's perplexed why they don't let them do these things. I'm just wondering, like, who these hires are. Like, when they know they need to nerf an item, they decided to nerf the item. Who's the guy blocking it? To me, I would think these guys should be able to decide when that goes up. I guess there's like further higher ups that are not allowing it for whatever reason. I don't understand that. But maybe he doesn't understand it either. He's like, we need to do this change ASAP. And then maybe Bobby comes in and says, no, we do it 6 weeks later. And then 6 weeks later, Bobby's like, I didn't do it. I don't know, maybe something like that. scared of the backlash of the casual player base. Yeah, it's just yeah, I don't know. I couldn't really fully understand. I think it's a bit vague, everything worded, and I don't know if that's because of NDAs or whatever. He's saying they know every time they do something like this, that it will be too powerful in the next patch, and no one believes the devs that work on it until they get to the next patch, and they're proven right. He didn't say that. Did he say that? What? If you can tell me the timestamp where he said that, dude, that would be so nice, Risky. I think this is a thing that people do sometimes, that someone says something and then you read so much into it that he actually didn't say. So if you do have a timestamp, maybe he says it later on as well. I don't know. Maybe you have like extra info from the further parts of this interview. But yeah, if you have that timestamp, I would be. That's crazy if I missed that. So yeah.
Say like, this is the reason to play, right? You just need faith that like, well, when I log in, is stuff going to work, right? Or when there's an issue, is it going to be resolved quickly? And the less and less that confidence is high, the more and more that it doesn't matter what your other strategies are. So I don't know. I don't think we're saying anything crazy here. Everybody knows bugs suck. And again, as somebody who's caused many egregious bugs, I don't want to sit from over on this side of the fence and be like, fuck you, Blizzard. Like, yeah, oops, you know, like it absolutely happens. It feels like it shouldn't, but you got to fix it any way you can. But yeah, it's certainly been, I think it's emblematic to me of one of these like faster patch cycle, right? Is that things feel riskier. It feels more gambling on when you should play. And that's tough. And that's not something that people should have to do. Certainly.
Tyrus might not be saying no to the specific change instead of being told their priority is to get X finished, so they don't work on the known issue. This is my experience from corporate life. Yeah, no, okay. There's obviously some things I understand as well, guys. Yeah, like they are working on future stuff, and they're not allowed to, or they don't have the time to work on current stuff. I get that, but there are certain things that are already done, or they're like super easy to do. Like you wouldn't. That's crazy if a higher up says you're not allowed to fix a tier set of the DKs, and it's like an easy fix. And instead, you're supposed to design Apex sounds that's going to take like weeks of your time, whereas one thing is going to take an hour of your time. It sounds very odd to me, but because it's like, what, are you never going to fix it? Like, if you're never going to fix that, that's kind of crazy. Easy fixes where your code doesn't exist, so easy to fix, break something else. Bugs just don't sell again. Yeah, I mean, I would think that they have some personal ability to judge how they spend their time if you're a class designer. But maybe the deadlines are just so crazy that you have to do them. It doesn't, that's the thing, like, it doesn't feel that crazy. I don't know. In the end, you can fix a current bug, but still, like, just rush the next thing a little bit and make it a bit less complex. Like, some of it is also in your hands, right? You can make things less complex and easy to code, or more complex and harder to code. I don't know. Like, it just sounds like an easy bug to fix, I guess, this DK thing to me. But maybe, I don't know, maybe it's some more complex tier set, but at the same time, I don't know. Class bugs, I feel like the thing is, you don't need a class designer also to fix a class bug. Like, you're not designing shit, you're just fixing a bug. Like, anybody should be able to do that. I don't know, coding is not that complex, guys, when it is something like this. I don't know. Must be some crazy spaghetti code, I guess, if you're not able to fix a tier set. Like any random person that works on any sort of like combat and procs and trinkets or whatever should be able to fix a tier set. So I don't know.
How have y'all been feeling about the patch overall, though? Max, do you even play a lot after the race? I feel like sometimes I feel like you'll get into doing keys a bunch in that particular season.
Office overwork. I imagine they aren't too quick to rush to take others' responsibilities. Yeah, I mean that would be someone assigning the stuff, right? There's supposed to be someone overseeing this work and assigning the work to people. It sounds a bit weird to me. Like, I understand that design can be bad, right? Because that requires thinking, iteration, but something like a bug on a class, I feel it should be just fixable. I don't know. Doesn't make sense in my head. There's a lot of people that can work on this. Like, no one can come in and change the tier set for DK. I understand that needs to be the DK class designer, and he's busy with other things. I understand that, but fixing a bug, like the effect is designed, it just needs to work. I don't know. It really shouldn't be hard, in my opinion. I don't know, man. Doesn't make sense to me. I could see them not being aware that it is bugged. That I could see. Proxy is all it is. People are afraid of pushing things out without going through all these different gateways of approval. Should have Ian's job, you'd get more done. He obviously doesn't tell people to fix it enough. I think Whiskey is like maybe a Scarizard fan or something like that. I don't know. Maybe like I don't have a problem with this guy, Whiskey, or maybe you're like developer at WoW or something. I don't know what's going on. But I'm not after Ian's job. Don't worry. And I don't think I would do a better job than him either. But fixing it out doesn't mean you push this to live. You need unit tests, you need QA, you probably need simulations. There's a lot that comes with the fix. Since it is working, it's not hotfix worthy. Apparently it's not working. That's why I got it. It's like a buff is just not working. They're just doing good damage. The class is doing good damage, so they're like, whatever, we're just not gonna fix a tier set. It's not the belt nerf. It's about some tier set for DKs not working. It's also other class bugs. Like a lot. Like I get every time, every raid, like every race. I mean, I get multiple classes that say my class is bugged. This talent doesn't work. This is giving me double the value. This is giving me 0 value. Like there's a bunch of these smaller things. Free hacks, I guess. I don't. Yeah, the unit test QA probably needs simulations. I don't know. I also don't have a lot of expectation, I guess, from Blizzard. Perhaps I don't know that they are doing so much to fix this, considering so much bugged stuff does come out. But yeah, I mean, you're right. They could be trying to fix it and then mess something else up, and it's even worse. Yeah. I mean, obviously, the simple answer might be that there's not enough people doing these things. Like, there's not enough QA, there's not enough coders or whatever. And obviously, if that's the case, they just need to hire more or slow down. But some of these things doesn't make much sense to me. Because they are fixing much more complex complex things all the time. So I don't understand that this would be worth not prioring some of the simpler bugs to fix. The weaker guys say their UI team is like 7 people or something. I did hear that. Yeah, that sounds crazy. Bugs that need to be added to the list. They have to triage what they fix. Experience is something is coded pretty fast. Getting someone to code it takes time. I work in an 8K plus company. Didn't help. They fired a lot of people. I don't know. I never worked in this big company, I guess. But yeah, it's sad if this is. The thing is, the reason why I think it's like you guys are underestimating Blizzard a bit is they are releasing so much stuff. And if it would be so hard to fix this one bug, then holy fuck, guys, they couldn't release anything. That's what I am confused about. Like, by that logic, nothing should ever happen at Blizzard. We should wait like 5 years for an expansion. That's what I don't understand. Yeah, maybe their philosophy is like, if it is live and if it is not breaking the game completely, maybe we just ignore it. That could be a philosophy, and I could understand it. I mean, okay, you know, but I don't think it's because it would be hard to fix this thing. Maybe it's like part of a general rule. That's what we do in our company. Yeah, but I mean, then he could say that, you know, like I don't know. That's why I'm. It takes. It's just me. What's the word called? Speculation. Yeah, just speculating randomly. I don't know. Maybe that's not true. No idea. That's definitely their thing with balance, right? With balancing, they are often gonna not do things, even if like a specific class is really underperforming, things like that. But yeah, with class bugs, I would expect it to be different. But yeah, maybe not. I don't know.
And at least as of late. But what have you been getting into?
I've just been doing a lot of stuff outside. I played the D4 season like all day, every day for like 3 or 4 days earlier this week. But as far as in WoW, I struggle to play WoW because of 2 reasons. I would say the least important reason is that I feel like a little far behind.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like we're done with the race, and any amount of time spending time with my characters before the race ends just feels like I'm not doing what I should be doing to help us win.
Right.
So just logging in 3 weeks late to a season or 3 weeks late to a game coming out that you really want to play, that's just like kind of a bummer. You know, you'd rather like be full on from the very beginning with everyone else.
Just rip an Elon, hire someone to play your character while you're doing the race.
Yeah,
and then everyone's like, "Whoa, how is he's playing and he's doing this? That's crazy."
I actually have a raider
to do that.
I actually have a raider in my guild. I could maybe get to do that.
That's true. Yeah, what, Hopeful? I heard he's available.
Yeah, he's really good at it.
He's available.
Yeah. Okay, let's go.
So I would say that's a reason. That used to be the main one. I would say another one is there needs to be a class that I really, really want to play. So like the last time I really played a lot was like Havoc DH in season 3 of last expansion. And it was just like really, really fun, and I got really into it. There's classes that I like as much as that, but they're not as new.
Sure.
Especially Windwalker. And then the other main reason is this. So I like an analogy where you kind of look at sports, right? You have like this preseason, this regular season, the postseason, and then you have like the championship or the Super Bowl or whatever. But everything builds up to a point. And then I imagine when a lot of these athletes finish the Super Bowl, they're like, man, it's been a long time. I'm glad we won or sad we lost or whatever, but I don't really want to play football for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Right. And it's totally reasonable. So the Race to World First is this really, really weird thing where if I felt like if the race was actually at the end of these seasons, I would actually play the whole time.
Yeah.
But because we do this thing that all of us care about so much, and it's everything that it's everything, and then it's over, it's like we're doing everything in reverse. Where like you start with the championship, and I imagine if this was true of other sports, where like you did the thing that is going to define the whole season or the year,
I guess,
and then you were asked to do everything else, you probably wouldn't be as motivated to do it.
So I need you to know, this analogy makes so much sense, but it is making me think about, what if you did the Super Bowl first, and then every 6 weeks into the regular season, all the football players got 20% bigger? Or we started giving them rockets. You know what I'm saying? Like let's just start applying raid buffs to the football players. No, I think that makes sense. I was curious, how much of that same feeling, right? Because Amir just I felt this. There's certainly been a lot of patches where sometimes I would just not log in until literally the weekend that we raided with our guild, right? I would be like, I'm not doing a single thing. I don't want to look at this game. I don't want to think about it. And one of the people in my key group, who's also on my team, is one of our reward sickos. He loves it. He has an endless amount of energy. Who's always like, "Why are we just not doing keys?" And I'm like, "Are you not? What's wrong with you?
He's kind of right.
What?
I'm with him on that.
Okay, but he's doing okay. No. Shout out to
keys.
Every single person in my guild knows who I'm talking about. This person will do them on 12 characters. This person, we have not pushed past 13s on our like weekly keys, because every single time he rolls up on a new undergeared healer.
Oh, dude, that's the worst.
That is Dratnos.
No. But do you want to know the most fucked part? And Dratnos, if you do this, I'm step on a Lego. Oh my god, I'm punching you into the ocean. He will show up on a Mistweaver that when I inspect him when he logs in, is in Brewmaster spec and has the myth pieces for tanking that he was getting from healing for us. It's such rat behavior that I respect it. And I love him so much for finding a new way. This is someone who duo bot one time, we didn't have 2 tanks for an Emergency raid. He solo tanked the whole thing on 2 accounts. He just played 2 tanks at the same time. And I was like, yeah, you're a sicko. You're a freak. I can't believe you exist. So that guy's an anomaly, but I get what you're saying. Sorry, Dorko. I didn't mean to cut you off. I was we had to take a detour for everyone to know that the absurd machine that I play World of Warcraft with exists. Yeah.
But yeah, I think Max makes a really good point about like if you're starting late in the season, it really sucks. Because I have a lot of friends who are basically tourists. They play World of Warcraft on and off.
Yeah.
And anytime it's like mid-season, there's just no chance they're coming back to play the game. It's like, bro, like the fun of playing World of Warcraft is playing at the beginning of the season. You're playing with the boys, and it's just like, all the content is fresh. And when you're just coming in late, it just feels really bad.
Yeah, and it's just a feel bad thing. It's not actually that you're behind. Like something the game does really well now is that you can just you can fully catch up, right? You might be a myth track piece or 2 down because you've missed some vaults and stuff, but at least for me, I can just totally streamer benefit my way through that. So it's not even that. Mm-hmm. It's just the feeling of a lot of people play. It's why Blizzard probably pushes you to do raids and stuff. This game's a lot more fun with friends. And so when you want to play, you want to you want to play the game with your friends when it comes out. But all my friends just got done winning the race, so we're not trying to log in and set up new characters. They already have geared characters. I'm the only one without a geared character. Could I do it if I really? If WoW was my main passion and focus, would I still do it 100%? Right. And it still is for
it's also, I mean, the reality is it's the same thing for me. If he plays with his friends or guild, and I also do, those guys have done this fight probably 60 times or something, if you count normal, heroic, mythic, and you're doing it for the first time, you're kind of not as good as them, and it doesn't feel that good to be the guy that's always behind. Even just setting up weak auras or something, or dying to things that they are no longer dying to. It's just you want to progress with the boys. You don't want to be carried from the boys. So I think that's a big thing as well. And also the puzzle of the fights is also solved for everyone. Everyone knows how to do their rotation. The strat is solved. The strat is practiced. It's just like buying a self-play boost or something. So that's not really that enjoyable.
race and stuff like that, but it's like pretty specific to the race.
That's why I like progressing with you guys more, because you're, well, not as good as Echo guys, to be frank, and also we're progressing stuff more rather than just carrying certain people, and that's it. I mean, it's the truth, guys. Sorry. Whatever ratings for synchronous, not the farm or reclears. Exactly. And if I'm the only one progressing, and even I know the strat and I just need to apply it now, that's already like killing the thing for me. Like, I don't like applying strats as much as forming them, kind of. Yeah. Worse than Echo, guys. Hot takes today. Yeah, sorry.
You know, I don't get out of bed too much for it outside of that.
I also imagine after years and years of playing, man, it probably loses a bit of its fun or even like little scamp behavior to be like, all right, all my big world first raiders, carry my dog shit rogue through mythic. You know, like on like the 8th time, you're like, maybe I would like to be pressing more meaningful buttons in this experience.
Yeah. I think it's just that it's been a long time. Like, I still acknowledge that, like, I think WoW's gameplay, like, if you find a spec that you really identify with, you learn how to play it to mastery or close to where you still, like, feel like you're getting better. I just think that that's, like, the best gameplay in any game. Like, I think that's still, to me, right now, that is true. It is more fun playing a WoW spec well than it is playing pretty much anything else. But I just can't, I don't know, it's just... I mean, I don't think I'm done forever. I think
I mean, also, you like, when I play to improve, but knowing that I won't ever play at a competition properly. Like, if I knew I'm gonna play next race, right, I'll be insta logging in, you know. But I know I'm not going to. I know I don't really have time for any MDI tournaments or high key push tournaments or something like that. So if I'm not gonna play on the highest level, why am I playing on any level? It kind of is like that a bit as well. Really weird, but that's just how I am as a person a bit. Yeah. Game. I mean, you know, you can play games for fun, not to improve, but I feel like WoW isn't that game for me. Maybe now with the pruning and stuff, you could play more for fun. I don't know. Like, at that point, I often rather just play games that I can just queue on my own time and just play whenever. Like, I started playing Age of Empires in the evenings. I can pause whenever I want, go AFK. I can start again whenever I want. But when I play WoW, I need to get into a raid, need 20 people, or I need to get into M+, I need to lock myself in for 30 minutes to do this 5-man dungeon. I can't take a break. It's just not really worth it for just casual enjoyment. If it was for competitive reasons, I would have a very good time. I would probably enjoy like any part of WoW competitively, whether it's dungeon, PvP, raiding, anything. But yeah, it became a dad, guys. It's also true, yeah. I mean, being a dad is affecting it for sure. But yeah, like I would still, you know, take the time to blast if I was going to in the end. But realistically, it's more worth for me to just log into alpha and look at the bosses instead of playing anything on retail.
Could be the beginning of the expansion. I'll probably play a lot, right? It's just like, especially, I don't know, after you win, it's just like...
So you asked him the same person. Yeah, actually, CEO is most of my time spent, I would say, like, probably... maybe like... close to like 30 hours of my time is probably just business. And then maybe around 10 hours is like WoW during farm. And then another 10 hours is like stream stuff per week. So yeah. Definitely a lot of CEO stuff to be done. I mean, I wouldn't call it CEO stuff, but like it's not like just sitting like with Roger and just discussing the future of Echo only, right? You do all sorts of shit. Basically, whenever there is something to be done and you don't have staffing to do it, you just do it. So it could be fucking anything. Yeah, just don't think CEO is like me, like doing only important decisions, saving the world or something, and redefining Echo's goal for 2030, Vision 2030 or something like that. Yeah, like constantly just hiring people and removing them or something like this. But yeah, if you want things done, do it yourself. Unfortunately, that is the fastest way of getting things done. Yeah, but yeah. You end up doing all sorts of different things. Which do you remember I started playing? I'm playing the remastered version or whatever it's called. But I'll, if I get done, I'll do AoE 1 as well.
Pretty much my full focus just turns into like streaming and just
Yeah, and for Max, I imagine it's a lot of streaming stuff. And also the funny thing is him being a successful streamer gets him viewership during the race, which gets his team money. So, which gets his team better players and, better players, better pay, general happiness. So, like, he needs to do a lot of streaming, I imagine. Basically, all my CEO stuff is probably him streaming. Or, like, planning for his streams and for his business and whatever.
Like playing hockey and doing other stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you got to rest too, right? I think, every athlete needs to.
Who'd win me a 1v1? Bro, I'm not good at I'm not good at AoE. Guys, I'm playing Age of Empires. I'm not good at it. So just don't get me wrong. There's two different things here, yeah? Like, I'm horrible at it. I'll get clapped by 90% of you. Don't worry about it. Will you change this position with yours, not as in liquids, but in tasks? In tasks. That's a rough thing to say. I have no idea, dude. I don't know his position exactly, right? It's a bit hard without knowing his life type of thing. But let's say, would I want to stream more and sort of do business work more? Like the way I do my streams, not like having the burden of having to be a really good streamer so that my team gets paid and everything is working good or whatever. If I just have to stream the way I want to do it instead of business stuff. I think I would want to probably have it instead of, I don't know, man. It's rough to say, bro. I mean, it's weird because I was doing this, like in the past, I was doing more streams and less business, but decided to change that focus. Streaming is definitely more carefree. Like, you have less stress, for sure. But the weird thing is, like, me doing Echo stuff allows me to I need to make more stressful decisions, but I have less stress because I know where the company is heading. Because I know I'm handling shit. And like, even if something is late, I know it is late and I know when it will get done because I'm on it, you know? Whereas if I'm not involved, I don't know what's happening and it's scary and it's stressful. So that's the difference for me, at least. And I don't know, maybe he has that. Maybe he doesn't know sometimes where the Liquid Guild is heading. I don't know, because he's not as involved. Could be. I don't know. Was more fun streaming or doing CEO stuff? Well, it both has its really fun times and not so fun times. I don't know. It's rough. I'd say streaming is more fun, probably. especially if there's like good content. If you're like doing a Final Fantasy push or Destiny, or there's like tons of new things happening, or probably streaming is more fun. Yeah. The CEO life is very like, it's very out of the box. Could be fucking anything. Like the day starts, you have no idea sometimes how it goes. Like a completely new problem procs, crazy opportunity procs. I don't know. Sometimes it's a bit of a grind as well. I'd say I'm probably more suited for the CEO stuff. Streaming, you gotta be a little bit crazier, I think. But also, I've never done like full content creation. You know, I wonder how things would be if I was just full streamer and nothing else, and I could put my full attention to this. That could be interesting as well. Because like when you have 2 days a week, you can't really try out many things. Or even in the past, when I streamed like let's say 4 days a week or something, you cannot do so many different things. You can't experiment much because you don't have the time. But if this is all you do, it's kind of crazy. Again, sky's the limit, right? Being someone under someone is surely something, but being the guy at the top surely has its pros and cons too. I think so far I had a lot more of the cons, but yeah. Hopefully the pros are the future. Yeah. Says other guys do stuff, and I think he only step up when there's really complex decision. I don't know. Yeah, for Liquid Guild, I think so, yeah. But you know, still might give you like stress when something is not going as how you liked, and then you're like, now I need to come in and fix this mess. That happened to me in the past quite a lot. Yeah.
Right. And nothing I can do will ever, no amount of content, and I don't mean this in a disparaging way, there's nothing I can possibly do in World of Warcraft that will challenge me and be as rewarding enough as how hard mythic raid bosses are in the first week and second week during the race to world first. Like that content does not exist in the game once I want to start playing it. Everything else will be a shade of that, right? I can maybe
wait. There is something you need to do on stream though. You do need to do the challenge mode.
Yeah, he wants me to do the delve boss.
What is this?
Yeah, the question.
True, yeah.
Yeah, with minimum item level.
Dude, that was
and
so
ideally
good.
A boomkin.
Oh man, that was so sick. Start of the season.
I remember at the start, as a long time PoddyC listener, I remember
Roger and me wanted to compete on this as well.
I don't know if delves are good, and meanwhile I'm over here like getting my 100 delves achievement, being like, this shit rules. I like it quite a lot. So and I especially think their solo bosses, I want to give a special shout out. I think all of them, I think they've gotten progressively better, and I think it's a really fun way to get some of that little what is it called? That Brawlers Guild stank. Some of that little bit of like, let's give you like a fun one-off boss that you can.
The Brawlers Guild owned, by the way. I don't know if like the version of the game or just what gaming is now, the community within the game is the same, but like that's a whole other tangent.
Yeah.
I guess we were wrong about delves, and we've started a few podcasts with like the old comedian bit of like, well, delves aren't good, huh? And then our chat, our comments, are just always like, you guys totally don't get it. Delves fucking rock. And I think after the last episode, we're like, all right, fuck it, we get it, So then we kind of focused in on, well, the delve part that was made for people like us, like the bosses, right,
Mm-hmm.
at the end, that just hasn't really hit yet. And then they came out with Nexus Princess Kaiveza, which is probably like the best version of that they could make. It shows a
I still have no idea what this was.
You can look forward to every season, where you're like, holy shit, I might actually want to log in the first week just to try to do whatever they come up with next for that, right? It's like,
yeah,
we've been moved off of our delves didn't hit stance. No. Although I did say when they came out, like most things, it might be good 2 years from now.
That's true, and it was also good then. So you kind of you're kind of playing both sides here. It was good then, and it'll be good 2 years from now. cruel fate if somehow delves suck ass 2 years from now, but they were really good the whole time. No, I think I also want to say
Flex, do you mean like the on Liberation of Undermine, the guy that throws all the bombs and stuff? I did that actually thinking I need to do it for loot. I wasn't aware it was for fun content. I just like off stream, I was like playing, trying to catch up with gear and everything, and just randomly, I thought I needed to do it to get like a treasure delve or whatever or something. But it was fun. It was okay, but I don't think it was like amazing. Like I think it could be way better. For me, it was. I remember just kiting mostly. I don't know. Maybe there was like a harder mode that I didn't do. I don't know. I just like entered this thing where the world boss is, and he was there. I don't know if there was different difficulties. Yeah. Also depends on like minimum eye level and stuff as well. Maybe I wasn't low enough for it to matter or something. I think I was just maybe I was exploiting some things. I don't know. Didn't feel that hard.
Really, I was in favor of this, but I can't claim that I was like.
Oh, there was 2 question marks. Yeah, maybe. Okay.
No, absolutely I wasn't. But Kai'Veza coming back as a Delves boss is what I wanted, because the thing I was pretty loud about to anybody who would listen, which is like 3 people on the Encounters team,
the mole
like,
man,
enough to talk to me, was I think this is going to be a bit of a yap, but I'm going to back up here. I think Zymox returning was really cool in Sepulchre, but is not like, I don't think it was successful, right? I think it was cool to be like, oh, we had a novel side villain. He wasn't really built up as anything. He just had a unique mechanic, but I think people liked his vibe, right? And then it was like, oh, and then there's an opportunity to make him a raid boss later where he maybe feels like an upgraded or different version of that fight. And
I thought it was good.
The big issue was always like, well, one of them's just going to be the better fight, man. Like you're going to think of them forever as the good one and the bad one, right? Even if they were both, if people really like both of those fights, I think you're going to think of it that way. So I was like, Kai'Veza was so good as a.
I thought they were both good. I don't think one of the bad one or a good one either. I think Artificer was both good on both. We just sucked on Castle Natria, so that's why I might feel more sad about that. But the Sepulchre one, we were playing really good. But either way, I think it was both good fights.
Raid boss, that it feels like having her back in Manaforge, which I think, I don't know that there were any official plans to have done so, but I have to imagine it was pitched when they thought they were going to go do ethereal stuff, right? But it's like, do you want to follow that up? Like, no, probably not. And I think players would be excited to be like, when are we going to see her again? But then, like, what if it isn't as good as the first one, right? You're probably pretty sad. So having her be the Delves nemesis and showing up and like ganking you, perfect way to keep the vibe of the character, and then springboarded them to make a challenge that feels as good or better for the individual because you change the context. So that to me is a lesson that I hope they take forever forward, right? Is like, if you have a really sick dungeon boss, you can make that a raid boss. Or vice versa, or you can do any of these things, right? I know there's sometimes you have like the Rationan or you have the general call into those things. Those are not the best examples, but I also think, to me, the main issue is that they were being worked on simultaneously, right? If you think about like Shadowlands launch into Shadowlands raid, or War Within launch into War Within raid, right? I kind of think if the schedule would permit it, let wait and see which dungeon fights do people really fucking love and did they really vibe with, right? And then do an Anubarak, right? Like, maybe you got to fudge the little bit of like, ooh, we resurrected them with magic or something. But you could totally do that, right? You could see like, what was everybody's great.
My God, dude. Now he's talking my language. Fuck the story. Just resurrect them with magic.
Just hit. What was something they really loved? And then bring that back. So, sorry.
You know what they can do?
Yeah.
They can do Bubbles Jr. comes
Bubbles
back
Jr.
as a raid
justice
boss.
for Bubbles. Just all of you
Bubbles
sickos
Jr.
killed Bubbles. Honestly,
he's gonna go crazy. He's gonna go through the villain
it's
arc.
So cool, man. I love the. I was not a Bubbles hater to start, but that's because I'm a Death Knight. We're fucking unkillable. My poor Evoker dying like every other cast, had all his defenses up. It's not his damn fault. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here with an egg every 30 seconds like, what's the problem with this guy? He's fine. No, but I love things like that, man. Anytime like the story takes on its own kind of form, and now you have a Bubbles Jr. and people, you know, a few years from now, there's going to be a Bubbles Jr. Delve boss or something, and people are going to point and be like, that's the guy, right? I love modern WoW myth making, you know, like we don't have to keep pulling from stuff in the past. We have bits and jokes and stuff right now. Like, there's the end of the Delve track this time is a toy that turns you into Bran and does all the Bran stuff, right? And I'm like, to me, this is this expansion's, you know, an illusion. What are you hiding? Like, lean into the stuff that people are already vibing with, right? So I love that shit, man. Absolutely. I think it's so fun.
Yeah, I think people can really tell as well when something organically became, you know, bigger than it was originally intended, right? Like Bubbles became a bigger meme, a bigger
just ended everything.
Yeah, just gotta lean on those things. I mean, I don't think this is something you even need to plan. Just something happens and you just lean on it. You gotta, you know, read the vibe of the community. I think something like the social media managers and stuff do really good, and just push that further. I think that's really good. Bubbles is some sort of like NPC or something from some dungeon. I never even noticed it personally.
Cultural touchstone than initially expected, and you know, haters will say it's because it was horrifically overtuned for
that's true. Only haters will say that.
Haters
look within your heart before you leave a comment.
Yeah, but either way, like that, then, you know, having some fun with it, and when you bring back Floodgate, I think that sort of thing is really cool. I think it's much.
Well, I think they should rework old dungeons. I think that would be good, like a Scarlet Monastery M+. That would be so fucking sick. I think. I'm surprised they don't do this kind of stuff.
Because you can tell when a game is kind of like trying to force it with a.
I don't know if that's because of like it needs to be relevant story wise, or if they think it's too hard. I don't even think it has to. Again, wait, did you have Scarlet Monastery as M+? Was that in like? Wait, when was that? Pit of Sauron. Yeah, I'm thinking even like further, and like Pit of Sauron like came quite late in that expansion, right? So I don't know. For me, it's not that iconic. But I want. Oh, it was for challenge modes. Yeah. True. Yeah, I remember something with challenge modes. Which in MO was back in MOP challenges. Okay, that one I didn't play. That's why I don't have Super Sigma. I started playing challenge modes in Worlds of Draenor because there was a lot of boosts back then. Because I don't care about transmog, I never even tried on MOP anything. But yeah, BRDM plus, or even like, I don't know, but other old dungeon. Zul'Farrak is one of my favorite ones, dude. I think that's one of my favorite dungeons. I was boosted. No. Dude, Knupler was slamming it hard in challenge mode boost, guys. Warrior was not meta, but I was destroying the mobs with sweeping strikes, scabbard trinket, bladestorm, and sweeping stripes and execute. And the execute talent that gave you back rage when you personally executed the mob, and you would just spam execute. It was so fucking good. I loved it. Colossus Smash as well. I loved playing Warrior. I was blasting every boss. And you could also respec in the challenge mode between specs. I don't remember doing that as Warrior so much, but as a mage, I definitely did it. Respec to gain your CDs back, and like you could do some crazy times.
With like, we want you to think this is funny, or we want you to think this is cool, instead of like have it either actually coming up with something funny or cool, or hearing from the player base, the community, what they like, and then giving them more of that. So that's one of those things. I think it's another thing that I'd be worried about being a casualty of a faster release cadence. But then, to their credit, we're citing multiple examples of them doing that just this expansion.
Yes,
so
I think
maybe it wouldn't be.
I think those are the elements of like when being scrappy goes right. And so maybe it's possible that me and all of these other things are just the growing pains of that. And I truly hope that that's the case. Like I don't want to be an old man on the other side being like, WoW has to slow down, right? Like maybe it needs to speed up, but just intelligently and in a way that you know, everybody's scope changes, and then everybody finds out how to be creative within that scope, right? I think my longing comes from things like, and I know divisive endlessly, but stuff like corruption, right? Which is something that brought me back. I was not playing WoW at the time, and I came back for N'Zoth. I came back for corruption, right?
Corruption was crazy.
It's hard for me when you look at stuff like the phase diving and cloak, and you look at corruption, to envision a world where we get corruption again, because I think if you are, and I don't want to kick dirt on the current patch stuff too much. Suffice to say, it's not my thing, and I don't have a particularly high opinion of it. But it's more so that rather than say like, oh, this individual didn't dream big enough, right? Like that's never the issue, right? It's what can the game support being made right now, right?
To be fair, the corruption stuff was fucking ridiculously done. BOEs were absolutely insane. And it was like, you could gain so much power by spending money. It was incredible. And it was one of the mistakes we did, actually. We didn't get enough BOEs early on, and then we were wiping around quite early, like too much. I mean, we would have still lost. Liquid was, that's when they started using the outside raid leader, and I was still inside the game. But still, like the corruption stuff was ridiculous. Completely like crazy OP. So if we're talking about things not getting polished, that was definitely something not polished properly. The phase diving is very undercooked. Yeah, the phase diving, it seemed very boring to me. I didn't understand the point of any of it. It sounded way cooler in the presentations than what was done. So maybe they had to cut development time on that and release it half cooked. Yeah. I don't mind some bugs being in the game, especially things like one-time content that you do. Like there's bugs happen. They don't bother me that much. I think bugs are like mainly annoying if it is like a bug that your class has that is like constantly annoying you. Things like that. Or like a UI problem that exists. Like for example, the fact that you can't move people in the raid groups when they are in the same group. Like, why the fuck does that exist? Like it's been 10 years, Like this is something also that is gonna stay here forever. This kind of stuff I would just love fixed. But if it's some like quest bugging out and you get stuck, you need to do a reload, doesn't work, relog doesn't work, you need to make a GM ticket, whatever. Like it's just a bit weird. Like maybe it's not completely unprogressible, but it's just a bit weird. I don't mind that much. It comes and goes, but the things that are like permanently there with you, that gets annoying. Yeah, that's true.
And so to me, that is the fear. Or another one, I was having this thought. I was thinking about like, what kind of stuff am I going to talk about on the podcast? Max, very famously, you were one of Halandris's biggest critics when you tested that boss, right? You remember the version of Halandris that got tested, and then it went dark.
Halandris?
Yeah, with the Odin runes and the completely different encounter.
Completely different thing, dude, right?
The best part was there were the 3 different runes, and it was light brown, yellow, and dark brown were the 3 different colors of the event.
In the sand, yeah. Right, and you look at that fight, and then went dark for a few weeks. Raid comes out, one of the greatest fights of all time, right? Like in the Hall of Fame for WoW raid fights, right? And to me, I'm like, how many Halandrises are we not getting? Right, as a result of this cadence. And that's not knowable, but to me, as somebody who's been on the ground and talks to people, right, this is also, I'm going to keep prefacing this because I feel like so many of my coworkers are going to watch this and be like, he said mean things about us. I'm like, no, I love you all, and I care so much. But I think about one fight that
it doesn't sound like, it sounds like he cares, but that sounded like he doesn't. But yeah,
I can't hide my disappointment for this tier was Fractalus. And I will say, nothing but deep respect for the person who worked on Fractalus. I think one of the smarter encounter designers ever. And obviously, sometimes things just whiff, right? But when I think of that Hallanders thing, I'm always like,
I don't even know what Fractalus was supposed to do. I was so convinced we're gonna get to Fractalus and something is gonna be different, but nothing was different. So what was the difficulty supposed to be? I don't even know. Was it to just get the add-on coded, like the VCARA coded? Was it to figure out which rotation you're gonna play? I don't understand it. It was a fun puzzle for like one person in our team, Roger. He enjoyed it, but everyone else just followed where to go. And I don't know if there was supposed to be something else. That's what he's saying. Maybe it would have been super cooked if the patch at time. Yeah, maybe. I know. I understand what he's saying in this case, but like, I'm wondering, was that time lacking, or maybe he intended it to be an add-on check? It could be, right? Like we were thinking, like maybe this is like the final, like before add-ons go away, like this is the final exam, because there was things that you could do with add-ons that we weren't aware of until the race was over. Like we thought you didn't know where you place a wall, but apparently there was a hidden aura or something, and like there was a way to figure out. Or maybe it was like the walls were like units or something like that. You could figure out where walls spawned, and now Northern Sky has a VCARA showing the state of the fight. We didn't know that. So like it felt like it was like testing our development skills a bit and our like data mining skills. And if that was the purpose of that boss, honestly, it was a great success, I would say. But I just don't know if they were trying to do something different. Like, how could that fight go any different? I don't even know. It's a good boss without a VCARA. I don't know, is it? I think the way it is, without a VCARA, it wouldn't even be a good boss. I guess maybe, actually. If you give, like, everyone marks and then they need to just remember where to go, and, like, every time I repeat, like, we do like 1, 1, 3, 5, 4, and then breaks go, and then the first 2 marks are skull and cross, and you go to the 1, 1, and then next guy goes to 3. I don't know. That's a square, and so on or something. Could be, I guess. Could be interesting. I don't know. I don't know if that's fun though. Damage from players and beams stackable for each more wall on lane would be nice. Yeah, there could have been more stuff to make it interesting for sure. And I mean, that I understand. And if he's saying like that could have been the case because there was not enough time, I just don't know. Like maybe this was the goal of the fight, and we just did it. Good job us. And everyone, maybe like the guy that made it is like, nice. Somebody solved the puzzle. There was a good VCARA. Proud of the boys. That's a good farewell to VCARAs. I don't know. Not sure.
What if everything had a little more time? And I know you can.
I remember telling Scribe time and time again during fair, man, this boss is not finished. And it was indeed finished. Yeah, I was saying it internally in the officer meetings as well. I was like, this boss is going to change anyways. We don't need to think about this too much. Like, we just need to be there immediately ready to adjust. And then we go there and it's the same thing. That was so funny, dude. Oh my God. Like, double checking like everything. It just turns out to be the same thing. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Endlessly apply that stuff, right? But to me, it feels like some of these things come out and look so promising, and then it's like one little thing it got solved in one way too quickly, or even if there isn't a cheese or a weakor necessarily that fully solves it, right? There's often it's like kind of a dare I call it an oversight, that it's like, oh, just the way that people will class stack, or the way that people will play, or the way that people would hold damage, right, will just change the texture of the fight entirely. And that's the kind of thing that a few more weeks in an earlier stage of development fixes, right? Because I think having time later is, I don't want to say it's useless, but it's pretty tough to make use of the time later in the cycle, right? Because art's already made, things are already recorded. You know, you don't want to throw a bunch of stuff away. It's very, very hard to make changes later in that cycle, right? And so I think that's my. I'll step off this particular soapbox, but I think that's my fear, is that you get people saying, "Well, I don't even want to get close to something that might run out of time, right? So let me go with the safest option, or let me go with the medium option instead of the big option, right? And you get less swing." So I think Kaiveza and Bubbles Jr. these are the winners.
I wouldn't say when they had slower cadences that we got better bosses, though. I don't know. I mean, okay, Halondrus was nice, but I don't know. So was Dimensius this tier. And I would say Araz was really good. I don't know. The V-cars obviously make it weird, but has some bosses getting better each tier. I mean, I don't know. I think I think my expectations for bosses is really low. I just enjoy it so much, I think, that it doesn't matter for me. Or maybe they're just so good every time. But I've never had a raid tier where I thought, these bosses kind of sucked. Maybe like the second to last boss in Casanatri, that was a bit weird. The generals, that was a bit like slow paced. But even that was not that bad. I don't know. Galvic's difficulty was shit, yeah. But the fight itself was not bad. Okay, I mean, I guess for an Endboss it was bad, yeah. But I don't know if that's the thing. Like, they don't come out and say like what's intended. Maybe they wanted Galvix to be like lore-wise an easy boss. I don't know. Generals were the bugs? No, it was the HP pool. I think it was like very slow pace. I don't remember the bugs being this big thing. It just turned like it was like a 10-minute plus fight, and it was the same thing over and over again. Galvix P3 standing still. Yeah, exactly. That was a weird thing with Galvix, yeah. That definitely felt awkward. And to this day, they explained some interviews about Galvix and it made a lot of sense. They just flipped last phase and first phase around. Really? I missed that interview. That's interesting. Really? They flipped last phase and first phase around. That must have been really early on in development, because that journal was showing this as the first phase for a very, very long time, if not all the time. So must have been pre-journal that they flipped that. But even then, I mean, it's the end boss of the raid tier. Yeah, like I would say Galvix definitely was a flop. Yeah, you're right. I meant the raid as a whole, like Liberation of Undermine, except for Galvix. I think it was one of the best raids, if not the best raid tier ever. Again, outside of Galvix. Like, if you just take away the last boss from every raid, it was probably the best tier ever. Then the last boss comes in and shits all over it, but yeah. And I'm thinking like slower cadence, I don't know. I guess you had more raid bosses sometimes. Like, you had these like Citadel, like Hellfire Citadel, or what else had like tons of bosses? Maybe Nyalotha had quite a few. I think it had 11. But I'm not a big fan of those raids. I prefer less but good raids. I think 8 is a good number. Yeah, it could be even less. Ice Crown Citadel as well. Yeah, true. Yeah, I prefer smaller raids if you're gonna get them more frequently because of that. So that does not bother me. Battle of Dazar lore. Yeah, it was good as well, but I mean, I don't think it's much better than now. The U was very well put together. I think like Queen Anstrak was also great. Together theme was pretty good. In Quizzes, you fight the lackeys because he has a slot machine boss. You fight the bodyguard as insanely overpowered, and then the big guy at the end. Pretty cool design. Difficulty in Counter Strike. I think the design team outdid themselves. And Mana Force Effect just spawns. No connection whatsoever. Oh, like story-wise, I have no idea, bro. That I don't know. I also don't know why the Demon Hunters were there or anything. To me, it was as random as the Liberation of Undermine. Felt fun to play. I don't know, fun-wise, it felt fun for me both. That's the thing. Yeah, I don't have this issue.
Of something like this, right? And
But yeah, we're comparing not Liberation and the last year anyways. We're talking about like when cadence was slower, like, I don't know, 2 years ago or something, 3 years ago, like Shadowlands or something. And I don't think those rates were better than now. I think systems were just as broken. We had the Covenant system. Like if you go back to Legion, okay, like a lot of unique ideas, but completely messed up, right? Legendary drop rate completely fucked on release. We had like balance is non-existent, literally. Like you have Surrender to Madness with Belt, which is, I don't know, probably doing like 50% more damage than the second best guy. You have Emerald Nightmare raid tier ending in 1 day. Like, I don't know. I don't think things are worse now. He thinks we are afraid to take risks because of deadlines, but he's personally burnt out, so likely some bias there. Yeah, I mean, it's fine to have bias, right? It's okay. And maybe there was things like that tilt him, and he made it work by pushing extra hours, but we didn't get to witness how bad it was, right? That can also be true. And in general, like it's more stressful on the staff, but some of the things we don't notice the stress behind it. I don't know, but as a player, I think it's fine. Like what we're getting with this cadence is great. I'd much rather have this than Fated Season or an empty season or something like that. Definitely prefer this. I don't know about you guys. Obviously, it's a bit more money with the expansion, but to me, that's completely worth. I mean, if you were going to play the Fated Season, it would be more money spent on just no content, so yeah. Nightmare was Archivon from Legion. Archivon as in like Ravage King Archivon? The PvP world boss? Yeah. I mean, you had Sun King bracelets or you were benched as mage? Oh, I didn't play mage there. Actually, I had it as an alt, but I don't remember it. But yeah. To me, it didn't feel like people are not taking risks or anything. I don't know. Felt pretty good.
You know, then I'm going to say stuff like Fractalus and the Cloak and things like that, to me, feel like the losers of this, right?
Yeah, the Cloak, I agree with him. I think that was a loser item. And I don't know why it is there, honestly. Like, also an artifact, right? Like, I don't know. It's like, I think the way I see it is artifact is above legendary, personally. I think that's also how it is classified in the game. Like when you're like looking at the like drop down menus of quality of items or rarity of items. So getting this cloak, I don't know. Soul Hunter boots make every other boots obsolete. I do not like it. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it. I agree it's not amazing, but it's also not horrible. I don't mind that. For me, it's more the cloak that's problematic. Because the boots is like an epic item. Okay, whatever. Like I feel like artifact items should be something insane, like some game-breaking stuff. Almost, you know. And like you needed the cloak to interact with the game mechanics, like to go into the platform on Nexus King or on Dimensions to be able to pull the boss. That's okay, but yeah, to me it lacked something more for sure. It was kind of like the MOP cloak, right? Just weaker, I guess. The MOP cloak was way bigger. Yeah. I agree. That is probably just because they didn't have enough time to work on it. And that's just sad, yeah. I would have preferred, honestly, that they didn't do anything. Like, they should just not done an item. No artifact item, and then it should be fine. Aside to the lore of the patch, maybe it had something to do with it. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. Yeah.
Possible.
When I went to Blizzard, I saw something pretty cool. I got to see, I forget his name, but he sat in the corner in that same rewards room you're in.
Jeff Rowe, my goat.
Yeah, the guy who does secrets, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it is professions, but yes, he also makes secrets.
Yeah. Well, when I worked there, one thing that people said that they did is that some of their job is given to them. Like, do this thing. This is something that needs to be done in the game. And then a decent amount of things are, what do you find really cool? Like, you have a lot of, if you find this really interesting, you can make this thing. When I saw some of the stuff he was working on, I could tell that if he was not working at Blizzard, he would just be one of those people in the secret finding Discord figuring out secrets. He just seemed to really, really enjoy that level of it. So he was able to put something that he personally loved. I'm not sure if he was assigned to do that or not, but he was just putting
what kind of secrets?
I don't believe he was. I mean, he was, and also specifically, I believe what
like some like random like world content secret type of thing
you were referencing was he was assigned to and was working on the.
Yeah, I think that sort of stuff is really cool. By the way, I wish we would have something like that for raiding as well. Like, apply that same logic, I think, to raid mechanics, and then you have fights that are hard, and people get stuck, and it's not just about fucking loot or add-ons or third-party programs. Why not, dude? I'm talking about something like the Final Fantasy thing. You had a very cryptic mechanic. It was not fun. Well, if you think about E8S or whatever it was, that was fun, though, to build the Phoenix. I'm thinking that type of stuff. I guess you're talking about Alexander. But, yeah, I mean, obviously it depends on the secret, right? If you go there and it's like, you have no clue for multiple days, you're just sitting there trying to figure it out, that might get eventually boring. But I think there could be a lot more. Like, right now, nothing is secret, pretty much. So there could be a lot, like, the answer was in a fucking book. Yeah, I don't like it that way. I think the answer should be contained within the raid itself. I don't even like it to be, like, lore specific. But, well, I mean, I could just, like, try to give a random example, I guess. I don't know. Maybe, like, there's, like, some like, rune on the ground or something that you don't know what, like, some engraving on the ground. You don't know what it does, but, like, maybe it, like, will slightly glow in a phase or something. And then when you go on it with everyone, it will do something. I don't know. You know, just like, it's like baked into the fight. And like maybe there's like a hint of an animation or something, or maybe like a particle of the boss flies towards a place. And then if you go there and you do an AoE spell, you will get something out that's invisible there. And killing that will buff you or something. You know, just like, I'm aware like these are not like great fights or something, to be clear. I'm not saying like do exactly this, but I'm trying to give an example of where the puzzle is contained within the fight. You don't need to go out and do some classic quests to figure it out. But like there's some subtle hints exactly. and you, or maybe like the spell names of the boss can also give you a hint. I don't know, just things like that. I think would be really, really cool, especially with the race for first as well. The whole stream trying to solve it and shit. It would be very cool. But also at the same time, I'm aware this would be something that only the top tier teams would really experience, and like the people watching, and you know, world rank 100 guild, they would just go in there, they would know the strat and just do it. I think that's still worth it, but like he said, in this case, I might be biased. I don't know, but I think it's really cool to have like this community puzzle almost that we solve together. Even if we are the ones playing it, in the end, everyone will be watching and it will have theories to throw around, you know? And we'll turn their streams off so other team don't get any info, to be honest. Well, it's the thing, you wouldn't even know there's a puzzle necessarily, you know, until like you get hit by like some random enrage. And if we turn it on, and if the idea is to turn it off, like when you want to try out something, you notice something, you don't want to show it, that I'm okay with turning off the stream. So I mean, then you get a sick YouTube video from the kill later on. I don't know, and then you can see the next team. Like eventually, one team is going to stream it, right? And then you know you can theorize there. Like I don't mind if we don't get the viewership from that. I think it's just a cool thing.
Customizations for druids in the Ymirdrasil patch. And then he decided to say, well, let me have my unlock condition for this, not just throw it on a renown. Like let's come up with a fun, unique way. And so you had to like go travel around the different moonwells that exist in like the base game. And that stuff was really cool. Yeah, I love Jeff Grow. He's actually my neighbor. He's somewhere over there. So shout out to Jeff. I will also say, used to be an escape room designer. So a very another fun thing.
Awesome.
That's something that like I want to learn that skill from him. And he's offered to talk with me more about it.
I bet he's great at puzzles.
Yeah, not at all surprising to hear that guy is like making, or I think he was also involved with the Warlock pet customization, where there's like a book you have to take to port spoilers. What the fuck was that? Spoilers for something that's like, you know, 2 or 3 years old now, right? You had to like take a book to one of the portals in the last Raid of Legion. In that portal fight, you had to like take a portal and then put the book through, and then a demon came out. I'm like, that shit rules, man. That's awesome. Yes, I heard that he is going to be working on some more raid stuff for the future, which has me very excited. Forever.
Guys, maybe it is happening.
Forever, I've been thinking like, I think he's.
You hear it, Shalfu, yeah? Gotta open every eye you have, dude, to look at the bosses.
Would be very, very good at.
There might be some hidden things.
The reason I brought that up is I just found it cool that you guys can do stuff in your job and put stuff into this game that we all love, and it's basically because you find something really cool. So I wanted to ask you what
Bro, you know what would be sick is if we go to a boss and we're ultra cooked, right? Like tons of theories, we try shit out, we can't figure it out, and then we're like, okay, listen, chat, send all your fucking theories in here. We're gonna read through them. And we have like a person reading through them and trying to see if there is something good there. Like, I want to get that experience. That would be so sick, bro. They let him be creative, but my guess is they want to rush out content as usual. This guy doesn't sound like he's getting rushed. I mean, how do you do any of these things while getting rushed? It sounds like they are aware that his role just doesn't work that way. But maybe I'm wrong. Why do I think I'd have to filter all those requests? You and Roger, dude. After 4 hours of trying demo shout works. Yeah, exactly. Some like random ass shit, dude. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I love those kind of things. Or like you have to melt the ice with a fire spell or something like that. You know, like just some random interactions that make sense. New raid feels as well. More puzzles, less add-on dependency. Exactly. I didn't hear them say more puzzles, but I mean, if they are gonna get this guy on board, that's a really good hint.
What are some things that you've done at Blizzard, or Riot maybe as like a deep cut old thing, I guess, where you're just like, this was something that I just thought was really cool and put into the game. This wasn't necessarily my job. It could be overall broad scope, like rewards could be your job, but like I specifically thought this was really cool.
Riot. I now that you bring it up, I am going to say one for Riot. This was on the very first character I worked on the very first patch, which I don't even really think we called them patches necessarily. I mean, we did, but it was like every 2 weeks instead of every 6 months, right? Kha'Zix is an assassin, is the first character that I got to work on. I was the live balance sign off. The names, our titles sucked and they changed nonstop. But all that meant was that from the balancing team, for lack of a better term, and I think that team went through like 8 different names. I was assigned to a guy named David Abacassis, who was the champion designer for Kha'Zix. And so I was, for lack of a better term, meant to be good enough at the game to talk him out of ideas that would ruin the game, right? Which was a fun and, at the time, volatile pairing, because I, unlike how I am now, wanted the game to stay orderly, and this guy is insane. And I love him. He's very, very good for that. But the idea of, for those of you who don't know, and I know you're like, League of Legends, it's like, yeah, sorry, the other game 30-year-olds play. Don't lob tomatoes, Old. Yeah. No, it is.
No, harsh but fair.
Yeah, harsh but fair. Brother, if I worked on that game 10 years ago, it means that people in their 30s are playing it.
Wait, can you try the TTS thing again? I do have a thing called TTS here. Oh, is it happening now? Oh, this is completely scuffed. Monitor only output. Okay, try the TTS thing again if you guys have it. I have no idea if it will work. Can't do it. Oh, I see. Anyways, whatever.
So, Kha'Zix is a character who evolves over the course of the game, but he evolves every time he ranks in his ultimate. You only get 3 ranks for your ultimate. So there was supposed to be a choice baked into, well, which of your abilities do you not evolve? And we had the idea of, wouldn't it be cool if there was some secret condition upon which he could get his 4th evolution? And to me, the balance reason why I pushed for this so hard was that inherently it's not even that strong, right? Because you would choose the strongest thing first for you, and then the second strongest thing, and then the third strongest thing. So you're getting barely an upgrade, right? But it feels awesome because the whole point of the character is to be the ultimate evolution. He eats things and he grows stronger, right? And before him came out the Predator character, this big lion named Rengar, and he had a unique item that when you killed characters would like stack it because he's like a headhunter, right? And they were supposed to be the Alien versus Predator, legally distinct, do not at me, Alien versus Predator, right? That was their whole bit. And so I really pushed for and fought for adding a quest, the first of its kind quest in the game, where if you had a Rengar and if you had a Kha'Zix on opposite teams, and they were both level 16, so Kha'Zix has his 3 evolutions, and Rengar has his maximum stacked necklace, a quest would appear. And quests existed in the game in the tutorial that by this time was defunct. So many people had never fucking seen this UI in their life when it appeared. They were like, what do you mean there's a quest? Right? Like, wow.
That's insane, actually.
All the time. What is this? And it was the first one of them to assist or kill eventually take down the other would get their benefit permanently. Right? And so everyone on your team is like, you got to help your feeding ass Kha'Zix kill that Rengar, or you have to protect him, or you have to do whatever, right? And it was really fun. And every one of the older designers at that company, like, almost made me cry over it. They thought it was such a bad idea. They were like, you can't do this. Our game is important. It is esports. Like, we can't ever do this. And then it went out and it was fucking fine. And it was fine and people liked it. And they have since done quests later, and then I think people criticized them because they didn't have any power stakes to them. And I think finally they've ripped that Band-Aid off and they've said, fuck it, we have some quests. Like, I think there's a Nasus and Renekton thing where they'll fight each other. Sorry, everybody can unplug your ears. I'm done talking about League of Legends for now. But that's like the first thing that I was like, we should do quests. So we should do this quest. And everyone was like, okay, so you want to die. And if
Max was saying he's been doing this taxes the whole time. Yeah, I think in general, podcasts for people is too much. I think maybe I don't know how that format is typically. Maybe it's always 3 people typically, but I think even 3 people is too much personally. Like the podcast I like is just 2 people. I don't like more people. It's I know some are getting success, but I prefer 2 more because you can go a lot deeper with 2 people and get like really to understand someone's personality. Like 2 good guests, like or 2 not good guests, 2 good interesting people on the show, I think is perfect to me. 3 is fine, I'm aware, but I think 2 is better. Echo Chamber was always quite good. Yeah, I mean, Echo Chamber is for me it was too many. Yeah, I would prefer 2. I think it's like because we do them so so few times, it made sense to just have more people at the same time, and also like to gain traction. It's good to have to mention more players, but I prefer 2 still, and just a lot deeper conversations about things. Because I mean, a lot of them just don't talk as well because there's not enough room, right? Yeah.
This doesn't go well.
Monthly Echo Chamber when? I mean, that was sponsored by Elgato as well back then, so we were kind of like it was part of our deliverables to do it. Now we're no longer sponsored by them, so that's also why they're kind of gone. But it's something that we wanted to do. I think we think it's cool to do. So you need a good host that's interested in hosting these. If I was not busy with things, I'd be down to host something like that. I think I'd be a good interviewer. I believe in myself. I can learn from Joe Rogan. Exactly. Joe Rogan is the style I like. Exactly. I like 2 people, bro. Yeah. Get Narco. Yeah, Narco would be a sick podcast host. I wouldn't know where that will go, dude. Keeping us on our toes. Ben plus Narco.
Well, we're gonna fire you, and even if it does
that point, you don't need a guest.
Go well, you should never do a good idea. And I'm like, okay, I'm sorry. I'm fucking like 20 or something. I'm like, oh, please don't beat me up. No, my greatest passion. We've talked about this. I think some of us off camera before.
Yeah.
For this is naming things, naming the tier sets, doing flavor text. It's something that I really care about. It's something I really care about getting right. And it's funny. And
wait, the tier sets have names?
Interesting. I don't want to sound too self-important. I'm on a fucking podcast. Everyone's listening to me talk about it, right? I know it's some maybe a little silly, but it's like think of Frostborn, or like the Blades of Azeroth, right? These are Excalibur. Who the fuck in life, somebody thousands and thousands of years ago came up with the word Excalibur, and everyone was like, "Damn, that's a heater," right? Like,
yeah.
like there's something so cool to me that I discovered about myself on this job. Because I love doing bits, I love doing jokes. When I wrote the patch notes, I would take a lot of pride in finding a way to do a joke and teach you something, right? It's not enough to just do a stupid bit because everybody can do a pun, right? But it's like when you hit somebody when they least expected it, you've got me in learning mode and then you made me laugh, or reverse, right? I think that's the stuff when it makes the most sense.
They did that a lot on Liberation of Undermine with like Gallic mechanics and stuff. With like the big bombs, something. Yeah, I do agree. Yeah, it's cool to make like interesting item names and stuff, but tier set names, I don't know, bro. I don't even know what they are.
So I learned about myself on this job. I was like, I really, really care about, and again, no shade to the Blizzard people of old. If you go look at I think there's like a generational, like 9-year run of every hunter tier being called X-Stalker's Battle Gear, right? And it's like, look, man, everybody's got deadlines. I fucking feel you. But let's imagine something a little more. And so I pushed really hard when we all brought tier sets back in Sepulcher. And I only got to do a few of those. But I was like, I want to imagine, and nobody paid me to do this or asked me to do this, technically. But it was like, I want to imagine, what is Zereth Mortis? Zereth Mortis is the blueprint. It is like how life is created in a way, right? It's this peek behind the veil of like the makers of the universe or whatever, right? You know, some shit like that. I know it's all very up in the air. So to me, the names should evoke this, or they should feel at least.
Bro, that's so sad. This guy put so much effort into this, and I respect his like work and like that his passion is. I don't even know any of the names. Like I don't know a single one. That's crazy. I don't know a single tier set name. That's wild.
The ones that I felt are done particularly well, like they're almost like archetypal. Like it's like you're looking at, like this is what the first ever Death Knight would have worn, right? Like when somebody thought, when some untold alien
almost
god
guilty
made a blueprint for a Death Knight, that's what it looked like, right? And so every single one since then, I tried to think.
I know like Zenith, Mage tier 3 name. Oh, I have no idea. What magician? I don't know. What is it?
Like, what is a theme very broadly
A lot of people know.
Apply to a patch and then drill it down. So things like Dragonflight, right? It's like coming kind of to a new world. It's like the
Crossfire is a cool cool idea that when it came out in Wrath and stuff, I liked the idea, but I had no idea the tier set was called this.
First, do I remember what it was? Sorry, you really got me on this shit, and I like it a lot, and I care so much, so I'm so sorry.
Don't memorize them, but you'd like reading them. Bro, what are the current ones called? I don't even know like how one looks like. Mage tier set. Augur's ephemeral white brim. Okay, I mean, I was not missing out on anything. What about priest? Oh, that didn't work. Oh, it's because priest and shadow. Let's see. Okay, really? Priest tier set. Let's see. That did not work. There's a typo. It. Dying stars. That sounds cooler. But oh shit! I also have no idea what a cassock is, or a pyrelite is, or caress is a hand gloves. My goodness. Yeah. I confirm. I've read them now, and just I think at some point when you play the game too much, you don't care about it. I don't know. I want to blame the time I spent in this game. I can just click the class tab top right. Oh. Oh, you mean like I can select class here? Loosened Battalion. Oh, no, I couldn't give a fuck, bro.
Fucking the Demon Hunter set in Dragonflight Season 1, they've got like wings on them, but they're more like bird wings, right? And I forget the name exactly, but it was something, the whole concept was Demon Hunters just found out dragons exist and they love them. It's that Rosa meme from Brooklyn Nine-Nine. It's the like, I've had this dragon for one day, and if anything happened to it, I would kill everyone here and then myself. Like, that's the whole set, is them being like, I have a flight suit now because I don't have to be pissed maybe for one patch. I want to do this. Or in War Within, the Demon Hunters are like little fucked up goblin demons from underground or whatever, right? Like, to me, it's fun to imagine those things. And you don't always get there with all of them because there's 13 classes and there's a lot of words. But even like Undermine, thinking about like that Warlock set as being like, these people are selling contraband, like fell parts. No, I think that was the Demon Hunter. I think Warlock is the spliced fiend trader, right? Because they're like half demon in their skin. What if you met a guy in the alley of Undermine who's like, hey, I could do that. Give me fucking gold cap. I'll turn you into half demon. People would do it, right? So, sorry, I'll stop on this part, but it mattered a lot to me to do it for 2 whole expansions. Like, nobody fought me for it, and I think people thought I did a good job, so I'm happy about it. But I loved the idea of like, I wanted them to feel like a set, right? That when you looked at each of them in your little character pane, that you're like, each time, even if the the theme isn't for me, if the art isn't
I mean, it's
for
also
me,
just really hard to make cool names every time for this many classes. I think what maybe is cooler is if they just make one name for every class, maybe for every role. I don't know. Maybe like caster, range type of thing. It's just eventually it will be like too hard to come up with cool names. No, I don't know. I think it's a bit unavoidable. Like August Ephemeral, bro. Couldn't give a shit. That sounds horrible. Dying Star sounds actually nice. And also makes sense with the current tier and stuff. The Priest one is good, but how they don't run out of NPC names. Yeah. I mean, names, I guess, are maybe easier. I don't know. There's a lot of NPCs, I guess. Holy fuck. That's why PvP guys know season names. Open a book about Greek mythology. Scribe set of Uberness. That's right, dude.
I get what they were going for, right? Or I feel like I was part of a kind of an ensemble, so to speak. Yeah, and then flavor text. I think I play a lot of Magic the Gathering, as people can see in my apartment. I'm trying to get rid of my cards, my excess chaff collection. I've been like shuffling a deck of cards while you're here because it's very easy. Flavor text, I think, when you do it right, is some of the most poignant and like fun writing that people can do, right? Like Dranos, I know I'm going. Whoa! Dranos, I know I'm going off. Dranos, what is your favorite Magic card or Magic flavor text? Because you probably have one.
Yeah, I have. Let's see. I think the thing that jumps to mind isn't actually flavor text; it's rules text that doesn't.
Oh,
it's cowards can't block warriors.
Yeah,
that's functional rules text.
Cowards can't block warriors, right? Yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
That one goes crazy.
Well, yeah, which is flavorful in a way, but yeah, every Magic player cares about that stuff, right? Even if
Rogue Tier 1 is named after a serial killer. Holy fuck, that's insane.
They don't get into the game to care about it, they end up caring about it, right?
Yeah.
And so it was always a big point of pride for me. You know, Max, I don't think you were ever like this. Dorky, I can't see your face, so I'm so sorry. The amount of times you've maybe ever wanted to speak, and I'm like, fuck you, man, I'm gonna speak. No, but it was a big point of pride for me because I don't think y'all are like this. But when you have players who are like, I don't care about the lore, all I care about is the competitive side of World of Warcraft. And I mean, I'm doing that silly voice because it's insane. You're playing a fantasy game about dragons, and you're like, I don't ever read the lore. But then if you have an item that you think is cool, you're like, except this one. I think this is cool, right? Or like, I will get a Frostmourne tattoo, right? It's like, if something resonates with people, it will break through those barriers. Like all of the frat bros who loved Halo and tried to pretend they didn't care about what was happening in the campaign, but now they have deep feelings about the Flood and Master Chief. Like, if you do it right, it will pierce people's armor in a way that I don't think they always notice. And so I'm not saying I think I've ever done stuff that was...
The thing is, for me, it was always cool, like when it was the Warcraft storyline, when it was characters from there, I think is always cool. Like the whole Lich King stuff, Illidan, I don't know. I think Kel'Thas was there as well. I don't know, this stuff was cool, but then they developed further on it, and I don't know. Most new characters, I don't know, like Kil'jaeden is really cool. Argus was alright. I don't know if Argus was in the Warcraft lore, but Archimonde was cool as well. Like anything with like Dreadlords, that was also nice within Sepulchre. But yeah, like the new story, Midnight, for example, bro, I could not give a shit about the lore. So that was cool. I don't know. I don't like it. Tyrande, I also don't know much. Fonsamdi, Denathus was okay, but it wasn't like, if you're comparing to like Lich King, nah, bro, it's nothing. Jailer also kind of poop, yeah. I don't know. It lost. I don't know. When's the last time we had like a really cool lore boss for me? Probably Kil'jaeden. Sargeras. Wait, when was Sargeras a boss? Queen Ashara was okay, but I think it's too low level. Gul'dan was good, especially with also Ilan being part of that fight. Jaina, it was okay, but I don't like the Jaina character too much. Sylvanas was okay, but again, I don't like her too much either. But yeah. Garrosh cinematic in Shadowlands. You wanted him to die so bad. Holy moly. Wait, Shadowlands. Wait, Garrosh? Are we talking about the Siege of Orgrimmar end boss? Is that Garrosh? Yeah, I'm mixing things up. Garrosh end boss. Yeah. Yeah, this was okay. This was good. But I mean, this is older than also like the final phase was kind of cool. A secret phase. So yeah, but like more recently, I don't think anything is that interesting. Dimensius is cool, but it's like it's short-lived, you know? Like I don't know, for me it's just a cool looking boss, but if it like I don't know jack shit about the lore of Dimensius. And I didn't think it's interesting either. What the info that was given to me. Yeah. Not a real build-up, exactly. Some random character from TBC, that's all I know as well. I mean, there was like things mentioned, like him being a Void Lord and what that means and whatever, but I don't know. Maybe it's because I played also the Warcraft game, and then there you kind of go through the, like you play through the lore as well, and you experience it in a different way, you know? Whereas these bosses, you just see them in WoW. And I guess I don't like the storytelling of WoW, I guess. For example, Destiny 2, that storytelling was sick. I have no idea about that universe, and I knew okay, I forgot it's awkward. I forgot his name now, like the end boss of the previous expansion of Final Shape. Like I'd seen cinematic of that, and that I thought was pretty fucking cool. Yeah.
Particularly of that caliber, but it was something that motivated me, and so I was really excited
video
to do
games,
and it yeah, it was really important to me. Sorry, this was all because I was even going to bring this up earlier. I will finally fucking stop talking. Dorky was talking about, okay, well, it's on them. They know. What is it? Dorky, you were talking about, you were agreeing with me about how people don't recognize when the game is designed, right? Because everybody, like when you all go into the world and you loot gray, nobody thinks about like there's a human maybe named Phil who put that gray there, right? You're like, no, that's just on the animal corpse because I killed it in the video game, right? The craziest version of this is the axe on Salhadar dropped, which is, I'm sad that like one-handers aren't good for Frost for a number of reasons, because to me, that is one of the coldest fucking like name flavor text combos that I've ever made. I'm really proud of it. It dropped. People in my raid who know me, my family and friends, saw it and are like, holy shit, this rules. I wonder who did that. And I'm like, you know it's me. You've known for years it was me. What do you mean? You know, but they're just like, in their minds, the immersion of WoW is so deep, right? That they're just like, you see a thing and you're like, oh, that's sick, right? Like this Salhadar had it on his body, right? And I think that artifice, that
but my experience with Remains is quite opposite. The lore is explained quite well in the game with questing and lore, but it's not a household name that has gravity to it, so you just want to dig deeper into it, like the Legion, the Titans, or whatever. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't really like read through the quests and stuff either, right? And I skip the cinematics. I don't know, bro. I just don't think it's interesting for me. I'm sure if you read through everything and you watch the cinematics, you know what's going on. I just don't do that because I don't enjoy it. Whereas in like Warcraft 3, when I'm playing that, I'm playing through like the whole Arthas stuff, going through like Stratholme, poisoning that place or whatever it was. Like that shit was cool. Yeah. But yeah, this guy is definitely passionate about his work. Yeah.
Level of like that like veneer of fantasy is so meaningful. So when you can impact it in a way that is really important, yeah, I think it's magic. I think it's crazy. So I feel like I got really good at that in these last 5 years. I don't think before I would have said I was a particularly good.
One thing that's gonna increase immersion a lot is just add-ons being gone. By the way, like I think that's gonna, you not hearing the beep bops, air horns and stuff, you're gonna have way better immersion. I think.
Good writer, and now
you're gonna probably play with sound files. By the way, guys, like the game sounds. I mean,
now I feel very, very good about it. So yeah. Sorry, that was like 15 minutes on it, but you
might even like play with music or something if like a new phase is triggered by music, or at least boss emotes is very likely. Yeah, that's gonna be very cool.
You fucking asked, man. So at your own peril.
Yeah. I know what I did. Dradnos and I have known for a long time that you reach levels of yap that and Dradnos and I are both huge yappers, but we would never go toe to toe.
Dude, we had a 30-minute. We got the interview with you, right? That we did back when you actually were working at Blizzard, right? And it's like 30 minutes, and Max was like so stressed for prepping for this thing.
Oh, dude, no,
dude. He was like, oh man, and I was like, he was like, is 5 questions prepped enough? And I was like, dude, 3 questions. is an optimistic amount of questions for us to get to ask here.
No, it's so funny. Also, I think I think that's adorable. Literally, I don't know that I maybe
he continues, bro.
But I think this is really funny. We had never met and never spoken to each other once ever in my life up to this point. But for some reason, based on some stream you'd done or something, I was like, maybe I should reach out to that guy and see if he would want to hang out, because I think we would be friends. I think I would enjoy his company. And that night, he DM'd me on Discord, and he was like, do you want to come get dinner? And I was like, did I imagine this? I was like, did I send you a message that you're responding to? Yeah, and we had a great time. I think it was a very fun conversation. And importantly, Max might remember this, within the first 30 minutes of that car ride, I told him, if Dratnos sucks in person, don't tell me. I was like, let me live in ignorance. Which I'm happy to report to all of you, he does suck. He's a total monster off camera. I'm being held here against my will.
I've heard about this. I've heard how
that's true. He's a tyrant. He's crazy.
Yeah,
dude, my guild will tell you the same thing, man. They're always like, no, he's not that nice. He's awful.
Yeah,
he's evil.
No, I just think you have what we in my community call scamp energy, right? It's just like the little grinning satyr playing his little lute, always profiting off of other people's bits, And I think that's a jolly way to live. So I think it's totally fine. I do want to ask. I also don't know how much time we have. I do want to ask y'all stuff because I want to stop talking for a bit. I want to ask, what are people's vibes about Midnight? What are the streets saying? How are y'all feeling about heading into this? I know. Alpha
dude, this is actually. Am I skipping to this?
Right? But in terms of, God, is it even tomorrow?
Wait, why do we know more tomorrow? When this came out 2 days ago? Why do we know a lot more now? Did they like put a new build or whatever?
Oh Jesus! Yeah.
It's by the time everybody's watching this, it's old.
Yeah, news. So we all know. We've
all known for ages.
No, but I'm curious about like what y'all's level of energy, hesitations, excitement, anticipation, like
before Alpha. I see.
How are y'all feeling about it at around this point?
I think it's weird because like the parts of the game that I like specialize in, it's the least like new stuff in that space.
Oh, except for no add-ons.
But I say that with keeping in mind that like housing, I think, is going to be generationally big for the game.
Yeah.
And I kind of expect that I'll probably expand somewhat into like I don't know. I mean, I don't think I'll be a big housing creator or anything like that. I think that space is very, very clearly going to get ceded to a lot of the casual players that their 2 games are already WoW and The Sims, right?
I think they're going to be new creators, actually.
Yeah.
I think there's going to be people that are just absolutely bonkers at houses that there's a space for that. Yeah.
Whoever is the first person that makes like an HGTV like YouTube show of like redesigning or flipping fucking WoW houses that's gonna go crazy. That's for free. Yeah. Someone out there, find your calling. No, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
But so like, even though I don't think it's going to be like, I don't know. I don't know how much of my content is going to be housing related. It'll probably just be to the extent that like, oh, here's the patch. Like, here's the new furniture coming in the new patch. You know, let's take a look at all that, right? Like that, those kind of things, right? Like that.
Yeah, I'm super excited about housing.
The end of how much it impacts my content side of things. But like as a WoW player, I am excited about that as well.
Yeah.
But it's Apex talents I think are a smaller thing than hero talents were, or than the Dragonflight talent tree was before them, right? Or covenants and all that stuff were before that. So it's kind of more chill, right? Like it's going to be a WoW expansion.
I'm cautiously, I don't even know if I would say I'm cautiously optimistic. I'm cautious about Apex talents. I don't really get them. I don't really understand the vibe, but I'm the person who, my whole thing is, right, is like, take a big swing or don't swing at all. And for me, I think hero talents, I think they played out a little safe, and maybe throughout this expansion's life cycle, I don't know if enough people got to play with enough of them, or enough of them have a draw. But I think, like, to me,
I think hero talents should be part of the, like, not the ones that you're gonna guaranteed pick, but like maybe that play style difference could be just baked into the talents, and just remove hero talents, bro, and remove a bunch of talents to make room for them, to just reduce down the complexity a bit. I mean, those are hero talents, you earned them now, great. Now you can, pick it in the talent tree, and you have to go down that path or something. Just some way to reduce the bloat. Also, there's a lot of hero talents that's just, I mean, I guess a lot of it is just for leveling, but I think there is too much effort being put on something that almost no one does. I wonder how many people are leveling on retail right now. Actually, I'm going to go check as well. It can't be that many, right?
If the game always had heroes.
If I /who 30 to 40 on Terminal right now, do you think I'm going to get a single person? I feel like I'm not going to get a single one. Maybe I'm wrong.
Talents, I would not think it was a negative to the game, right? And I think there's only opportunities for more in the future, right? You can imagine in 10 years, right? I don't think they're going to be like, and everybody gets a third. Fuck it, maybe they will. But like, you could imagine, so many people when this came out were like, why doesn't Warrior get Blade Master or something, right? I don't think that, and they had reasons. I don't want to, open the can of worms, but you could totally imagine, a universe where a really cool new character appears in Midnight, and then maybe by the end of the expansion, like they devoured. It's like, and that is a hero talent now, right? Like every combat designer just like winced and got an ulcer when I said that. But just like, that's the kind of thing you could imagine. To me, the possibility space of hero talents and what it does for the game is good, right? And I think that's fine. Apex talents to me is just like, it feels like the least of all worlds. It feels like how I felt when Azerite armor was a thing. And this is funny. I was telling some of my, I met up with some coworkers a few weeks ago. It was very funny because one of the people, right after I left Riot, one of the people who works here now still, but worked on Azerite armor then, gave me like a tour of Blizzard. He was like, hey, do you want to come hang out? I was like, yeah, I would love to. And then we got in the cafeteria and he was telling me about Azerite armor, and I felt so bad because in my head as a player, I was like, yes, the Legion artifact stuff feels like it solves a problem. It adds cool narrative. Like, it's all the stuff that you would want. It's a slot you care about. It's giving you cool story. It's giving you cool visuals.
Quick check, guys, on the /who, okay? /who. I'm going to do 30, and we're level 80 now, right? 30 to 70, okay? Oh, that's actually quite a few people. That's surprising. The weird thing is they're all in Dalaran. Let's see, 30 to 50. Also, is this What is wrong with my UI? I don't know what's going on here. Counts remakes. Oh, okay. Okay, not the best time to check, I guess. Whatever. One sec, getting DMs from wife. Bro, I was planning on doing 4 interviews today. We got done with 1.5. Holy fuck.
And he was like, yeah, we're actually keeping that system. And I was like, oh, sick. Tell me about it. He was like, yeah, so it's going to be your like head, shoulder, and chest. And I was like, oh, is it like class specific armor? And he was like, no, it's not. He was like, but it has powers. I was like, cool. And are those class specific? He was like, no, they're not at all. And it was like, neat. And what is like the lore reason for powering? It's like a necklace we're introducing in this expansion. It was like, cool. So it's like
they were class specific though, right? There was a lot of class specific Ezra traits.
but without all the stuff that made it interesting. so to me, a little bit of that is how I feel about Apex Talents. Is I'm like, but we're not like, where's the sauce, right? And gameplay wise, it might be fine, and maybe it's just because they feel that they need to do it.
How's BFA?
But I'm skeptical of the sauce that they may possess. Certainly.
I mean, Apex Talents is literally nothing. It's just a buzzword. Like, what is Apex Talents? It's just talents. I don't even understand. I mean, maybe they need to make it look cooler and then it will make more sense. But right now, it's literally just talent. Like, I don't ever see anyone being like, ooh, what do you do on your Apex talents? Or like, damn, your Apex talents are crazy. Like, it's just a talent. It's just like, it's just 4 different talent points that you put in. I don't know. Like, normal talents are more interesting. I don't know. You'll just pick them anyway. I mean, you either pick them or you just don't. Like, you don't. It's just like a normal talent. Like, there is 0 difference. You got new talents.
Yeah, I think, I don't know. I don't want to be.
You know, if you had like Apex talents and then they would like, I don't know, completely rework your spec or something, or I don't know, like you have to do something to earn them or something like that, like other than leveling, maybe. I don't know. I could see it. Or it's like covenants, you lock in yourself to a certain Apex talent, which I think is a bad idea. But then like, it would make sense to have a different word for these. Right now, it's just talents.
Too hard on Apex talents without having played them, because
absolutely
at the end of the day,
I feel like I'm coming off as such a big hater.
I do agree though. I feel like there are some systems where you see them and you immediately know that like the idea came first, and then figuring out sort of like slotting it into the expansion and figuring out how it fit into the ecosystem came second.
Yeah.
And then there are some where afterwards, or maybe even initially, you can be like, okay, they needed something in the space of what are we doing with talents this expansion, and this is what they eventually designed for that, right?
Yeah.
And like, it's a little.
I'm actually, I don't care about what worries him. I think we got a good idea, guys. Right? Like too little time to do things good.
Talk about, and then.
But like having a single spec be an expansion feature.
So anytime he's not talking,
is an interesting thing where it is going to hit some people like, well, I don't already play that.
Dude, I actually have some questions about trinkets.
Oh yeah,
talking of trinkets. Why do some trinkets exist as complete trash? Like, you know what I'm talking about? Like,
yeah,
the Midas Golden Touch from Atal Dazar would be like the prime example of one, right? Like one that just like increases your auto attack damage. Or this season would be the first technique trinket, the tank trinket from Streets.
Insane way of asking this trinket question.
Is anyone ever going to use this? Because like, you know, you're not going to ever use it even if it's like max item level myth track. So
hold on, let me take a drink. This is a big one.
I am very curious on this as well.
I'm fucking ulting. No, I'm probably not going to. But I'm curious, and again, Dorky, please, I swear, I gotta put like a little cat on your screen for me. Other people don't see this. He's just a void. He's gonna have something really cute and fun on the episode.
It's gonna be the merch for sure.
Everyone's gonna be like, why didn't Patrick fucking let Dorky speak ever? And I hope, in fact, Frank, run with that. I hope that's a bit.
Just answer the fucking question, man.
Okay, that has to be what it is. Oh my god. All right, I'm sorry. No, trinkets. So
they're having too much fun for me, guys.
So I would say, on one hand, level 1 is that some people will use every trinket, right? And this is because the amount of people who play this game and the ways that they play them are so huge and so different, right? And so in a sense, and this is something that I think we didn't get the tuning right when Delves first launched, but some of you remember that there's so many trinkets in season 1 of Delves. There were so many of them, right? Too many. And I think they reduced down properly in future seasons, but it was mostly just if somebody logs in and they are a purely Delves player, purely outdoor player, or dungeons, or raid, or whatever, think about them in those silos. But then think about them slice up even further, right? Think about, let's say I am someone that plays in Delves or dungeons, but only some of the time, which means I don't even care to see all 8 dungeons in a rotation, right? Necessarily. Now, granted, we haven't gone like Legion did, which was like every piece of armor drops from every single dungeon, right? And everything has it. But you want to essentially spread things out in a way that guarantees everybody can get something everywhere, right? So in essence, this means that trinkets, which have the potential to be very, very powerful, very flavorful, very impactful items, are spread out consistently in a way that you kind of can't help but walk into one, right? And as you become a higher information player and you become aware of things like sims, or you become aware of this particular tank is the meta, or these classes are the meta, and I am rolling these classes, therefore I want my cooldowns to function in a certain way, or I want to pull dungeons in a certain way, right? You gravitate towards other effects, right? Not everybody plays those ways. So that's my level 1 as to why a lot of these things exist. My level 2, I guess, is, well, some of them are just older, right? Like Secret Technique was good in ages past, right? Yeah. Like it was good when it came out. But we also had item levels. We didn't have the upgrade system, right? So Tazavesh gear was actually a little better than what you could get anywhere else. So it was one of those where, same way as like raids always had like a little bit of a bump, right? Because it was like, well, these are harder to obtain. So it makes sense for them to be a little more powerful so that if things were 1-to-1, your raid trinket might win out some amount more. Right, and Tazavesh being the mega dungeon or needing to do hard mode or whatever, that was kind of how it was meant to be, right? Is you've got like 5 or 6 trinkets in there, and they were also.
I'm not even against having trinkets that aren't performing as good. It's the weird for me is that the trinkets are over designed and performing not good. Like the trinket will buff another player and take their most highest secondary stat, a portion of that to yourself, and that will be from one of the closest players within your group, or like just some like really random ass shit, bro. Or I don't know. Like you apply a dot, and if that dot expires with the but the target dies first, you instead get mastery. Like just like some really crazy interactions, and I don't know. It feels over-engineered and not worth it. You know, like you had the Lei Shen trinket back in the days. It would give you 100% crit, and you had to snapshot your dots with it. That made sense. That's like a crazy trinket, crazy reward. But some of these trinkets are crazy and the reward is nothing. And you're just like, what are we supposed to do with this? And also another thing, like they're saying this like as if this is a noob-friendly thing to have this many trinkets. I think it's the complete opposite. When you get into this game, you don't know how to sim, you don't know jack shit. And you get bombarded with items from left, right, center. Different stats, different special effects, and you have only such limited backspace, I think it's more annoying to get this many items than not, because you have this FOMO of, oh, what if I delete this now, but it's actually a good item later for like a specific case, because a lot of the stuff is also like unique spell wording. Like maybe this is really good on cleave, maybe this is really good on, I don't know, 2-minute burst, or for my other spec, or whatever, you know, like when I pick different talents or whatever. I think it's for me, it's making things harder and more complex to have this many items. I wish there was a lot less items in total.
Right. So that's layer 2. Is that it's like, I think the older you go,
and if a trinket is bad, right? If it's performing bad, then the eye level should reflect that, or the rarity, or whatever. And you know, like, yeah, this is just, you know, a low eye level trinket, and it's okay, and that's it. I like 2 trinket interactions, like ink pot plus coral. Yeah, that was interesting. You know, that's complex a bit, but it gives you some value. You know, this is good for execute. You know, this is good and on use. You can stack up and use. But yeah, and I guess the coral gave you crit, and you could use it to make your inkpot crit. Was that it? I don't remember, but that's fine. It's just like, I don't know. Let me look at the trinkets right now. Sorry, where am I here? Raid dungeons, or even the raid trinkets. Oh, where am I going? Wait, aren't trinkets at the bottom nowadays? Oh, this is very. Oh my god, the amount of bonus loot, bro. The fuck. Yeah, like even this is just so much text, bro. Your harmful effects have a chance to strike your target with an abyssal comet, dealing damage, amplifying their gravity to increase the damage of future comets by 5%. Upon death, enemies implode to deal 1.5 million cosmic damage per gravity stack split between nearby enemies. Damage increased by 30% per additional enemy, up to 150%. Holy fuck. Like, am I... What is it? What is this, man? It's crazy. Way too insane, I think. Some of these trinkets I've never seen anyone use. Compel an Oathbound Shadow Guard scroll to annihilate your target and nearby enemies, stealing damage between them. Damage increased 30%. That's a simple one. I like that. Just, you know, yeah, I guess if it's like really bad, I don't know why it exists, but I don't know if this one is bad. Damage dealing damage between your partner. So yeah, this is fine as well. Maybe they did also tune them down a little bit. I think these raids trinkets are a bit more simpler. This is actually fine. Like, I remember when I first saw this was in Shadowlands, I think, bro. This was some cooked stuff here. And this trinket was complete garbage. Whenever a nearby automa dies, your cooldowns recover. Is this it? 5% more quickly for 30 seconds. Calls forth an attendant automa. Channels damage on territory when it expires. Nah, this was... I think maybe it was like a healing one or something. That was really weird. Nah, I don't know. There was definitely some crazier trinkets, but maybe it is better now. That is my main issue. The Delve trinkets are definitely crazy. Yeah. God bless, I got some good trinkets and I just removed all of them. But yeah, that was like, what is this, bro? Harmful abilities have a chance to engage the dispenser, dropping 2 foot bombs on the field for 10 seconds. Running into a foot bomb kicks it at your current target, dealing 500k fire damage to all enemies in a 6-yard radius. What? Is this good? How am I supposed to know? That was great. RP trinket. Yeah, I don't know. It is fun? I guess. Yeah. If something like this is like for me a toy or something. Loki doing crazy damage is actually that good. What the fuck? I would rather have less but more like iconic trinkets, like you said, Soul Capacitor, Prophecy of Fear. These are actually Prophecy of Fear. I don't know. I remember we had the class trinkets on Archimon. That was cool. This is too many for my taste. I have fewer trinkets overall, but I love that one on my Hunter. That's crazy. 500k damage. I don't know how much. It doesn't sound like a lot, but maybe. Those numbers not that important anymore. It's still an MMORPG, and maybe someone want to be troll football gnome or something. Yeah, but then it can be like a rare trinket or something. It can be low eye level, you know? Like, not everything needs to also reach fucking same eye level as everything else with upgrades and stuff. And then you know, okay, this is a for fun trinket. You can play with it during leveling or something. Also, another thing that just dislike is like you don't get notified with trinket procs and stuff like that generally in the game, so you need to make Vikaras and stuff. That's why I also don't like trinkets that much that are different. But yeah, like maybe if this was like really cool thing to use, I don't know, maybe you get like a nice alert when the bombs proc and they're clear to see, and you actually feel the damage. Maybe it is fun, but typically they're not. So yeah.
They just make sense in different contexts and different times, right? But for now,
yeah, I'm okay with for fun items, but they should be clarified as for fun and not epic and the same item level track as like best in slot gear.
I think tuning them is very difficult, and you will notice that this expansion and a little bit last expansion, we've done more tuning on trinkets than ever, right? Like the team, shouts to Evan and Tyler for all their work poring over data to like make sure that those things are tuned, right? It's more like you kind of can't know what classes and what situations are going to pop off, right? It's just not for us to know. So instead, you just have to try and make sure that you've covered for everything. And on y'all's end, weeks later, it's going to look like there's only 3 trinkets that are good, right? But if we didn't, you know, I'll cast our minds back to Dragonflight Season 1, which had other interesting things going on. But one major hole we missed was that Wizards did not have an on-use gain stats button. They didn't have one. They didn't have an on-use like synergize with my cooldowns thing. Every other class did, right? And it like for a while dunked them a tier in the like M+ pecking order, and it dunked them a tier in the highest performers of raid, because the better you are, the more you can optimize, you can press your potions, your everything at the same time. But also when you're at like Maxis level, right? Like where you lust, when people are sending their cooldowns, right, is different than your standard player or even your standard high level player, right? Like things get really, really specific. So your needs are different. So we just ended up in a situation where one wasn't there, and so Wizards as a class were just bad. They were bad until we ended up sending some buffs to some other stuff so that you could make kind of a later surge of like some, I think Destro Warlock was being a thing. I think like one of the mage specs, because they're always kicking around, right? Like things like that picked up. So this is maybe not the most satisfying answer, but mostly it's just to say, like, you want to try and cover for all scenarios so that when the situations arise, the tools are there. And it sucks to look backwards on the amount of time and effort or creativity spent on a tool that wasn't used, either because it didn't come up, right? But I mean, much has been said, even on this podcast, Max talking about like, I think you were talking about a lot in Undermine, where y'all class stacked a lot on one boss, and then the next boss, it would be very different, right? You would be like, and now we need a bunch of people in this thing, right? When those niches are active, you know, there's a world out there where it's like, well, these 5 Boomkins want this one trinket, and these 5 Death Knights want this one trinket, and they are different from one another, but it's not ever going to be, or rarely going to be, this one character wants 5 trinkets to pick from, right? And I think that is kind of a cognitive break for some folks, in that it's like, we would like you to have options. You know, sometimes you wear the second best. I'm wearing a Priory Signet on my DK, which feels awful because they made everything 45 seconds and like 90 seconds on that class. But
I don't think it's a lot that needs to get pruned. I mean, it's yeah, he's right in a way, but yeah, I mean, like I said, I mean, okay, you guys might really like this trinket, but even if it's a for fun trinket, like not everything needs to be a full epic mythic track obtainable or heroic track obtainable, you know. And it can be easily classified as like this is a for fun trinket, just reduce the bloat a little bit, and that's it. Usually it's every caster wants X, every melee wants Y, all other trinkets are garbage. That's not true though. That depends on the... There's also like situational trinkets and stuff as well. I mean, I don't know, maybe it was recently more like this, but I do remember in the past trinkets that got used depending on the boss even. Or well, it had the option at least, like an execute trinket that builds up like the anvil from a Barrows. Cheat death trinket is like, I would say, when like that's an exploit kind of to use that as a DPS. But yeah, that's that is an example technically. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, some of these things. Yeah, Liberation of Undermine was also weird. There was quite a few trinkets here. Why is... Oh, okay. Yeah, I could like use that bike, but it wasn't... Oh, no. Yeah, I can actually use it. It could even... I could even knead on it. Yeah, I guess it's just like the amount of trinkets. Like, it's fine, like he said, per mode. Like, if I'm just looking at the raid trinkets, it's fine. But if you have the M Plus and Delve and you want to design the game so that you have enough options in each of these, it's just a lot, right? Like, that's probably the main big problem nowadays. Yeah, and also like if one trinket is just worse than others for every spec, I mean, they could just buff it. I don't know. What's the problem with that? But also makes splits a bit easier and also a bit more characters flavorful. Like if some people have this spike trinket that's big burst damage on use, and then other people have just procs that do consistent damage. Other ones have the on use for their stats because it lines up perfectly. I don't know. I feel like we had more of this. I guess we had more of this flavor back in the days, more because we were worse on split running as well. But yeah, I guess I don't. It's rare. It happens, but it's rare that a trinket is like super shit and OP for someone else, super shit for everyone else. And if it's like, I would rather have it as OP for someone, but mediocre for everyone else, than okay for someone and shit for everyone else. That was like the warrior trinket, for example, of this tier, right? This one was only good for warrior, I think, and then for everyone else it was mediocre. That case, that's a place like it should just be, you know, mediocre maybe for everyone, but really fucking good for warrior. I would prefer that. People probably crash out. The best trinket they got isn't biz anymore. Oh, you know, you can kind of tell these things from PTR really, but that is maybe true. Maybe they don't want to do changes after a lot of theory crafting is done to not tilt the theory crafters. I don't know. It could be a thing. I don't know if that is something they consider at all. Only happens if spaces are designed poorly and doesn't use stats well. I don't know. There was like some specs in the past that were benefiting of damaging trinkets more than stat trinkets. I do remember it was Rogue and DH, I think. Because DH had some sort of either they were stacking Versa and crit or something, or had some sort of modifier. Like it depends on if you play Mastery or something as well, right? that doesn't benefit your trinket damage at all. There are stuff like that. I don't mind that. I think that's fine. Oh, crit and crit damage, it was okay, yeah. That was also in Aberos the case. Back when I was doing loot, there was different trinkets were good for different classes, dude. Now, but yeah, just some more balancing maybe on raid ones, and just how the toxic elitist inside me just tells me just make the delve ones either like less of them or just one good one and the rest sucks. I don't know. The delve ones are a bit crazy to me. I feel like they don't add much other than confusion. To me, it's mainly the confusion. Otherwise, I don't care, right? If they exist. It's mainly the confusion that I don't like from them. Hey, that everyone needs the same gear. Yeah, this would help with that. If everything was like a bit more balanced, certain classes would prefer certain trinkets, or others would prefer other ones. That'd be nice. Anyways, guys, I'm gonna peace out now. We're not gonna finish this interview, but we got damn this was a long interview, bro. Why do terrible trinkets exist? And it was mega dungeon hard mode, scares out man of M plusers, current balance of power versus rarity. That could be maybe interesting. WoW is a prisoner of its own mind. I don't know what that means. Thank you, Scarzart. 4 videos today. Yeah, dude, no, not today, guys. But it was a good stream. A bit tiring towards the end, but yeah, we had some. I feel like, funny enough, the coolest parts of the streams was just us talking about some random shit rather than the interviews we watched. I mean, I don't want to shit on the interviews now, but you know, like when we get sidetracked and talk about stuff, especially early on, was pretty cool. Later on with the trinkets and stuff, it was I don't think that interesting, but still, there were some cool moments. Thank you for the stream, guys, and see you tomorrow. We'll see either more dev interviews or maybe we just play some alpha. I might actually just do the questing on alpha just to see how things feel. I was doing some of that, but yeah, we didn't get far. All right. Thank you for the stream and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.